Chapter 646. The tests in the spiritual light tower were set up by a certain god in the ancient era. The tests inside were all related to light. Not only did they test the light element, but light also represented light. It was also known as the trial of light. In reality, it was a test targeted at those who possessed the light element. Although other elements could also undergo the trial, it wasn't as targeted as the light element. The spiritual light tower was divided into 12 levels of difficulty. The first to third levels could be classified as the demon rank, while the fourth level was the demigod rank. After the fourth level, those who weren't at the initial god rank couldn't ascend it. As for the 12th level, it was an ultimate trial left for later god rank experts to explore. Back then, when the people of the Nine Gods Temple discovered the spiritual light tower, they didn't monopolize it. Instead, they used it as a basis to establish an academy that recruited and nurtured outstanding students from all over the divine realm. If the students had very good aptitudes, they could even be sent to the Nine Gods Temple to cultivate. Thus, a small city was developed from scratch, Xiaoguang City. After many years of operation, Xiaoguang City also became a flourishing city that was famous far and wide. The academy's reputation also became increasingly great. The Nine Gods Temple also gradually handed it over to outsiders to manage. Although it wasn't a true takeover of the academy, it still had an inseparable connection with the Nine Gods Temple. The reason for doing so was because it was the guardian force of the divine realm. It stood towering above the clouds, overlooking all living things, and maintained its transcendent status. It wouldn't excessively participate in the matters of other forces. The second reason was because such organizations were spread all over the divine realm. If they were to completely control everything, they wouldn't have enough manpower. Thus, they had such an ambiguous relationship. The students who had graduated from the Farlight Academy had either been selected to enter the 9 sacred temples, traveled the world by themselves, or returned to their families. Regardless, those outstanding students who had graduated from the Farlight Academy had all become experts whose names shook the entire region. Those students had all had the ability to pass through the 3rd or 4th level of the spiritual light pagoda before they graduated. Therefore, many people had linked those students to the spiritual light pagoda. In the history of the Long Light Academy, there were 100 students who had advanced to the demigod rank before graduation. There was only one person who had passed the 6th level of the spiritual light tower with the strength of a demigod. The latter wasn't an ordinary human. Adding to that the fact that he was blessed by the heavens with his mental strength, he barely passed the 6th level of darkness. However, there had never been anyone who had passed through the 6th stage with the strength of a devil. The 6th level, that kid with the first seal of the devil rank, is probably the most terrifying student in the history of the Farlight Academy. In front of the entrance of the spiritual light tower, which had been rendered into a giant star tower, Elder Lu's aged eyes stared fiercely at the wide, open door, after which he glanced at Xian, who was also nervously looking at the door. Her ladylike appearance caused some doubt to appear in the former's eyes. In his heart, he was contemplating whether or not he should report this matter to the headmaster. However, when he recalled that he had just promised the girl that he would not say anything, he could only helplessly sigh. This phenomenon that had never appeared before caused the students around the Spirit Light Tower to widen their eyes as they nervously looked at the black stellar tower. It had just lit up a part of the starry sky, and now it had turned into a stellar tower. Who was it that was challenging the trial inside, stirring up everyone's emotions? Even the elders and older students who were in closed-door training were unable to endure such stimulation, and once again surrounded the spiritual light tower. What was different from the previous time was that the silent atmosphere at this moment grew heavier and heavier, as though it was about to collapse the air. This caused everyone to not dare to say anything, and could only stretch their necks as they nervously waited. Within the spiritual light tower, the person who had caused the phenomenon that countless people were looking forward to was currently standing in the large hall on the 7th floor. The space before his eyes was bright and clear, without the gloomy darkness. There was only a single figure standing in the middle of the large hall. It was the same as the 9 people seen on the 3rd floor. However, the difference was that this person gave off a powerful feeling that was akin to Mount Tai pressing down on one's head. Shunming. At the entrance of the large hall, a hoarse and gloomy voice that had yet to enter the attack range of this person rang out. It was ice-cold and emotionless, and also contained an inextinguishable arrogance. It was as though he was the only one in this world that overlooked the common people. That Shunming expert opened his eyes and looked towards the entrance of the large hall. A black figure stood there. His colorful long hair fluttered without wind, and a black aura spiraled around his body like smoke and water. His face, that was as beautiful as a girl's, was filled with a gloomy feeling. His originally colorful eyes had become as deep and dark as a pool of stagnant water, lifeless and empty. He emitted a fierce, killing intent, and a faint taste of reincarnation was emitted, causing people to lose themselves with a single glance. What a powerful orthodox demonic chi! Did he lose himself in the 6th floor? To be able to pass through the 6th floor in such a state, I have to say that I admire you. I believe that within the younger generation, you are an extremely powerful person. However, if I were to let you out like this, I'm afraid that it would cause irreparable damage to the Longguang Academy. That Shunming expert softly muttered. Change the rules. You also possess the element of light and have not completely lost your mind. I will assist you. If you can pull back your lost mind and suppress the concealed demonic chi, you will be considered to have passed through the 7th floor. If you fail, I will kill you and heavily injure you. The Longguang Academy will be able to suppress you. Raising his head to look at Yin Nuoxing, that Shunming expert indifferently said, If your mind is not completely lost, then nod your head. There seemed to be some fluctuations in his soulless black eyes as he tightly stared at that figure. As if he understood his words, Yin Nuoxing stiffly nodded his head. At this moment, he was like a puppet. However, he still had faint thoughts. His heart might have fallen into the 6th floor. Seeing him nod his head, that Shunming expert also breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and pointed to the position in front of him. Yin Nuoxing stared blankly at his actions. After a long while, he stiffly lifted his feet and slowly walked to the front of the former. He stood there blankly for a long while before slowly kneeling down. Surging gloomy demonic chi filled both inside and outside of his body. His black eyes were occupied by the demonic chi. Peeling off the gloomy side, one could see that in the depths of his eyes there was an uncontrollable tyranny. However, there was a trace of clarity guarding the final position, protecting the last trace of his mind. That trace of clarity was very small, but it was very firm and resolute. It was only because of this that he did not give up on his thoughts. That Shunming expert took a deep breath and slowly extended his palm. Dense light element slowly condensed on his palm. The intense light illuminated Yin Nuoxing's body. The gloomy demonic chi lingering around his body was not dispersed by the light element. This demonic chi was born from the heart and had already been infected by the light element. How could it be afraid of the light element? That Shunming expert also knew this point and was not anxious. He only slowly condensed the light energy in his hand. As the light energy condensed and rolled, it actually condensed into 3 half-inch long golden crystals. Elemental crystals. A faint gloomy voice slowly sounded. That Shunming expert raised his head and saw that Yin Nuoxing was staring at the 3 golden crystals in a daze. He thought for a moment and said, A beginner god-level expert is able to solidify the elements. The higher the level of a god, the more solid the solidification of the elements can be. After he finished speaking, he saw Yin Nuoxing lightly nod his head. He was also a little surprised. This person's mind was about to be completely occupied by the demonic chi, but he was still able to stubbornly hold on to that trace of consciousness and not become a lost monster. What was supporting that trace of consciousness of his? That Shunming expert composed himself and took a deep breath. He gently waved his hand, and the 3 light elemental crystals floated up. With a flick of his finger, The 3 crystal spikes shot out from the air and gently swam to the space between Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows, heart, and lower abdomen. Then, they slowly drilled into her body. When they drilled into her body, a ball of faint light particles was released. The moment the 3 spikes drilled into her skin, they turned into an enormous amount of light energy and spread out. An enormous amount of light energy continued to spread within his body. The demonic aura that lingered around Yun Nuoxing's body suddenly began to wiggle intensely like a living creature. On his body, streams of black air swiftly shuttled back and forth under his skin, just like earthworms that were drilling holes in his flesh. The brutality hidden in the depths of her pitch-black eyes suddenly rushed to the surface. Her eyes lit up with a violent blood-red color. Lines of demonic runes appeared on her beautiful face, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. After those demonic runes appeared, they rapidly spread down her neck. In a short while, they reached her chest. There, a colorful bud stood. Even in the face of the menacing demonic runes, it did not shrink back. Instead, it emitted a faint fluorescent light, as if it was deterring those demonic runes. At the same time, all the divine runes on Yun Nuoxing's body lit up with fluorescent light, causing the speed of the demonic runes and the black gas to become extremely slow. That is, the fluorescent light penetrated the obstruction of her clothes and was directly observed by that Shenming expert. Immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly, for words quickly appeared in his mind, causing his mind to tremble slightly. However, he did not think too much about it at this moment, and hurriedly reminded her, "Guard your mind. Don't let the demonic aura control you. Otherwise, you will only be reduced to a ferocious beast that only knows how to kill and will never be able to rise again." Many inexplicable things flashed past her blood-red eyes. There were runes, charms, and divine runes that could not be understood. It was as if there were images flashing past in front of her. Inside the enormous soul, the black spot that was originally entrenched in the precordium of his heart seemed to have received an order and suddenly became active. Like a river, tiny streams of water flowed out and spread out along his meridians, continuously extending throughout his entire body. When his transparent soul was completely dyed black, that would be the moment he fell to the dark side. The Shenming expert who was sitting cross-legged also saw this and could not help but frown. Such pure light elements not only did not suppress the demonic aura in her body and soul, but the demonic aura took advantage of the moment when her mind was empty to spread rapidly. It was as if she was using the light elements to lure the demonic aura into action. Oh no, the Shenming expert was startled. His hands formed seals as fast as lightning. Surging light elements surged and finally condensed into a huge golden charm in front of her. She held it and forcefully slapped it towards Yun Nuoxing. The golden charm did not have any power, but it caused the space to rapidly fluctuate. Then, when it came into contact with Yun Nuoxing, it quietly fused into her body. Then, countless golden rays of light appeared on her skin. Even the reddish-gold blood started to rapidly circulate at this moment. As soon as the golden rays of light appeared, they surrounded the demonic runes. The black stream in her soul was abruptly blocked by the golden streams of water. Then it was cut off and sealed off in various areas. It was surrounded and suppressed by the golden energy. As for the black water droplet in her chest, it was wrapped up by the golden energy as if it was going to be refined in one go. "Condense," the Shenming expert softly shouted. His hand seals changed, and the golden energy that sealed off all the black water droplets in her soul condensed towards her chest, withdrawing all the black water droplets. As for the black water droplet that was surrounded, it seemed to sense that it could not provoke the golden energy. After trying to break through several times to no avail, it once again fell silent and retreated to her chest. At the same time, the demonic aura in her body was also surrounded by the light elements. However, the demonic aura here did not seem to be as easy to deal with as in her soul. Although it was completely wrapped up by the light elements, It stuck to Yin Nuoxing's flesh and blood without letting go, making it difficult to uproot. At this moment, a silver imprint and a silver-blue zither slowly appeared between her eyebrows and her heart, which had always been wrapped up by a white barrier. As soon as the two of them appeared from behind the white light, an extremely terrifying pressure surged out, causing the Shunming expert to be stunned. Afterwards, he retreated in shock and looked at Yin Nuoxing with uncertainty. A silver-blue imprint slowly appeared between her eyebrows. Clearly, the imprint and the swirling zither had sensed Yin Nuoxing's danger and had spontaneously put up a defense. That's... The Shunming expert was stunned. Afterwards, joy surged into his eyes, and he could not help but smile. It works. After the swirling zither and the god's imprint appeared in tacit understanding, they merely shook gently. The demonic aura that had stubbornly stuck to Yin Nuoxing's flesh and blood suddenly disappeared with a soft hum. Not even a speck of it was left behind. The light elements that the Shunming expert had poured in also quietly disappeared with the sound of the zither. As the demonic aura in her soul was suppressed and the demonic aura in her body was expelled, the unsettling demonic aura around Yin Nuoxing's body also slowly disappeared. The demonic imprint on her ferocious face rapidly retracted like a stray dog, retracting from her chest to her right forehead before disappearing under her skin. Her blood-red eyes also slowly dimmed at this moment. The blood-red color faded away and was replaced by a pair of dazzling, multicolored eyes. As her eyes regained their color, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and quickly blinked her eyes. She looked around and then cupped her hands towards the Shunming expert who was slowly walking over. She bowed slightly and said softly, "Thank you, Senior." Although she was suppressed by the demonic aura to the point that she only had a weak thought, she still knew what had just happened. Therefore, she did this action without any hesitation. If it were not for that Shunming expert, she might have walked out in such a state. At that time, she would probably have frightened others. The Shunming expert also sighed deeply. A smile hung on his face as he said softly, "According to the agreement, congratulations on passing the test of the 7th step. However, I don't know why you took the risk to rush up to the 7th step, but I still have to say one thing. Before you become a supreme god, do not go to the 6th step again." Then, she said rather sternly, "Currently, the demonic aura in your soul has been temporarily trapped in that place, but it has not been completely removed. Only with a clear heart can one pass the 6th step. You passed it unintentionally while in a demonic state. If there's nothing else, it's best that you don't go. Otherwise, you might trigger that unstable seal and fall into a demonic state again." This student understands. Yin Nuoxing cupped his hands respectfully. He could not help but laugh in his heart. Since he had passed the 7th step, he could be considered to have completed the test and did not need to come to this ghostlight trial anymore. The Shunming expert waved his hand and sighed. He pointed towards the spiral staircase at the end of the hall and said, "Go ahead. Only when you reach the staircase will you be considered to have passed. However, you won't be able to pass the 8th step. Obediently go out and recuperate. Don't casually fall into a demonic state again." Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Then, he cupped his hands towards the expert before jogging towards the spiral staircase. The moment he stepped into the staircase, the spiritual light tower, which was like a star domain, suddenly shook. The star domain slowly wriggled. Under the nervous gazes of countless people, it slowly turned into a storm with the color of a star domain and raged outside the spiritual light tower. Chapter 647. The star-field-colored storm came extremely suddenly, causing those students who were close to it to be unable to dodge in time. They could only watch as the storm hit their bodies and bounced off. However, those students who were bounced off were all prepared to vomit blood, but they only felt that they were bounced off by a gust of wind and did not suffer any substantial injuries. When they turned their heads back, they saw that a huge whirlwind had already formed 10 feet away from the spiritual light pagoda. Even Elder Liu, who was guarding the pagoda, was stunned. He hurriedly waved his hand to blow away the students who were still in front of the door, while he himself flew out of the pagoda. What happened? What happened? The strange phenomenon of the spiritual light pagoda has changed again. What's the situation this time? Passing through the 5th level lit up a starry sky. Passing through the 6th level, the starry sky converged into the pagoda. Could this starry sky storm be the 7th level? Someone passed through the 7th level. Looking at the huge starry sky storm, a hint of astonishment surged onto the faces of the students. 7th level. At this moment, they were still cultivating in the 1st and 2nd level. Many people could not even touch the 3rd level, but someone passed through the 7th level. It should be an elder. It's impossible for a student to pass through the 7th level. However, after thinking about it, many students heaved a sigh of relief. The teachers and elders had said that only gods could pass through the 5th level and above. Then, this 7th level was definitely caused by an elder. That's right. However, when Elder Lu heard these words, his eyebrows twitched. Soon after, he laughed bitterly. That's right, my foot. That wasn't caused by an elder. It was caused by that person whom you all said was impossible. However, after looking at Mei Mao, who was filled with worry and joy, Xin, he closed his mouth again and could not help but laugh bitterly. Who asked him to promise that he would absolutely not tell anyone. At this moment, when he thought about it, his mouth really itched, and he wanted to expose this truth. Sigh. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have agreed to it. Elder Lu looked depressed. She was excited because Yun Nuoxing's first test was to pass the trial of light on the 7th stage. Now that she saw that he had completed it, she was happy for him. As for her nervousness, it was because Yun Nuoxing would always risk his life. She didn't know what had happened in the spiritual light pagoda and wasn't too sure what the darkness on the 6th stage was. However, Elder Jin Shun had mentioned that there was a divine underworld expert on the 7th stage. Therefore, she was somewhat nervous. Even though she knew that Yun Nuoxing could defeat a divine underworld expert, she still couldn't help but feel nervous. The Starfield storm lasted for less than half a minute before gradually disappearing. In an instant, the sky calmed down, while the spiritual light pagoda returned to its most tranquil golden color, as though nothing had happened. However, countless people had seen the massive dreamlike phenomenon, which was magnificent and gorgeous. At this moment, they really wanted to see which elder had such courage to pass through the 7th step of the spiritual light pagoda. Girl, I'm at the place where I trained last time. Xian's heart suddenly jumped as a gentle voice rang out in her mind, causing her to be slightly startled. The voice was extremely gentle and powerful, causing the huge rock in her heart to slowly be put down. Soon after, she couldn't help but sweetly smile, causing the surrounding students to stare blankly at her. This scene almost caused them to drool. Ziyin paid no attention to the gazes in the surroundings as she lightly turned around, and then her delicate figure twisted before flashing swiftly towards the depths of the mountain. She knew as well that those people that were waiting for a certain elder were about to fail because he'd already left the Spirit Light Pagoda. Seeing her leave, Elder Lu seemed to have understood something. With his hands behind his back, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. These two mysterious little fellows had always been hiding themselves. They were clearly gold, yet they didn't release any light. Or rather, they didn't plan to release any light. Forget it. I don't understand what the youngsters these days are thinking. Elder Lu sighed. The phenomenon of the spiritual light pagoda had attracted quite a number of people, including many elders and teachers. It wasn't good for him to call everyone away at once. Thus, he returned to the entrance and quietly sat down, closing his eyes to rest. In the great mountain of the academy, Xian controlled the wind element and rapidly flew over the sea of trees at lightning speed. In less than 10 minutes, she saw a familiar mountain peak. On top of it, there was a familiar figure standing alone, like a divine sword standing on the mountain peak, reserved and deep. Little Star, seeing the familiar black figure, Xian couldn't help but smile. With a twist of her delicate body, a gust of wind swept past. With a flash, she appeared beside Yun Nuoxing. The sudden appearance of a figure beside her caused Yun Nuoxing, who was meditating, to open her eyes. Turning her head, she saw Xian's smiling appearance and couldn't help but smile. Staring at her clear and moving crystal eyes, her heart felt slightly warm. She suddenly stretched out her arms and embraced the girl's slender waist. The girl was caught off guard by this sudden action. A faint blush instantly appeared on her delicate cheeks. Although she was somewhat startled in her heart, she didn't resist. She could feel that her heart was churning a little and wasn't as calm and distant as she appeared on the surface. She slowly stretched out her jade-like arms and tightly hugged Yin Nuoxing's waist, as though she wanted to merge the two of them into one. Girl! Yin Nuoxing slightly lowered her head and buried her head in Xian's hair. Gently sniffing the girl's delicate fragrance, she gently stroked her hair and muttered, "Go, don't come back." The girl's soft and delicate body suddenly stiffened. A heart-wrenching despair flitted across her beautiful glass-like eyes. It was as if her heart had died at that moment. However, she very quickly felt that something was wrong. That was because the body of the youth in her embrace was faintly trembling. The arms that were hugging her had also increased in strength. Among the countless churning emotions in his heart, she seemed to have read some longing and reluctance to part. Her soft red lips gently parted. However, before she could say anything, Yun Nuoxing faintly sighed and slowly told her about what had happened on the 6th and 7th levels of the spiritual light pagoda. Perhaps even he himself didn't know that he had long regarded the girl as someone he could rely on in his heart. She was one of the few safe havens in his heart. Therefore, he had never hidden these matters from her, including Ziyi and the others. Only he himself knew about what had happened in the spiritual light pagoda. At this moment, he was telling them everything. The youth's pained and helpless voice resounded in her ears. That faint narration caused a sliver of heartache to flash across the girl's beautiful eyes. She also knew why he had asked her to leave just now. "I'm afraid that there will be a day when I won't be able to control myself. The first time, in the ghastly forest, I managed to retain the last of my rationality. This time, in the spiritual light pagoda, I was able to forcefully control my nearly out-of-control mind. What about the next time? What about the next time? I can't guarantee it. I only know that there will be a day when I'm completely unable to control myself. Maybe I'll swing my sword at you. I don't want to see that scene." Yin Nuoxing fiercely clenched his teeth. That sentence kept echoing in his heart, causing him to feel very agitated. He was also very afraid. He was afraid that there would be a day when he would turn into a demon and go crazy, pointing his butcher's knife at the people around him. You are the embodiment of disaster. Everyone who gets close to you will be tainted by your sins. In the end, they will also be unable to escape death. It's you who caused their deaths. He couldn't help but murmur this sentence, causing the girl's delicate body to tremble slightly. Mei Mao's heart ached for him. Had he always been burdened with these bad memories? How had he managed to hold on for so many years? The air was silent for a long time. Xian didn't answer. Her delicate body pressed tightly against the youth's body. Her two full mounds were pressed tightly against his chest, causing her to have a slight shortness of breath. The warmth from the youth's body calmed her unstable heart once again. So, he didn't really dislike her. She also didn't expect that when she said she would leave, the moment when it almost became a reality, she would feel so hopeless. So, she wasn't as strong as she thought she was after a long time. Xian gently patted Yin Nuoxing's back. Tenderness and love flashed across her clear Mei Mao's eyes. Just as he was feeling helpless and absent-minded, she gently lifted her red lips and bit his lips. Caught off guard by this sudden deep kiss, Yin Nuoxing's head turned red with a bang, and his heart felt as if hundreds of fireworks had been set off, exploding until his head was dizzy, and he did not react for a long time. He only felt that the jade arms on his back and waist were hugging him even tighter, causing him to be unable to escape. For about 15 minutes, Yin Nuoxing was suppressed and couldn't move. Their breaths hit each other's faces. That alluring fragrance made Yin Nuoxing dizzy. A flame quietly rose in his heart, giving him a fright. He quickly suppressed it, firmly suppressing it. After a while, Xian gently let go of Yin Nuoxing's little mouth. As if she hadn't had enough, she gently pecked his lips a few times. When she saw his beautiful red face, she gently smiled, lowered her head slightly, and pressed her little face against Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. She gently said, "Little star, I love you." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing finally reacted. The redness on his face slowly disappeared. After a long time, he returned to normal. He let out a long sigh and helplessly shook his head. As expected, a few words can't drive away a little shadow like you. Hearing this, Xian also gently smiled. If Little Star can drive me away, then all my previous efforts would have been in vain. We already made a promise. Yun Nuoxing still wanted to say something, but Xian beat him to it. Back then, we agreed that I would use the rest of my life to melt your ice heart. At that time, Little Star didn't reject me, so you can't drive me away anymore. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Was this considered his fault? But if there comes a day when I really can't control myself, what will you do then? After a long sigh, Yun Nuoxing's face was a little gloomy. At that time, who would be able to stop him when he had so many God-grade weapons and eternal weapons? When that time comes, let me stop Little Star. Xian gently smiled and rubbed her beautiful face against his. Her gentle words contained a determination that shocked even Yun Nuoxing. The girl in his arms didn't answer for a long time. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. A gentle breeze swept his side to the distant horizon, blowing his robe and long hair that were tightly stuck together. Along with the wind, his messy emotions were also blown. "Sai, I've lost you." After a long time, Yun Nuoxing finally said something, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even he felt very helpless. He rarely encountered anything that made him feel helpless and helpless. This girl was one of them. It seemed that he would always lose to her. This made him very speechless. Was this his nemesis? Or was it a calamity that he couldn't escape from? Hearing this, Xian smiled mischievously. She gently pouted her red lips and kissed Yun Nuoxing deeply on the lips. His body stiffened again. Before he could recover, the former's words directly blasted him until he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. "Little Star, I want to have sex with you." Seeing his beautiful face turn pale in an instant, as if he had completely forgotten what had just happened, Xian smiled in satisfaction. Then Mei Mao smiled and said in a slightly charming voice, "I plan to buy some medicine after Little Star falls asleep." "No. Stop. Don't think about it anymore. I was wrong. Girl, I was wrong. Don't mess around. I'm warning you. Let go of me." Yun Nuoxing was so nervous that his face turned a few shades paler. His hands struggled wildly, trying to break free. However, he was tightly held by the two soft jade arms. Although he said no, his mind couldn't help but wander. It made his face so red that he almost had a nosebleed. In the spiritual world, Ziyi and the others heard this and suddenly clapped and cheered. Ziyi hurriedly wrote down this matter, making Yun Nuoxing so angry that he wanted to fight them to the death. However, after carefully weighing the number of people, he silently gave up on this idea. The memory of being humiliated last time was still fresh in his mind. Although it was a gentle humiliation, it was still a humiliation. A humiliation. Chapter 648. The first trial of the star test? I did complete it, but there seems to be a problem. Yun Nuoxing raised her head, her beautiful multicolored eyes sparkling as she looked at Xian. She scratched her head, but her reply made her slightly startled. A problem? Seeing her looking at her curiously, Yun Nuoxing helplessly rubbed her face, sighed, and said, "The first trial of light can be considered completed, and it's about the same as what I guessed. Passing the 7th floor is considered passing, but the problem lies in passing." After pausing for a moment, Yun Nuoxing shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "In short, it's just one sentence. He said that I passed too quickly, and he wants me to stay in the academy until I graduate. Moreover, during this period, I have to complete the 2nd trial of fire. As for helping you take back the fire origin, that's another requirement of the 2nd trial, so it doesn't count for now. But the trial of fire is at the Yanli Academy in the Ganyuan region. right? It's one of the elemental academies along with the Yuguang Academy. Don't tell me I have to make a trip to the Yanli Academy in the Ganyuan region? Xian's Mei Mao gently said, I don't know, but there's still a lot of time. Moreover, the difficulty of the first 7 trials of the star test won't change until I break through to the initial god level. Of course, this condition is dispensable to me, and I don't dare to cultivate it now. Yin Nuashing spread her hands and sighed. I'll try to see if I can expel the demonic aura in my soul later. Rubbing her fingers rapidly, Yin Nuashing pondered for a long time before taking a deep breath. Seeing Xian's worried Mei Mao, she couldn't help but smile and said, Don't worry, with that spirit of light, I'm confident that the success rate will be raised to 60%. Even if it doesn't work, there's still that barrier that will prevent me from suffering a backlash. When Xian heard this, she gently nodded her head and faintly sighed. She walked over to him with light steps and extended her jade-like arms to hug him. Then, she walked to the side and took out the Dragoncry sword. A trace of determination appeared on her face. It seemed that she was going to protect Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing smiled faintly. With her protection, she was really at ease. Without much hesitation, Yin Nuashing took a few deep breaths and sat cross-legged under the shade of the tree. Her consciousness slowly entered the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, Ziyi and the others were waiting in the courtyard made of flames. When they saw Yin Nuashing appear, they also focused slightly. They knew what he was going to do, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. Would this move be accurate? When Yin Nuashing appeared and saw Ziyi and the other women's serious expressions, she was slightly startled. She also felt the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, she walked to the table and sat down. Kaixia, you said before that you can increase the success rate by 30%. How do you do it? Yin Nuashing stared blankly at the light elf, who was staring at him with her beautiful eyes. That kind of feeling was as if she was staring at food. But thinking about how he had become her long-term meal ticket, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Mei Mao's golden eyes, which were as dazzling as the sun, blinked. After a while, she said, It's very simple. Sign a contract with me, and I'll bestow you with the ability to purify. This contract can only be broken when one party dies. Speaking of which, how did you come here? When you said little fairy last time, do you have any other meaning? Yin Nuashing asked again. Our world also has its own hierarchy. Little fairies are the lowest level existences. I'm also just a little fairy. In our world, according to strength, I'm considered a very ordinary member. However, the place I'm from has a very high status, and there are many forbidden techniques. One day, I accidentally touched a forbidden technique and ended up here. Kaixia sighed softly and said faintly, Myriad God Realm. There are records of this magical land left behind on the ancient tablet. However, since I came here, I have no way to go back. This world doesn't have the energy needed to use fairy techniques, and I can't cultivate either. It's a waste of my youth. Yin Nuashing was a little speechless. Who told you to play with that forbidden technique? It's already said that it's a forbidden technique. How can you casually touch it? Now you've tasted the pain. Cough. Yin Nuashing coughed softly. Her face was a little embarrassed as she said, I have a very rude question, but I still want to ask. Your age is over 1,000,000, right? Your strength isn't high, so why are you still so young? Hearing this question, Kaixia rolled her eyes and leaned on the table. She looked sideways at Yin Nuashing. She originally wanted to despise him, but when she thought that he would be her future breadwinner, she held back and said helplessly, Our fairy clan's lifespan is close to eternal. How can we die so easily? Even in this place, it's better to call it fairy energy here. Even in this place where fairy energy is scarce, it's enough to support us for many years. Otherwise, how do you think our ancestors who came to the Myriad God Realm survived? Speaking up to here, Kaixia sighed again. But even after so many years of hard work, our ancestors still couldn't survive in this world of the gods. Back then, countless fairies had to sacrifice their lives to open the fairy gate and escape back to our world. In the Myriad God Realm, There was no energy required to perform fairy techniques, and the energy required to cross the timeline was too large. When the fairies evacuated from the myriad god realm, they sacrificed the lives of countless fairies to successfully send a portion of them back to their world. Even if they escaped back, the fairies' vitality was greatly damaged. No one knew how many years it would take for them to recover. Yin Nuashing took a sip of tea. This was the first time he heard of these ancient secrets. How do we make the contract? He sighed and changed the topic. Just give me a drop of blood, and I'll take care of the rest. Kaixia sighed softly. She seemed to be somewhat helpless and reluctant. When every fairy signs a contract, they have to try their best to find a suitable contract partner. And the higher the degree of compatibility, the more power they get from the contract. But now, in order to survive, I have no other choice. Why do I feel like you're very reluctant? Is my degree of compatibility not high? Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. He always felt that she was disgusted with him. I only know that you have the light element in your body. I don't know anything else. The energy I have left is only enough for me to survive and sign the contract. Kaixia's eyelids drooped slightly, and there was an unconcealable gloominess on her bright little face. Her delicate body curled up on the chair was also trembling slightly, and even the radiance on her face was restrained. You just ate a large amount of my light element yesterday. Yin Nuashing muttered in his heart, but he didn't think much about it. Star power condensed into a needle in his hand, and he poked it lightly with his fingertip. A drop of reddish-gold blood slowly flowed out and dripped into the air. As if afraid that it wasn't enough, he dripped another drop, and only then did he seal the wound. He grimaced, letting out blood was still a little painful. With a flick of his finger, the drop of blood the size of a longan was flicked in front of Kaixia. The latter raised her head, and when she saw the drop of blood, she was startled. Her small, delicate nose twitched slightly, and a touch of doubt surged in her bright eyes. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy Fairy King?" Yin Nuashing was also startled. He tilted his head and asked doubtfully, "What is it?" Mei Mao looked at the drop of reddish-gold blood in confusion. After a moment, she shook her head, took it, and said softly, "No, I'm wrong. The light contained in your blood is very large. It is at least at the level of a great fairy, and the strange energy in it is very similar to the aura of the Fairy King in our world." Yin Nuashing was puzzled. Was she talking about the bloodline of the gods? Before he could ask, Kaixia had already held the drop of blood in her hand. Her small palm released a little bit of light, and her small mouth opened slightly. The ancient rumbling sound seemed to fall from the sky, echoing in this spiritual world. It was as if a grand sacrifice was being held. Thousands of races were worshipping, all living beings were kowtowing, and thousands of blessings were sprinkled on the world. In a trance, there seemed to be a solemn name. The grand sacrificial sound seemed to have transcended the ancient and modern times, and spread from the ancient times to here. Ziyi and the others were startled. They all turned their gazes toward Kaixia. However, she also widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Her jade-like hand that was holding the drop of blood was constantly trembling. There was something that was beyond her control. However, once the contract started, it could no longer be stopped. The reddish-gold blood quietly blended into the small white jade hand. Kaixia's delicate body exuded a bright light, and a huge phantom vaguely appeared behind her, blurred and unrecognizable. Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes. Every time that solemn voice came out, it would cause the sealed demonic qi in his soul to tremble slightly. It was as if it was being suppressed, but also as if it was being purified. The rumbling sounds were like tens of thousands of bells ringing in the sky. Golden light spread out from Yin Nuashing's body as he felt an aura. It was the aura of the rosy clouds. Feng'er looked at the two of them slightly nervously. It was also her first time seeing an elf. She didn't know what would happen when she formed a contract with her. Moreover, that ancient sacrificial sound made her feel slightly uneasy. That voice was repeatedly chanting something. It was ancient and solemn, like a golden bell, like a pilgrimage of thousands. In her memory fragments, there were some vague impressions, but she couldn't remember it clearly. Yin Nuoxing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. As the demonic qi slowly trembled, he had a bold idea. Furthermore, after this idea rushed into his mind, it firmly occupied that place. I'm going to do something. I'll leave this place to you. His eyes flickered slightly. After a moment, Yin Nuoxing gritted his teeth, glanced at Kai Xia, and quickly said. Then, his gaze swept over Ziyi, Feng Air, and Exine Air. He nodded lightly, and his consciousness quickly disappeared from the spiritual world. Abruptly opening his eyes, a surge of light elemental particles overflowed from his body. Yin Nuoxing lowered his head. He could feel the light elemental particles running through his body in joy. That strange feeling made him feel slightly comfortable. A strange imprint appeared on his chest, but the flower bud seemed to have sensed something. It swayed slightly, pushing the imprint that was forming to the top of his heart before returning to its original state. Seeing the domineering appearance of the flower bud, Yin Nuoxing was speechless. However, he didn't have time to care too much at this time. He suddenly stood up and turned around. Under the tree, a pair of brilliant Mei Mao was staring at him. She was holding a silver sword in her hand. When she saw him looking over, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Yin Nuoxing also smiled. Then, he turned his head and took a deep breath. 6 wings slowly appeared on his back and spread out. When the 6 wings spread out, the world dimmed slightly. However, it quickly returned to normal, making people think that it was an illusion. The 6 wings spread out to a size of 300 feet. They greedily absorbed the light elements drifting between heaven and earth. Even the sunlight was absorbed by them and landed on Yin Nuoxing's body. That area was condensed with an endless amount of light elements. It was like a dazzling burning sun, dazzling and dazzling. Xian, who was under the tree, saw this scene and quickly covered her eyes with her hands. The light elements were too dense. It gave her the feeling that it was no different from the 2 suns in the sky. It was incomparably brilliant. Moreover, there was also a blazing feeling that was constantly expanding. She was slightly startled and quickly retreated. The might of the light elements was too great. At this time, it was condensed with the power of the sun. Even if she held the Dragoncry sword, she wouldn't be able to resist for too long. Just as Xian retreated from the mountain peak, the dense light elements suddenly expanded. It was like a blazing fireball that rose up and slowly condensed to a size of 300 feet. That blazing radiance was comparable to the sunlight in the sky. It was as if a 3rd sun had risen. Even the people at the Farlight Academy were astonished to feel that the sky seemed to have become much brighter. Bang! The fireball gradually rose into the air and suddenly emitted a dull sound. It was as if a violent explosion had occurred inside. A blazing wave of fire shot out from the fireball and spread out. It was clearly light elements, but it displayed the burning characteristics of fire elements. And on Yin Nuoxing's body, an extremely large amount of light elements was unceasingly rushing towards her soul. A transparent crystal layer appeared on her forehead. Her terrifying soul force was also exploding with a loud rumble like the fireball. Her soul body was dyed golden. The light elements were like a tide, densely packed like ants, wrapping around that thin layer of golden light. Inside, there was a black liquid that looked like a drop of water. Rush in. A voice fiercely echoed in her mind. Yin Nuoxing clenched her teeth. Her soul force wrapped around the light elements and swept towards the black liquid, penetrating that layer of light in an instant. And when a big hole appeared in the light screen, that black liquid seemed to have sensed the taste of freedom. Just as it was about to move, a golden wave slapped it to the ground. The space inside the light screen was quickly filled with light elements. Finally, the light elements that rushed in even mended the hole in the light screen. Close the door and beat the dog, Yin Nuoxing silently chanted. She took a deep breath and formed a hand seal with both hands. Inside the light screen, a blazing radiance was emitted. The golden tide covered the black liquid and submerged it in the golden waves. The black liquid couldn't be found. The imprint above her heart was also completely formed at this time. A holy aura spread out from Yun Nuoxing's body like ripples from the fireball, spreading towards the surroundings. The plants that were touched by the golden halo would gently sway, their branches flourishing, seeming to have some vitality. And the tree closest to the fireball was dyed with a faint golden color. Moreover, it was slowly spreading towards the entire tree, as if it had been assimilated by the light elements. In the spiritual world, Kai Xia, who had completed the contract, also stared at Mei Mao in astonishment. A colorful imprint appeared between her eyebrows. That imprint was exactly the same as the one that had just appeared on Yun Nuoxing's body. And after the imprint appeared, there was also an inexplicable change in her body. The most noticeable thing was that her aura was crazily rising. Rich light elements wrapped around her slender body like flames. A touch of astonishment flitted across her golden, sun-like eyes, as well as some joy. What a huge power! I'm going to evolve. Kai Xia couldn't help but murmur. Her voice contained unconcealable joy. However, Ziyi and the others didn't have time to pay attention to her at this time. They were all staring ahead in a daze. They all knew what Yun Nuoxing was doing at this time, but at this moment, they could only pray. Chapter 649. The golden sun was incomparably resplendent, hanging high above the horizon. It was as if 3 suns had appeared in the sky, illuminating the earth in a dazzling golden color. Rings of golden waves extended from the horizon, passing through the far light academy. Those students who were observing the phenomenon were all swept by this golden light. Immediately, they felt as if their bodies were being purified, and their bodies and mind were sublimated. The elders and teachers who were teaching suddenly stopped as the majestic, purifying power swept past their bodies. Then, they raised their heads in astonishment and looked at the spot where the brilliant starlight was. A moment later, countless figures soared into the sky from the Long Guang Academy and flew towards the spot where the 3rd sun had appeared. However, just as everyone was about to move, the sun suddenly disappeared. The purifying power also weakened in a few breaths and finally disappeared, causing everyone to be stunned. It disappeared. However, there were still quite a few people who flew in that direction, wanting to see what had happened. The newly born sun was extremely brilliant. Unfortunately, no one was lucky enough to see what had just happened. It only lasted for a short minute before it disappeared. However, there were still 2 lucky fellows who saw the scene of the dazzling fireball rising. They were stunned on the spot and did not react until the fireball disappeared. Both of them were tall and had the appearance of a young man and a young woman. The young man was dressed in a blue robe, and his long hair was tied into 2 small braids that draped over his cheeks. His astonished face looked very handsome and gave off a somewhat lazy feeling. The young girl stood gracefully in the air. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her soft long hair was like a waterfall that flowed behind her, gently dancing in the wind. Her clear and transparent eyes made one feel the tranquility in her heart, and her exquisite appearance made one drool endlessly. However, at this moment, the young man put away his laziness. There was also a hint of surprise in the young woman's eyes. That place, that should be the cultivation ground where Brother Yun is. Could something have happened? The 2 of them were Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian. They had originally come deep into the mountains to cultivate, but they had inadvertently discovered this scene. At this moment, they were somewhat hesitant. They were less than 100 miles away from the mountain peak, and the purifying power had also swept past them. Could this be considered as being sensed? If we were discovered peeping again, will we be killed? Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, he held Yi Qinglian's small hand and controlled the wind elements to fly towards the mountain peak that was not far away. If it was them, there would be no need to hide. The mountain peak was in the center of the golden sun, but it was not melted by the blazing light. It was only dyed golden, and the golden light shone brilliantly, like a golden mountain. Even the surrounding plants were dyed golden. Sunlight poured down and landed on the golden mountain, reflecting in the air, making the sky appear a faint golden color. After the golden sun disappeared, a purple figure quickly flew over. Her beautiful eyes looked around and finally fixed on the golden tree on the mountain peak. There, a young man descended from the sky and staggered a few steps. Seeing this, the girl's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Her delicate body twisted, and a storm rolled up and quickly flew over. Little star, riding on the storm, she appeared in the distance in a flash and appeared beside the youth. Looking at the slightly pale and exquisite face, a trace of heartache flashed across her bright eyes. Her jade-like hand wrapped around his waist and supported him to slowly sit down. Yin Nuoxing gasped for breath. Her vision was a little blurry and her eyes were a little sleepy. She wanted to fall asleep, but when she thought of her own situation, her body shivered. She bit the tip of her tongue to wake herself up. She submerged her consciousness into her soul. Looking at the big golden ball at the chest of her soul, she could not help but sigh. In the middle of the golden ball of light, there was a small black dot. It was less than 1/10 the size of the golden ball of light, but it stubbornly defended itself. However, Yin Nuoxing was a little dissatisfied when she saw the black dot being suppressed. She was even a little irritated. Although the black dot was temporarily suppressed by the golden ball of light, the former was eating away at the latter's energy. Although one of them was black and the other was gold, the origin of the origin was the light element. They could be converted to each other, but the conversion speed was very slow. However, the black dot was not impatient. It ate away at the golden ball of light bit by bit until the day it completely ate away at it. That would be the day it broke out of its cage. I failed. After letting out a long sigh, Yin Nuoxing shook her head with a bitter smile. Her helpless voice made Xian's expression change slightly. She nervously held her hand, flapping the 6 wings on his back lightly. Yin Nuoxing was a little dejected. He let out a long sigh. Although I failed, I didn't say that I was immediately devoured. Using the purification power of that elf and my light element, I managed to suppress it. However, that demonic aura is slowly eroding the suppressed light element. It's very slow. It might take a few years, but one day it will break free. However, if I advance again now, I don't have to worry about the 80% probability. Yin Nuoxing smiled. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or worry. She only sighed in relief. However, the next sentence made her worry again. The 80% probability has been reduced to 20%. Although there's a 40% probability that I will be unlucky this time, but this 20% probability can't be bad, right? Yin Nuoxing shrugged. The expression on her face was also very complicated. This time, she had failed, but she had unexpectedly suppressed it. She didn't even have to worry about it for the next 8 to 10 years. If she didn't advance again, hearing this, Xian slowly calmed down. Mei Mao looked at her with a reproachful expression. Then, she couldn't help but tease, "Didn't you boast that your luck is greater than the heavens, and that no unlucky things will happen to you? So there's a little star who is unlucky enough to encounter it." Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and rubbed her beautiful hair with both hands. He sighed and said, "No matter how lucky you are, there will be a day when you fall into the gutter." After being tormented by him for a while, Xian finally broke free from his evil clutches. Then, he muttered to himself as he tidied up her beautiful long hair. After a while, Mei Mao glanced at Yin Nuoxing a few times. She took a table out of nowhere and spread a roll of white paper on it. She smiled and pushed him, pointing to a place as if she was asking him to go over. Yin Nuoxing scratched her head in confusion. Without hesitation, she jumped up and looked down at Xian's movements from above. Finally, she understood. She couldn't help but chuckle. Her 6 wings folded slightly, and she held the Netherworld Ruin sword in her right hand in front of her with an incomparably determined expression. Looking at this posture, she felt that it was okay. She nodded at Xian. The latter couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She said softly, "Those wings and the Netherworld Ruin sword are too complicated." However, as she spoke, the pen in her hand had already landed a faint stroke on the paper. She raised her head from time to take a look, then buried her head in the paper and painstakingly painted. He glanced down from the corner of his eyes. Yin Nuoxing didn't know how to draw, But at this moment, when he saw Zi Yin concentrating on each stroke, those beautiful lines, and the tip of the brush that never stopped, he couldn't help but say in his heart, "Although I don't understand, it seems to be very powerful." Yin Nuashing suddenly felt some fluctuations. She raised her eyebrows, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. However, when she saw how focused Xian was, she didn't dare to move. She could only stay motionless in this posture. The sunlight dimmed slightly, and a gentle breeze blew. The golden tree behind her swayed gently with a rustling sound. The world seemed to have quieted down. After about half an hour, Xian put down the pen in his hand with satisfaction. Then, he used the power of the 5 elements to adjust something on the painting. After a while, he waved his hand and called out to Yin Nuashing. Seeing this, Yin Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. She moved her slightly numb arm and jumped down from the air. When she saw her smiling face, she couldn't help but smile. She patted her head gently and lowered her head to look at the painting. There was a golden tree in the painting, and a girl with 6 colorful wings on her back was holding a purplish-black sword that was even larger than her body. Her pretty little face was filled with an unshakable determination, and her long and narrow phoenix eyes were deep and reserved. Her black windbreaker was flapping in the wind, and her colorful long hair was fluttering in the wind. She was like a war god, exuding an awe-inspiring battle intent. Girl, this isn't right. This isn't it. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong. When Yin Nuashing saw the face in the painting, her beautiful face couldn't help but fall. However, after carefully comparing it, she felt that there was nothing wrong with it. She suddenly felt a little depressed. There's nothing wrong with it. Little Star isn't used to that face yet. Xian smiled. She raised her hand and caressed Yin Nuashing's face. She gently kneaded it. This face that was more beautiful than a woman's. She really couldn't get tired of looking at it 100 times. Yin Nuashing's cheeks were slightly red from being pinched by the warm and soft hands. He coughed dryly and gently grabbed the 2 snow-white hands. Then he snapped his fingers, and 2 golden chains burst out from the hidden space of the windbreaker. With a burst of clattering sounds, they finally swept down the mountain peak as fast as lightning. Xian was shocked by his sudden action. A moment later, she heard a series of exclamations from the foot of the mountain, causing her to be a little stunned. However, when she saw the 2 chains retract and 2 familiar people, she couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. Yo, Brother Yin, are you done painting? Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian laughed dryly. The thick golden chains wrapped around their waists. The former even stretched out her hand to greet them. You two, are you thieves? Are you satisfied? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. It was fine if they peeked the first time, but why did they have to peek the second time? Moreover, they were caught by her twice. No. We didn't see anything. We didn't see the blazing sun. We didn't see those gorgeous wings. I didn't see anything. I'm a little blind today. Lin Sheng shrugged and grinned. Yin Nuashing and Xian laughed bitterly. Didn't they see everything? They had encountered 2 big movements. This was really fun. Then what did you guess? Yin Nuashing pushed up her non-existent glasses, crossed her palms, and asked calmly. What? Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian looked at each other in confusion. They looked at her in confusion, not understanding what she was saying. Couldn't guess? Seeing the 2 of them like that, Yin Nuashing was also a little confused. The thing on his back should have a very obvious characteristic. Back in Divine Sky City, the 6-winged thing had become a big characteristic because of it. However, Lin Sheng and Xian didn't recognize it now. This made him feel relieved but also a little depressed. He had such a gorgeous characteristic, but they couldn't recognize it. Nothing. Are you here to cultivate? Yin Nuashing waved his hand, and 6-winged quietly retracted back to his back. He changed the topic so that they wouldn't be able to recognize him if they kept thinking about it. Hearing this, Lin Sheng scratched the back of his head and laughed. Elder Jin Shin asked me to inform you that we will head to the Sword God Pavilion tomorrow. Yin Nuashing was a little stunned. Then, she couldn't help but laugh. In the 3rd assessment, the top 10 people could enter the so-called Sword God Pavilion. However, she didn't care at all. She had long forgotten about it. Also, a large group of students is flying here quickly. They will probably arrive in half an hour. Then, Lin Sheng said something that made Yin Nuoxing speechless. The latter couldn't help but cover her face. Had the commotion just now alarmed the Yuanguang Academy? Seeing her face constantly twitching, Lin Sheng was also a little amused. This guy had been carefully hiding himself. Lin Sheng didn't know what he was after. If he had such a strong power like Yin Nuoxing, the first thing he would do would be to bring Yi Qinglian home. After being in a daze for a while, Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly. She stomped her foot, and a teleportation portal appeared. Then, she disappeared with a few of them. After they disappeared, a figure slowly appeared in the sky above the golden mountain. Her turbid eyes looked at the mountain below. Then, with a flash, she disappeared as if she had never existed. Chapter 650. When the next morning arrived, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian arrived at the palace area early in the morning and woke up Yin Nuoxing and Yi Qinglian. When they saw the latter's disheveled appearance, Lin Sheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of water and almost had a nosebleed. Yi Qinglian also reflexively stretched out her jade-like hand and pulled Yin Nuoxing's clothes back into place. However, when the two of them came to their senses, they remembered that Yin Nuoxing seemed to be a boy. Even so, Lin Sheng could not help but take a few more glances at her, causing Yi Qinglian to despise him. After tidying up for a while, Yin Nuoxing and Xian walked out of the door. They saw Mountain and the other two at the door and were stunned for a moment. When he saw their grinning faces, he was a little puzzled. "We're going to the Sword God Pavilion today. Have you forgotten that you made the 15 of us fight for 7 spots that day?" Mountain laughed and patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder, startling him. "Are they also inside? Why didn't I see them? We changed our clothes a little at that time, so it's normal that you didn't recognize us." Lin Xian could not help but laugh when he saw his stunned expression. Yin Nuoxing suddenly understood. Then he rolled his eyes and said, "If you guys are here, just come up directly. Why make it so complicated? We're going to fight for the title of number 1 among the new students. It's meaningless to just go up." Mountain smiled. Then he scratched his head and laughed dryly. "Although we didn't get it." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and looked at the silent Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian. He coughed dryly and introduced them to each other. The few of them greeted each other rather cheerfully and could be considered to have gotten to know each other. The few of them chatted for a while before leaving the new student area and flying towards the giant sword mountain. Yin Nuoxing didn't really care about the so-called Sword God Pavilion and the so-called rewards. When Xian saw that he didn't care, she didn't care about it either. The level of the heavenly evolution of the 5 elements that she cultivated also increased along with her strength, so she didn't have to worry about Xian techniques. Moreover, Yin Nuoxing had many high-level Xian techniques and Xian techniques. He didn't hide those things and said that if she wanted to learn them, she could look for him. However, this made her a little embarrassed. Yin Nuoxing and the others did not mind, but Lin Sheng and the others were very moved. Looking at their excited expressions, one could tell. After all, in the High Light Academy, if one wanted to learn high-level Xian techniques, one had to use the High Light Academy's currency, energy value. And all the students in the academy were working hard for energy value at all times. Without this special currency, it was difficult to move around the High Light Academy. They even had to pay rent for their residence. Without energy value, they would have to sleep on the streets. As for the Sword God Pavilion, it was a rather special place that made countless students drool. However, this was a place that couldn't be entered even if one had energy value. Only those students who had obtained special rewards had the chance to enter and explore, relying on their own luck to obtain an opportunity. This fortuitous encounter might be a profound technique, a divine weapon, or something else. Of course, the most precious thing might be those immortal-grade profound techniques. Profound techniques of that level would cause even initial divine realm experts to covet them. The group headed straight for the most majestic giant sword mountain in the academy. After about half an hour, they finally approached the giant sword mountain. They slowly descended in front of the giant sword mountain. When they raised their heads, they could see many figures standing upright on the giant sword mountain's hilt. The most outstanding ones were the two figures on the right who didn't have names and only had a string of question marks. Lin Sheng and the others looked at Yin Nuoxing and the others. The two of them only faintly smiled and didn't say anything. They even took out their masks and hats and firmly put them on. Not long after the seven of them landed, a figure appeared on the giant sword mountain. He slowly floated down and revealed himself. It was Yin Feng, who was in charge of the examination. After he floated down from the waist of the mountain, Yin Feng glanced at Yin Nuoxing and the others. His gaze paused on them for a while before he smiled and said, "Come on up. We're just waiting for you." After he finished speaking, Yin Feng waved his sleeves gently. A ray of light descended and covered Yin Nuoxing and the others. After which, his figure moved, and he brought the few of them to the waist of the giant sword mountain. When they got close to the giant sword mountain, they could see clearly that the giant sword mountain was like a giant sword mountain. It was like a giant sword mountain that was completely connected to the giant sword mountain below. It was as if a giant had forged the giant sword mountain on the giant sword mountain. After a while, Yin Feng brought the few of them to the waist of the giant sword mountain and landed in front of a large hall. He scanned the surroundings and discovered that there were more than 20 people present. Including the seven of them, there were exactly 30 people present. The moment their feet touched the ground, they felt waves of energy sweep across their bodies. When the waves of energy swept across the seven of them, they paused for a moment. Yin Nuoxing was also stunned. The waves of energy were very strong. "Greetings, Elder Yin Feng." When Yin Feng appeared, the 20 people all cupped their hands in greeting. After which, they glanced at Yin Nuoxing and Xian, who had followed them. They raised their heads to look at the figure in the sky, and a trace of respect flashed across their eyes. Yin Feng smiled and nodded his head. His gaze swept across the 30 people present. These 30 people could be considered as the most outstanding students among the three groups of freshmen this year. "All right, everyone is here. Let's go in." Yin Feng's gaze swept past them. After which, he suddenly turned around and flung his long robe. After which, he looked at the tightly shut doors of the giant sword mountain and nodded towards an unknown direction. Buzz! As he gently nodded his chin, the thick and heavy metal doors instantly lit up. A red light flashed through the gap between the two doors. Rays of light flowed across the enormous doors like water and followed a peculiar path. After which, the red light gradually faded. "Come!" Yin Feng waved his hand and took the lead to walk towards the large metal doors. Just as his body came into contact with the doors, light flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the 30 people behind him hurriedly followed in. Just as Yin Nuoxing and the rest came into contact with the large metal doors, their gazes suddenly flickered a few times. Their sensitive senses sensed a spatial fluctuation and their vision blurred. When they regained their senses, the scene in front of them had already changed. The surroundings were silvery blue, as if they were in a spatial tunnel. In the endless distance, there was a black hole like a black hole. The silvery blue tunnel was slowly shrinking towards the black hole. In front of him, there were 11 different colored light tunnels. Just like in the first test, the 11 tunnels represented 11 different types of power. Yin Feng's figure appeared in front of everyone. On his youthful face, there was a sly smile. He pointed at the 11 tunnels and smiled. "I believe that I don't need to say much. Your opportunities are inside. The 11 tunnels of the Sword God Pavilion lead to 12 regions and lead to a total of 132 places. The deeper you go, the harder it will be to obtain opportunities. Do what you can." Yin Nuoxing looked at the silver-blue spatial tunnel and looked at the black hole in the distance. She did not know why she had the urge to jump in. Cough. I'm being long-winded. The Sword God Pavilion is where the Farlight Academy keeps its collection. Moreover, as it is an academy under the name of the Nine Deity Hall, you should know the collection inside. Yin Feng said with a smile. This, upon hearing the words Nine Deity Hall, other than Yin Nuoxing and Yin Nuoxing, the rest of the people took a deep breath. Even the usually calm Lin Sheng's cheeks trembled and a solemn look flashed across his eyes. He was still in awe of the colossal Nine Deity Hall. Even Yi Qinglian's family was no exception. Seeing these exaggerated expressions, Yin Feng smiled even more happily. His eyes faintly glanced at Yin Nuoxing and looked at her with a smile. When the latter felt his gaze, she could not help but wave her fist. Her big eyes sparkled, and coupled with her delicate face, she looked exceptionally charming. Yin Feng could not help but laugh in his heart. He really did not know how these little fellows would feel if they knew his identity. Of course, don't be fooled by the treasures. Opportunities are not the most reliable. Even if you're given an opportunity, you may lose it. You have to act according to your ability. If you fail, you will return empty-handed. Yin Feng smiled. There's such a thing. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. There was a failure in receiving the reward? Yin Feng nodded and said, there are 11 tunnels, and each tunnel has 12 areas. There are countless collections. From the outside to the inside, the deeper the area, the better the items are hidden. Correspondingly, it is more difficult to obtain them. As for how to obtain them, it will be up to you. However, let me give you a piece of advice. You are the one who chose them, so don't be led by them. Don't blame me for not reminding you when you return empty-handed. Are there any other questions? Yin Feng waved his hand. Everyone looked at each other and then slowly shook their heads. There was some passion in their eyes. Clearly, the Sword God Pavilion had piqued their interest. Then, let's begin. I hope you'll gain something. Yin Feng nodded and waved his sleeve with a smile. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian looked at each other and smiled. Then, they said to Yin Nuoxing with a smile, we will be leaving first. After speaking, they held each other's hands and rushed into the tunnel that was flickering with an intense red light. Mountain and the other two smiled at Yin Nuoxing and Yi Qinglian. Their figures flashed and rushed into the tunnel. Everyone exclaimed in surprise and rushed toward the 11 tunnels. However, no one was interested in the bright golden tunnel. That was the light elemental tunnel, and no one had it. Yin Nuoxing and Yi Qinglian looked at everyone rushing into the tunnel and stood on the spot. The two of them looked at each other and seemed to be asking for each other's opinion. Yin Feng looked at the two of them who did not move and could not help but shake his head. These two little fellows really had no desires. Elder, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask. Yin Nuoxing raised her hand weakly and then asked, what will happen if we learn an elemental mystic technique that is not compatible with our own element? The power will be greatly reduced, and it will be difficult to unleash the power that we should have. However, we can extract that type of elemental energy from the heaven and earth to unleash it. However, the power will still be reduced. Yin Feng smiled. Sigh. Yin Nuoxing let out a long response. After which, he looked at the 11 tunnels and pondered for a moment. Finally, he looked at Ziyin. When the latter saw this, she involuntarily sighed. Her jade-like hand held his hand and pulled him swiftly towards the bright golden tunnel. This caused the former to involuntarily let out a bitter laugh. After watching the last two people rush into the tunnel, Yin Feng smiled and shook his head. He muttered, there is a divine mystic technique in the 12th zone. Let's see if these little fellows have the courage to rush over. Anyway, the 12th zone is there. Chapter 651. Two figures flashed through the bright golden tunnel. Not long after, the two of them quickly disappeared from the tunnel. When they reappeared, they were already in a golden plain. It was like a golden world with a brilliant galaxy hanging high in the sky. Countless stars could be seen descending from the sky. Meteors could also be seen streaking across the sky, leaving behind a dazzling trail of flames. When Yin Nuoxing and Ziyin landed on the golden plain, their field of vision instantly widened. In midair, balls of light covered the sky and danced chaotically. Yin Nuoxing raised his head and stared at the flying balls of light. In the center of the balls of light, there were scrolls, divine weapons, armors, and other strange things. There were so many balls of light that his field of vision was filled with balls of light that he felt dizzy. Suddenly, the balls of light in the sky seemed to have received some kind of order. A portion of them stopped, then suddenly fell towards Yin Nuoxing and Yin Nuoxing, leaving a long trail of flames behind them. It was like a falling meteor, and it was falling straight towards the two of them. Wow. Oh. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched a little as he looked at the burning meteorite that was 1,000 feet in size. Without even thinking, he grabbed Ziyin and lifted her up horizontally, after which he suddenly charged forward. The meteorite also accurately landed on the ground and let out a loud rumble. The sound of the explosion caused Yin Nuoxing and Ziyin to involuntarily turn their heads to take a look. The field of fire was set ablaze, but the balls of light inside were not burned. They landed on the ground and emitted blazing heat. Don't tell me I have to endure a meteor's descent to catch those balls of light. Seeing the balls of light falling like meteors, Yin Nuoxing suddenly thought of this question. His face twitched involuntarily. Should he try enduring a meteor's descent? He bent his hands slightly and grabbed the balls of light on the ground in the distance. He took a closer look, and all the information was absorbed into his eyes. Light transformation technique, a mid-grade superior grade mystic technique. Before he could finish looking at it, Yin Nuoxing casually tossed it back into the crater where the meteorite had crashed into. He really didn't care too much about a high-quality item. Yin Nuoxing stretched and said with a smile, "There are 12 regions. The deeper you go, the higher the grade. Although I don't need anything now, it's good to take a look." Ziyin stroked her hair and nodded with a smile. She wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled sweetly at him. Seeing that she didn't have any objections, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. He originally wanted to bring this girl to see if there were any good things in other places, but in the end, she pulled him into this light elemental tunnel without a second word. There was nothing here that suited her. He raised his head and looked at the curtain of light hanging down from the mountain range in the distance. He faintly smiled and moved his body. Light elemental energy condensed, then turned into a ray of light and quickly rushed towards the curtain of light. Yin Nuoxing passed through the curtain of light in almost an instant. He didn't stop. There was still a curtain of light in the distance. It seemed that there was a curtain of light between each region. However, he didn't feel any pressure when he passed through. He lowered his head and looked at Ziyin. Seeing that she was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. The condensed light elemental energy exploded like a bomb. In that instant, only a ray of light was left in the space. Then, the two figures disappeared. Yin Nuoxing sensed that he had been blocked 10 times. He hurriedly stopped and raised his head. The number of balls of light in the sky had decreased by a lot. There were only a dozen of them floating and rotating in the air. Powerful energy fluctuations were emitted. Sensing the fluctuations, Yin Nuoxing's beautiful eyes faintly flickered. High immortal rank. This should be the 11th layer. Could it be that there's a saint rank profound art on the 12th layer? Yin Nuoxing also took a few more glances at these balls of light. The level that was placed there was also very tempting, which made him slightly tempted. However, it was only tempting, not to the point of desire. With his current eyesight, the immortal grade was just enough to catch his eye. Rumble. A sudden explosion occurred on the flat ground. The place where the explosion occurred was where Yin Nuoxing and Yisheng were just a moment ago. However, Yin Nuoxing had already anticipated this and used the light element to dodge it. At this moment, when he turned his head, he saw that there were a few balls of light quietly falling on the ground. Among them, there was a dazzling golden armor in one of the balls of light. It looked very powerful. Looking at the armor, Yin Nuoxing pondered for a while. Although a high 7th rank armor was not bad, if he were to use this armor, he should be able to withstand an all-out attack from a divine underworld expert. However, he shook his head. At this moment, he controlled the power of space and was not afraid of a divine underworld expert. Moreover, he felt that it was a little heavy when he wore it. Most importantly, a 7th rank armor was not considered very high to him. He thought about it and decided to forget about it. If Lin Sheng and the others were to know that Yin Nuoxing was the first to rush into the 11th district and that there were so many divine rank treasures at his fingertips, yet he was still so picky, it was unknown whether they would be angered to death. After taking a few more glances, Yin Nuoxing shook his head resolutely. His figure leaped, and he arrived in front of the last light screen. This light screen seemed to have a solid substance. It was a brilliant golden color just like a huge golden rock. He stretched out his hand and pressed it lightly. He could clearly feel that it was very hard. The first 10 barriers were equivalent to nothing to him, but the last one was extremely hard. It seemed that immortal rank treasures were not so easy to obtain. Without hesitation, Yin Nuoxing directly took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Xian also obediently jumped down from his arms and stood beside him obediently. She did not say a word and only held a pair of Mei Mao as she looked at him with a smile. After holding the Netherworld Ruin Sword, his expression changed. It became calm and even carried some arrogance. She really liked this expression of his. Crack! He raised the Netherworld Ruin Sword and slashed it down without any energy. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the golden barrier. Then, the crack continued to crack in both directions. The purplish-black energy stuck to the golden mountain, causing it to crack continuously. Finally, the crack turned into a valley. He pulled Xian and flashed past. Soon, they passed through the solid golden light screen. When they came out of the golden light screen, it was still a brilliant golden plain. However, there were no more mountains in front of them. There was only a faint blue space. Obviously, this was the end of the golden tunnel. They had reached the end. After looking around, Yin Nuoxing raised his head. In the sky, there were no dense clusters of light. There were only 10 clusters of light rotating slowly above. The aura they emitted was as soft as water. The aura that was as vast as the sea made him feel the power of a high-level god once again. The aura of the Emperor of the Underworld. That's strange. The Saint level is the God Emperor, God Underworld, and Heaven God. Why would there be the aura of the Emperor of the Underworld? Yin Nuoxing widened his eyes in astonishment. The Emperor of the Underworld, the Emperor of the Underworld, and the God Emperor were the ultimate levels. Could there be an ultimate level mystic art? Xian was also a little astonished when he heard his words. The Long Light Academy shouldn't be so generous. An ultimate level mystic art should be considered the core of the Nine Gods Temple. Even if the Academy was under the Nine Gods Temple, it shouldn't be able to give out such a high-level mystic art as a reward. Suddenly, Yin Nuoxing came to a realization. That's right. I know. How could ordinary students pass through this place? The things here should be reserved for the higher-ups of the Long Light Academy by the Nine Gods Temple. Right? After looking around vigilantly for 2 seconds, Yin Nuoxing didn't discover any meteorites descending. His perception didn't sense any danger either, so he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was still vigilant. If it was a surprise attack from the light element, an instant would be enough. After looking left and right for a long time, Yin Nuoxing finally flew into the sky with Xian in his arms. He was a little worried, but he still opened the Divine Artifacts barrier just in case. Yin Nuoxing flew to the side of the 10 balls of light. He took a deep breath and glanced inside. He was instantly stunned as if he was struck by lightning. Xian was also stunned when he saw the things inside the balls of light. Then, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He quickly buried his face in Yin Nuoxing's chest, laughing so hard that his delicate body was trembling slightly. There were 10 things inside the balls of light. They were all scrolls, and there was a line of words written on the surface of each of the 10 balls of light. Reward for Little Star, Golden Empress, Light God King, Wood God King, Jin Wang, Fire God King, Home Master Hua, Home Master Sh. This. I don't know what to say. Looking at the names that were written on the scrolls, Yin Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He also didn't know what to say. He also felt a little warm in his heart. Among the 10 balls of light, there was one that was very gorgeous. Inside, it was a ball of glazed liquid that was wrapped in flames. This made him even more stunned. That should be what the glazed divine crystal looked like after it melted. Little brother, remember to cultivate the glazed treasure mirror. Glazed. After reading this message, he knew even more clearly that this was the glazed divine crystal that the Empress and the others had refined and left for him. This ball of light looked very small, but Yin Nuoxing knew that in fact, it wasn't just a little bit. The glazed divine crystal was wrapped in a transparent container. According to his guess, It should be able to help him complete the cultivation of the glazed body. Sister Jean predicted that we would come to the light element area, especially the 12th zone. Xian covered her mouth and laughed softly. Yin Nuashing nodded lightly. Although there were 11 passageways, it was actually very easy to guess where they would go. Moreover, besides him, no one else would break through to the 12th level. The Palace Master of the Water's Sacred Hall left behind an 8th grade divine array scroll. And this, Sister Jean, gave me the Golden Sacred Hall's secret technique. Among the 10 balls of light, there are 9 secret techniques of the Sacred Halls. They are all top-grade profound techniques. As for the remaining one, Yin Nuashing grabbed the 10 balls of light in front of him. Among the 10 balls of light, there were a total of 11 scrolls and a ball of glazed divine crystal. Among them, there was a scroll with a very gorgeous color. It was a combination of 9 colors, and Yin Nuashing couldn't help but take a few more glances. Slowly unfolding it, Yin Nuashing glanced at it. Elemental body, a divine grade profound technique. Once this divine technique is mastered, one will have absolute control over the 9 elements for a short period of time. One will be able to absorb the 9 elements into one's body at the same time, turning one's body into pure elements. With a single thought, all the elements in the world will become one's body. However, to cultivate the elemental body, one must first master the profound techniques of the 9 elements, be proficient in controlling the elements of heaven and earth, and possess a divine great soul. Otherwise, forcefully using it will only cause the elements to collide in one's body. As soon as Yin Nuashing finished reading this line of words, a golden light emerged from the scroll and immediately turned into a shadow in front of him. The shadow was wearing a feathered robe and 2 strings of earrings dangling from her sparkling ears. It was the Golden Empress. As soon as she appeared, she held the colorful scroll in her hand and laughed softly. Little star, the elemental body is the most precious treasure of the 9 temples. It is a heaven-defying divine technique researched by the 10 ancestors and has been passed down from the ancient times until now. However, to cultivate the elemental body, one must first master the secret techniques of the 9 temples and possess a divine great soul. Don't put the cart before the horse. Also, if you have successfully cultivated it, it is better not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. The true power of this divine technique can only be displayed after reaching the divine grade. Now, you should study the secret techniques of the 9 temples carefully. Oh, by the way, the 2 little girls have gone to look for you. Looking at the time, they should be arriving at the academy. Be careful of Er's identity and be careful, the Golden Empress added. Her jade-like hand gently rubbed his head and smiled at him. Then, she personally placed the colorful scroll in his hand, and the shadow slowly disappeared. Blinking his beautiful eyes, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath, cupped his hands, and bowed to the void. Chapter 652. Holding the colorful scroll in his hand, Yin Nuashing stood still for a long time. He took many deep breaths before he recovered. His calm state of mind became chaotic again because of his wild thoughts. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He seemed to have received too many favors from the 9 divine temples. It seems that Sister Jean was worried that you would be too bored in the academy, so she gave you a lot of things to cultivate slowly. Xian curiously grabbed the scrolls and opened them. She felt a little dizzy after a glance and quickly closed them. The huge amount of information was enough to make a demigod expert faint. Yes, Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and nodded. It seemed that Sister Jean and the others knew that he had temporarily sealed his cultivation and were looking for things for him to do. Yin Nuashing's slender hand gently stroked the colorful scroll and sighed softly. This scroll is a set with the other 9 scrolls. Those 9 scrolls are all peerless profound techniques. You can also cultivate them. However, I'll pass it to you after I've cultivated it. Yin Nuashing smiled. He was used to cultivating divine grade profound techniques. There was a certain pattern to it. Even peerless profound techniques shouldn't be difficult for him. However, Xian wasn't used to crossing realms to learn these super high-level secret techniques. Last time, She was forced to use a divine grade sword technique, and her meridians were already swollen. She still needed some time to adapt. If she was stronger, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Xian nodded obediently. She also knew his thoughts and had always obeyed his words. Waving his hand, he kept the scroll and the colored glass divine crystal into the pendant. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. Although he did not lack peerless and divine profound arts, it was the Golden Princess and the other's kind intentions, which made him feel very warm in his heart. There was no comparison between what he had obtained by chance and what others had given him. Buzz, when Yin Nuoxing put the scrolls into the pendant, the golden plane suddenly emitted a bright light. Then, Yin Nuoxing and Xian saw the space rapidly distort. The scene in front of them slightly blurred and began to change at a strange speed. This change continued for a short while. When the space stabilized, Lin Dong's gaze shifted. After which, he saw Yin Feng, who was smiling like an old fox, in front of him. Beside him, Bing was also present. Behind the two of them, there were over a dozen white-haired figures. When they saw that the two of them had taken the lead, there was some surprise in their eyes. Yin Feng's gaze swept over Yin Nuoxing and Xian, and said with a smile, "How's the harvest?" Seeing him like this, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but roll his eyes. They definitely knew. He couldn't help but mutter, "Didn't you guys know? Hiya, the first elder, and the rest also told us to put you on the 12th floor, because they guessed that a little fellow like you would be able to reach there. The other students do not have the ability to reach there. Even a divine underworld expert might not be able to reach the 12th floor. Therefore, do you understand?" Seeing Lin Dong's depressed appearance, Yin Feng transmitted his voice with a grin. Seeing his sinister smile, Yin Nuoxing fiercely rolled his eyes. Yes, you guys are awesome. You all guessed that I would go to the light element area and reach the deepest part. I was the only one who was kept in the dark. Tisich. Yin Nuoxing turned his head rather proudly and lightly snorted. His charming face, coupled with this action, made him look especially charming and playful. Yin Feng and Bing couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like they had to report to the elders that the son of God had become the daughter of goddess. Yin Feng smiled and lightly waved his sleeve. Then, many rays of light descended from the sky around Yin Nuoxing and Xian. Then, more than 20 figures appeared. It was Lin Sheng, Mountain, and the others. Different from Yin Nuoxing and Xian's calm appearance, these 20 people were filled with surging energy, as if they had gone through a battle. Moreover, looking at their faces, a few of them were in a sorry state, but most of them had an expression as if everything was under control. When Lin Sheng and the others appeared, the elders turned their gazes and looked at the former with a strange expression. Yin Nuoxing also saw that Lin Sheng, who appeared in front of her, had his long robe torn, and even the 2 hair rings on his temples were torn. His face was also slightly pale. He just happened to be among the few people who were in a sorry state. What's wrong? Yi Qinglian's pretty face changed slightly as she hurriedly walked forward. How could he be in such a sorry state after choosing a mystic art? Yin Nuoxing also tilted her head and looked at him, asking, "Did you play with fire?" Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Before he could say anything, Yin Feng chuckled and said with a smile, This little guy passed a place that requires the 7th seal of the demon rank to go and obtained a scroll of the intermediate supreme grade mystic art. 7th seal of the demon rank. When these words were said, everyone was shocked. The new students of the half-demon rank and demon rank had actually obtained a fine or low supreme grade mystic art. However, the difficulty of obtaining it was also quite difficult. It might be considered good when fighting against elemental creatures, but some people had to pass through many obstacles like passing through a checkpoint to obtain it. Although Yin Feng had emphasized that there were immortal rank items in the Sword God Pavilion, most of them couldn't pass through the 4th or 5th level. Lin Sheng passed through the 6th level and had to use all his strength to trick the 7th seal of the demon rank flame creature. He took the scroll and immediately ran away. And he even obtained it. Finally, someone was the first to react from the level. When he heard Yin Feng say the word obtained, A trace of disbelief immediately surged in his eyes. Not only did he encounter it, he even obtained it. Lin Sheng was only at the half-demon rank, but he passed the test of the 7th seal of the demon rank. Unbelievable. Ah, this little guy tricked the brainless elemental creature. It was a bit of a trick, but he still succeeded. Yin Feng chuckled as he looked at Lin Sheng, who was helplessly shaking his head, and laughed. What about you guys? Did you guys get anything? Yin Nuoxing turned her gaze and looked at Mountain and the other two with a smile. Mountain and the other two grinned and smiled, winking mysteriously at her. Then the former put his hands on his waist and smiled with joy in his eyes. High Supreme Grade Mystic Art. I took a 6th-tier weapon and risked my life to pass. I was almost scared to death. Thinking of the experience just now, Lin Xen wiped his forehead and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mine was a High Supreme Grade Mystic Art, but it was a bit difficult. Zhong Songbai smiled shyly. Her face, which was brimming with warmth, had patches of green and black. It seemed that it was quite difficult. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. These three had some tricks up their sleeves. With the strength of the 4th seal of the demon rank, they had obtained High Supreme Grade items. It's a pity that no one obtained an Immortal Grade Mystic Art. How many years has it been since a new student obtained one? Yin Feng smiled faintly and shook his head. There was some disappointment on his face, but in his eyes there was a smile. No new student has obtained an Immortal Grade Mystic Art at all. Bing replied indifferently. All the new students had black lines on their faces. It was already so difficult to obtain a High Supreme Grade item. If they found an Immortal Grade item, not to mention whether they could obtain it, whether they could even survive would be a problem. Outside the Sword God's Pavilion, some fluctuations came from the metal door. Afterwards, rays of light surged out from within. Yin Nuoxing, Xian, and the others appeared. As they obtained their respective rewards, the Sword God's Pavilion ended peacefully. After leaving the Sword God's Pavilion, Mountain and the other two grabbed Lin Xion's metal spear that was longer than a person and stared at it nonstop. This made Lin Xion smile helplessly and bitterly. However, the others didn't stay for long. They nodded to each other and flew into the distance. This matter had come to an end, so it was time to cultivate seriously. Mountain and the other two played for a while before patting Yin Nuoxing's shoulder with a big smile. We're going to cultivate and test the power of a 6th-tier weapon. Ha! Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. She watched as the three of them turned into rays of light and flew towards the horizon. She waved her hand. Lin Sheng and Bing also watched the three of them leave. Then, they looked at Yin Nuoxing and Xian curiously. Although Lin Sheng wanted to know what Yin Nuoxing would gain in the Sword God's Pavilion, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. Last time, Yin Nuoxing told them about the Divine Grade Mystic Art. This time, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. Where are you going next? Lin Sheng raised his head and looked at the sky. Then, he looked at Yin Nuoxing and asked casually, We're going to cultivate at the usual place. My family's elders brought some things over. Should I say that they can't wait, or should I say that they can't wait? Anyway, I have to cultivate that thing. Yin Nuoxing stretched and sighed. She asked in return, What about you guys? We're going to borrow the high-level energy formation in your palace. You don't have any objections, right? Lin Sheng said with a smile. Now that he had obtained a scroll of a middle-tier mystic art, he naturally had to seize the time to cultivate it. He was pressed for time. Although he didn't expect to break through to the demon rank in one go, he still had to make the best use of his time. Although the freshman assessment was over, he felt a different kind of pressure. I don't mind. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Then, she shook her head with a smile and said, Why don't you come with us? I might get a divine grade formation for my cultivation this time. The efficiency should be about 100 times higher than the one in the palace. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian were stunned. They looked at her calm and beautiful face in shock. They couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This fellow could even talk about a divine grade formation so calmly. What's wrong? Looking at the two people who were stunned, Yin Nuoxing was also stunned. He himself did not realize how terrifying the things that he had long been accustomed to were to others. Lin Sheng's black eyes flashed with a trace of strangeness. Seeing that she was very calm, he sighed helplessly in his heart. She guessed that he was already used to it. Then she smiled and said, "Hee hee, then I'll take advantage of you." Yin Nuoxing shrugged and didn't delay. With a wave of his hand, his figure turned into a ray of light and flew towards the deep mountains of the High Light Academy. Xian, Lin Sheng, and Yi Qinglian quickly followed behind. Yin Nuoxing and the other three quickly flew across the sky. In less than half an hour, they saw the Golden Mountain peak. They gradually slowed down and landed steadily on it. Just as they landed, Yin Nuoxing was slightly stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his face. He suddenly laughed dryly. "What's wrong?" Xian wrinkled her little nose and asked. Yin Nuoxing laughed bitterly and said, "Didn't I see Sister Jin's message just now? The two girls should be arriving soon. I have to go and pick them up." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly again. He had forgotten about this matter after leaving the Sword God Pavilion. If he was late later, he was afraid that he would be tortured by the two girls. Lin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. After being together for nearly 2 months, he always forgot things. Seeing that Lin Sheng was also laughing, Yun Nuoxing's 2 rows of silver teeth gently rubbed together and made a very fierce look, as if she wanted to intimidate him. However, her delicate face made him look very playful and didn't look fierce at all. Even Xian and Yi Qinglian couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. "I'm not playing anymore. You're all laughing at me." Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw that his intimidation didn't work at all. He waved his hand and stomped his foot on the ground. An extremely complicated and huge magic formation appeared on the ground, once again activating the heaven refining magic formation. As soon as the golden magic formation appeared, Lin Sheng felt all the energy in the surroundings boil and gather at an extremely fast speed. It even condensed into a huge energy vortex in the sky. In the center of the vortex, a waterfall of energy fell from the sky and landed on the Golden Mountain peak. It didn't accumulate into a pool, but dissipated into mist and spread out, causing the energy density in the area to rise rapidly. The elemental power also surged and boiled. Sensing the extremely huge amount of energy, Lin Sheng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This extremely pure energy didn't even need to be refined. He only needed to circulate it in his body once through a mystic technique, and he could safely absorb it into his body. If he cultivated here, he was confident that he could advance to the demon rank within a year. I've left another magic formation under that golden tree. If the capacity is full, you can go there to cultivate. It can speed up your refining speed. Yin Nuoxing pointed at a spot under the golden tree. Then, she waved her hand and left with Xian. "We'll be back soon." After watching the two of them leave, Lin Sheng cupped his hands and took a light breath. With a flip of his palm, he took out a scroll. He was also going to start cultivating. Chapter 653. The bright sunlight shone on the golden tree, reflecting the heat, leaving behind bits of filtered light that scattered under the shade of the tree. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian sat cross-legged under the tree. The spots of light passed through the thick energy fog and landed on their bodies, bringing them some warmth. Lin Sheng lowered his head and muttered to himself for a moment. He clenched his fist, and a black scroll appeared in his hand. The glow on the black scroll continued to flicker. This glow caused the surrounding temperature to rise stealthily. The originally boiling energy mist started to churn like clouds. Wave after wave of blazing energy tunneled into his palm, causing his expression to turn slightly solemn. The scroll was naturally the high-grade middle-level Xian skill that Lin Sheng had obtained from the Sword God Pavilion. It required a large amount of energy to cultivate. With the help of the refining sky formation in Yin Nuo Star, it was a very good opportunity. Lin Sheng's expression changed slightly. His emotions seemed to be churning. He didn't know what he was thinking, but when he calmed down again, there was an additional seriousness in his eyes. He sighed quietly and didn't disturb the girl beside him. A moment later, he clenched his fist and slowly closed his eyes. A fiery red energy suddenly surged out from the black scroll and wrapped around Lin Sheng's arm. At the same time, Lin Sheng's body trembled slightly as he immediately felt a large amount of information crash into his mind. At the main gate of the High Light Academy, there were still many people coming and going on the bridge that connected the gates of the High Light Academy to Sunglow City. Countless students were entering and exiting the High Light Academy. Raising his head slightly, he saw that Sunglow City was still filled with a sea of people. Students from the neighboring remote Ocean Academy would also fly out from time to time, merging into the endless flow of people in Sunglow City. On the huge plaza, two beautiful figures suddenly descended from the sky and landed at the entrance of the Far Light Academy's bridge. They looked at the students entering and exiting the academy and saw the high platform at the end of the bridge. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "We're finally here. It took us 4 days to get here. Back when Big Brother was here, the city didn't seem that big. We passed by it in a flash. Is this the High Light Academy? Hee, there are quite a lot of people. Sister Yu, where is Brother Yin? Sister Jean told us to find him ourselves. Let's go in and take a look." The two landed and panted. They raised their heads to look at the high platform with excitement in their eyes. However, the source of this excitement seemed to have nothing to do with the high platform and what it represented. Around the square, numerous gazes involuntarily lit up as they stared at the two slender figures of the young ladies. Both of them were equally beautiful, but their auras were vastly different. The girl in white, Mei Mao, had a mischievous look on her face. Her sexy lips were pulled into a charming arc. Her snow-white dress wrapped around her graceful and exquisite figure. Her fine black hair hung down from her small waist, almost reaching the back of her feet. Her round and exquisite face was extremely beautiful, coupled with the cute action of her jade-like hand touching her cheeks. It was like the finishing touch that stimulated her mischievous look to the greatest extent. It was so cute that the group of people almost vomited blood. As for the other graceful girl, her jet black hair was tied into a long ponytail by a noble crescent hair ornament. It hung down to her thighs. Her exquisite and petite body was wearing an extremely tight green dress that perfectly showed off her alluring curves. Her small and exquisite face was like porcelain. Her pair of eyes that seemed to be filled with incomparably brilliant colors were the most moving part of her. They were so clear that they could see through to the end without any obstructions. There was a kind of charm that made people want to see through her when they stared at her. Under the long dress, those perfectly slender and straight legs attracted more than half of the gazes. Hee, I don't know what Brother Yun is doing. I really want to take a bite out of him. Xiaoyu, we agreed not to mention this matter again. Since you've tasted it once, there will be a second time and a third time. Do you want Big Brother to become your blood fodder? I won't. If Brother Yin doesn't want it, I won't force it. You will. Believe me, it was like this last time. Big Brother won't argue with you, but I have to keep an eye on you. Sister Yua, don't be so suspicious of me. The two girls giggled as they walked towards the stone platform on the bridge. Their soft voices and elegant steps caused the students from the Far Light Academy to be mesmerized by them. You two little junior sisters, you look very unfamiliar. Are you two new students this year? Just as the two of them stepped into the outer area of the Far Light Academy, a faint laughter suddenly sounded from the front. They quickly raised their heads and saw several young men walking towards them with smiles on their faces. Their gazes constantly swept over the two of them with green light in their eyes. Looking at the expressions of these people, they knew that they were students of the Far Light Academy. Moreover, they might be seniors. Immediately, the two girls became slightly nervous. They could sense a terrifying pressure from the former. That kind of pressure was much stronger than Yuan Shi and the others. Of course, Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Qin Yin had been traveling with Yin Nuoxing. Although they were the most important godsons and goddesses of their families and forces and were extremely talented, it would more or less delay their cultivation. It didn't mean that the three of them were weaker than them. The frivolous young man smiled as he looked at the two of them. He chuckled and said, Our Thunder Mountain recruits members throughout the year. Not to mention other things, we're a very strong team in the Farlight Academy. The boss will even bring the newcomers to do missions. The benefits are very good. If someone bullies you, just say that you're from the Thunder Mountain. How about it? The two girls looked at each other in a daze and then shook their heads. The girl in green said softly, "Seniors, we're here to look for someone. We're not students of the Farlight Academy." Oh, the young man was stunned for a moment. He looked at them with a smile and said, "Who are the two beautiful little sisters looking for? Let's hear if our Thunder Mountain has heard of you." The white-clothed young lady's red lips parted slightly. She originally wanted to directly say her name, but the other green-clothed young lady hurriedly covered her small mouth. She laughed dryly towards the young man and spoke in a somewhat apologetic manner. "There is no need to trouble everyone. We can go and find her ourselves." Hearing this, a smile that was not a smile appeared on the young man's face. He stared at the two girls and said with a smile, "Why? You two are outsiders. Could it be that you're more familiar with the Farlight Academy than us? Or are you looking down on us?" The white-clothed young lady rolled her eyes. Her jade-like hand removed the hand that was covering her small mouth. She originally wanted to open her mouth, but her curved crescent eyebrows suddenly raised. Immediately, joy surged onto her pretty face. She jumped up and waved her hand with all her might as she shouted, "Elder sister, we are here." Her voice was very clear, and it spread amidst the noise, causing the noise in this place to turn sluggish. Soon after, numerous gazes were cast in the direction she was looking at, only to see a girl in a silver dress standing a short distance away. Her beautiful silver eyes were extremely eye-catching, and she emitted a cold aura. Everyone was stunned when they saw this girl. This person was none other than Ding Mingyu, who was ranked 3rd on the Devil ranking, who had once roped in the Yun Nual planet. The commotion not far away did not attract her attention. It was only when a joyous cry rang out that she stopped in her tracks. Her beautiful eyes turned slightly, only to see the white-clothed young lady happily waving her jade-like hands at her. Immediately, she was slightly taken aback. This was because she did not have any memories regarding the latter. However, when she saw the people gathered together, she seemed to have understood something. Involuntarily, she smiled softly and walked over. The young man who had a frivolous smile on his face earlier was also stunned for a moment when he saw Ding Mingyu slowly walking over with a stunning smile on her cold and pretty face. Soon after, he hurriedly turned his gaze away. His expression was somewhat stiff as his lips trembled. A dry, low laugh was emitted from his throat. He could not help but lower his voice as he said, "Ugh, that, your elder sister is Ding Mingyu." The girl in white hurriedly nodded her small head. After which, she giggled and grabbed the girl in green dress, jade-like hand, before swiftly running towards Ding Mingyu. Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly as she laughed softly. "Elder sister Mingyu, I've finally found you." Ding Mingyu looked at the two little girls who had run in front of her, after which she saw the mischievous expression that flashed across their eyes. She could not help but laugh softly. Her jade-like hand gently patted the heads of the two girls. How could she not know what they were thinking? Moments later, Ding Mingyu gently lifted her beautiful eyes. A chill flashed across her cold face, which had a gentle smile on it. She looked at the members from Thunder Mountain and said in an indifferent voice, "Xiaoning, Thunder Mountain is doing very well." The expressions of the people from Thunder Mountain hardened at this moment. They no longer had the frivolous and flirtatious expression from before. Ding Mingyu was the 3rd-ranked expert on the Devil ranking. Forget about them. Even their boss did not dare to offend her. If their boss knew that they had offended Ding Mingyu, they would definitely be chased out of the mountain. Ha! Ha ha! It's a misunderstanding. Senior Sister Ding, we only wanted to help the two young ladies. The young man by the name of Xiaoning trembled as he felt his entire body go numb after being glanced at by those cold and beautiful eyes. He let out a dry laugh before hurriedly cupping his fist towards the white-clothed girl and the middle-aged man. Hee. We were too rash just now. Please forgive us, young ladies. If there is an opportunity in the future, We will definitely come and apologize. As the sound of his voice faded, he suddenly waved his hand and led his group away in a panic. They did not dare to stay for even a second longer. When the girl in white and the girl in white saw that the person who had an unfriendly expression earlier had left, they secretly wiped off their sweat. After which, the girl in white playfully stuck out her tongue at Ding Mingyu and said with a smile, "Thank you, elder sister." Ding Mingyu smiled faintly and shook her head. In a soft voice, she said, "You guys shouldn't be students from the Far Light Academy, right? What are you guys looking for?" The girl in white scratched her head and laughed softly. "We are looking for Brother Yin. He is very powerful and likes to wear black windbreakers. He has rainbow-colored hair and wears a mask. There should be some stories about him in the academy." "Oh right, Brother Yin is always accompanied by a beautiful elder sister in purple. Elder Sister Mingyu. Have you seen her before?" When she heard this description, Ding Mingyu was stunned for a moment. Rainbow-colored hair and a mask? Could it be him? Ding Mingyu thought for a while. She lifted her finger and pointed at the giant Sword Mountain peak in the distance. In a soft voice, she said, "Look at the figures there. Are the two nameless ones the Brother Yun and the elder sister you mentioned?" When she heard this, the girl in white hurriedly raised her head and looked at them one by one. In a short while, she stopped at the 20th position. The two girls were stunned for a moment. This rainbow-colored hair was probably the only one. However, how did Brother Yin become the elder sister? Soon after, they saw Xian at the 36th position. Immediately, they were slightly happy. Regardless of whether the one at the 20th position was the one at the 36th position, there was no mistake. "You are little Yiya." Just as the two ladies were rejoicing, a joyous cry was suddenly heard, causing the three of them to be startled. They lifted their heads and saw two figures descending from the sky. The person in the lead had long, colorful hair that fluttered in the wind. His body was completely covered by a spacious black windbreaker. His eyes, which were like stars, flickered with joy. "Brother Yun, big brother." When they saw the person, even though they weren't sure just now, when they heard him call out their names, they were sure of the person's identity. The two girls jumped up in joy and threw themselves into Yun Nuoxing's arms. As soon as they landed, before they could steady themselves, they were knocked into by the two petite figures. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but smile. She lowered her head and saw the two girls burying their faces in their chests and rubbing against them like kittens. Her rainbow-colored eyes became very gentle. She gently rubbed Yor and Little Moon's heads with her hands. When Xian saw the two girls behind her, she smiled sweetly. Before she knew it, more than a month had passed. When she saw them now, she missed them a little. Mei Mao was full of gentleness. Big Sister Xian. After the two girls had enough of acting coquettishly in front of Yin Nuoxing, they threw themselves into Xian's arms and rubbed against her. The latter couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She gently rubbed their heads. Seeing that the two girls were safe and sound, Yin Nuoxing also breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did she see Ding Mingyu not far away. When she saw that Ding Mingyu had been staring at her, she was stunned for a moment. After hesitating for a while, she walked forward and said softly, "Senior Ding, thank you for bringing them in." Before she landed, she saw Little Moon and Little Moon surrounding Ding Mingyu. She subconsciously thought that Ding Mingyu had brought them into the academy. When Ding Mingyu heard this, she shook her head gently. After thinking about it, she didn't say anything about what had just happened. She glanced at Little Moon and Little Moon indifferently. A touch of gentleness flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. A moment later, she returned to her usual cold appearance. She nodded at Yin Nuoxing and said indifferently, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." As soon as she finished speaking, she gently turned around and walked slowly toward the central area. When Little Moon and Yu saw this, they both laughed and said loudly, "Big Sister Mingyu, thank you." Ding Mingyu, who was walking unhurriedly, trembled slightly when she heard this voice. Then, the corners of her mouth curled into an extremely beautiful smile. Even the sky and earth paled in comparison. Unfortunately, no one saw this scene. Chapter 654. Yin Nuoxing and the others did not stay in the academy for long. They soon returned to the deep mountains. Along the way, Little Moon and Little Moon chattered nonstop, telling him about everything that had happened in the past month. Yuan Shi and the others have also reached the fourth seal. Hearing this news, Yin Nuoxing was a little surprised, but he was not too surprised. Yuan Shi and the others were very talented, and they all had extraordinary physiques. If they had not gone on a trip with them, perhaps they would have already reached the 9th seal of the demon rank. In this regard, there were gains and losses. Brother Nightmare and Brother Yuan, she said that they will meet again in half a year's time during the trip to the secret realm. They will try to break through to the demigod rank in half a year's time. If they find out that Brother Yun is weaker than them, they will beat you up. Yu covered her mouth and chuckled, betraying Nightmare and Yuan she without hesitation. Huh. Yin Nuoxing chuckled. These two guys were shouting to teach him a lesson every day, but in the end, they were beaten up by him. However, what he was concerned about was, what was the trip to the secret realm? Little Yu seemed to have seen the doubt on his face, and said softly, Big Sister Jean said that this is an activity jointly organized by all the divine great academies in the divine realm. It seems to be in a world of its own in the void. She also said that this secret realm is not something that only people from the academies can enter. As long as they are strong enough, any young genius can enter. Half a year's time? It's still early. Yin Nuoxing smiled when he heard that. Why did you come to the Long Light Academy? Putting everything else aside, he was still a little surprised that the two girls had come to the Long Light Academy. If they had not received Princess Jin's message, they would not have been able to find them even if they had stayed in the deep mountains for half a month. You and Sister Yu missed you, so we came to see you. Sister Jean also allowed us to come out and play. Yu smiled and hugged Yin Nuoxing's arm tightly. She smiled very happily. Big Sister Yeshi has been wandering around Xiaoguang City. She said that she had a strange feeling and wanted us to inform Big Brother. We might need your help. When Little Moon saw that she was so close to Yin Nuoxing, she did not want to be outdone. She hugged Yin Nuoxing's arm tightly and said softly, Yishi. Yin Nuoxing was a little puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. As long as he needed help, he just had a call for him. He would rush over no matter what. After a long while, Yin Nuoxing helplessly looked at the two little girls on his left and right hands. His cheeks twitched slightly. The soft feeling coming from his arms was like a match burning in his heart, making him speechless. However, he could not bear to yell at the two of them. He could only torture himself and let them do as they pleased. After a few more minutes, they arrived at the Golden Mountain Peak. At this time, the mountain peak was already enveloped by a dense energy mist, and the situation inside could not be seen at all. Only then did Yin Nuoxing remember that Little Moon and the others had rushed here for 4 days. They were all full of energy and did not look tired at all. He had forgotten about it and hurriedly asked, Do you want to take a rest? Hearing this, Yu and Little Moon smiled and shook their heads. We're full of energy after seeing Big Brother. Big Brother, you don't have to worry about us. Go do what you need to do. There's nothing to do. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at the two of them. He sighed helplessly and led the three of them to land on the Golden Mountain Peak. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian sat cross-legged and cultivated in a formation filled with mist. They were some distance away from each other. Lin Sheng was muttering something under his breath. His lightly clasped hands slowly and somewhat awkwardly formed extremely ancient and obscure seals. His seals changed extremely slowly, although it was a little awkward and unfamiliar, and he had to pause for 1 or 2 seconds every time he changed. There was a faint ancient aura that permeated the air as his seals changed. It caused the surrounding heaven and earth energy and energy mist to boil a little. Yi Qinglian, who was cultivating, opened Mei Mao warily. When she saw Yin Nuoxing and Little Moon, the wariness in her eyes dissipated slightly. Then, she saw the two delicate figures clinging tightly to Yin Nuoxing's arms. She was stunned. Qinglian. Seeing her open her eyes, Yin Nuoxing smiled and walked over with Little Moon and Little Moon. He smiled and said, These two are my younger sisters, Qinyu and Jiwenyu. You can call them Yu and Yu. Yu and Little Moon also raised their beautiful eyes and curiously sized up this beautiful big sister. The former's mischievous Mei Mao looked at Yi Qinglian and then at Lin Sheng, who was cultivating. Then the two of them giggled and called out, "Big Sister Qinglian." When Yi Qinglian heard that name and saw the actions of the two girls, she couldn't help but be stunned. Then she smiled and nodded. Then Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuoxing strangely. When the latter saw her gaze, she couldn't help but let out a dry cough and shook her head with a bitter smile. While the few of them were greeting each other, Lin Sheng, whose hand seals were changing, suddenly opened his eyes. The endless energy within the formation suddenly went berserk. A ball of blue flame condensed between his palms. Within it, a strange sensation that was cold and hot could be faintly felt. Then, a terrifying fluctuation rippled. Yun Nuoxing could clearly feel that the fire elemental energy between heaven and earth was rapidly disappearing. Lin Sheng exhaled a breath of air. He looked at the blue flame that had gathered at the center of his palm. He turned around and faced the area outside the mountain peak. Soon after, his hand seal suddenly pushed out as a thunderous low cry was emitted from his throat. Heavenly fire god art, frost fire seal. Boom! The sound of rolling flames burning the plains resounded. The energy fog within the formation dissipated slightly and condensed towards the huge ball of frost fire. Finally, as Lin Sheng pushed out his palm, it surged out like the sun and turned into a huge fireball about 1,000 feet in size. It left bits of ice in the air and shot out of the mountain peak. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered slightly. Then, she couldn't help but laugh. Her figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the huge ball of frost fire. She stretched out her right hand. Boom! A huge tremor sounded and the golden mountain peak trembled a few times. The huge ball of frost fire suddenly exploded and turned into a wave of fire and icy wind that soared into the sky. It shook so much that the energy within the heaven refining formation dissipated a little. Even the trees below were affected by the two energies and started burning and freezing. The rumbling sound of energy rolling could be heard incessantly. Lin Sheng raised his head and looked at the trees that had turned into ice or burned not far away. However, he frowned slightly and lowered his head to look at his hands. He seemed a little dissatisfied. Although the power was not bad, he felt that something was not right. He didn't use its true power at all. Strange, what's missing? Lin Sheng lowered his head and pondered. What was wrong? A moment later, the ball of frostfire energy quietly dissipated, revealing Yun Nuoxing, who was in the energy circle. Lin Sheng caught a glimpse of Yun Nuoxing, who was within his attack range, and couldn't help but be stunned. He had just bombarded the no man's land. Why would she appear there? However, when he saw Yun Nuoxing stretching out her right hand, he seemed to understand that Yun Nuoxing had blocked his attack. Moreover, she had blocked it unscathed. This made him smile bitterly and shake his head. Lowering his head to look at his right hand, Yun Nuoxing blinked. A moment later, he raised his head again. Seeing Lin Sheng's bitter smile and deep thought, he immediately understood something. With a move of his body, he returned to the mountain peak. Walking in front of Lin Sheng, he said with a smile, "Energy impact split." Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment. He curled his lips slightly. What did she mean by separated? Seeing that he was still deep in thought, Yun Nuoxing smiled again. He originally wanted to let him figure it out himself, but he couldn't resist the impulse in his heart. He smiled and shook his head and said, "Frost and fire energy impact. You separated the frost and fire energy, these two energies, into flame energy and frost energy, and did not combine them." Just as Lin Sheng was deep in thought, Yun Nuoxing's words made his heart skip a beat. Separated? A moment later, Lin Sheng raised his head excitedly. He understood. When Yun Nuoxing saw that Lin Sheng had an epiphany, the corners of her mouth curled up. She couldn't help but snap her fingers. Lin Sheng was still excited and wanted to say something. However, he saw 4 ice walls rising from the ground and immediately enveloping him. The latter was stunned. Before he could react, a A scarlet flame descended from the sky and landed in the ice prison. The flame spread out. As they were both fire elements, they made him feel a little warm. However, this warmth suddenly changed in the next second. A gust of cold air rolled up. It was clearly a flame, but it made Lin Sheng feel a bone-chilling cold. It was so cold that his body trembled violently. Thinking it through is one thing. Comprehending it is another. Do your best. When you really combine frost and fire, you will be able to come out. Yin Nuoxing smiled and patted the ice wall. Her faint laughter made Lin Sheng smile bitterly. However, he didn't waste any time. He sat down cross-legged and stared at the ice walls and flames around him. Then he slowly closed his eyes and quietly comprehended the two combined energies that were emitted. Then he integrated the comprehension of this energy into his seals. Only then could he display the power of the Frostfire seal. Stop nagging. In the future, when you feel that there is a problem with your cultivation of the mystic arts, you will be able to know what the problem is by taking an attack from yourself. Yin Nuoxing said from outside. When Lin Sheng, who was comprehending, heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy's cultivation method was also amazing, so that's why I took an attack from him. However, there was a certain logic to it. Only by personally experiencing it could one know the energy and release method of the mystic arts that one cultivated. However, it was better to get out of this ice-fire prison first. Although he had the conditions, comprehending it wasn't an easy task. However, with the conditions here, as long as he was given some time, he should be able to truly cultivate it successfully. Seeing that it was quiet inside and Lin Sheng was immersed in his comprehension, Yin Nuoxing smiled and turned around, only to see Yi Qinglian glaring at her. She couldn't help but be stunned. She looked behind her and seemed to have understood something. She casually waved her hand and said with a smile, "This is the fastest way. Don't worry, it won't hurt him. What about you? What kind of cultivation environment do you need? If it's not very difficult, I should be able to forge it." Yin Nuoxing clapped her hands and smiled at Yi Qinglian. Hearing this, Yi Qinglian was also stunned. Then, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and said softly, "This place is pretty good. Thank you." The last sentence seemed to be said on behalf of Lin Sheng. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand indifferently. Yi Qinglian smiled faintly and knelt down beside the ice prison. Her jade-like hands gently tied up her long black hair. Mei Mao closed her eyes slightly. Her alluring body looked exceptionally elegant at this moment. Her jade-like hands flipped lightly, and she held a scroll in her hands as she read it seriously. Yin Nuoxing glanced at her and turned around. She walked towards Xian, who was at the side of the mountain peak. The latter was also kneeling behind a huge blue stone. Spiritual power gently surged between her brows. With every fluctuation, the 5 elements in the world would gently fluctuate. This girl's spiritual power and elemental power have already merged to such an extent. I'm afraid she'll have the qualifications to break through to the demigod level soon. Yin Nuoxing leaned against the blue stone and sat down. She stroked her colorful hair that had fallen down. She tilted her head and looked at Xian, who was seriously cultivating. She couldn't help but grin. This scene was very beautiful and serene. It made one's heart calm. Little Moon and Yuer, who had just walked around the mountain peak, returned to this open space. When they saw the few people cultivating quietly, they hurriedly covered each other's mouths. Then, they smiled at each other and walked lightly to Yin Nuoxing's side. They bent their legs and sat down on either side of her. Yin Nuoxing also saw the 2 girls just now. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. She didn't expect the relationship between the 2 girls to have eased so much after leaving for more than a month. It seemed like they could already coexist peacefully. When they first met, the 2 of them didn't see eye to eye. She didn't expect them to be so harmonious now. Little Moon and Yuer looked up and saw Yin Nuoxing's beautiful smile. Then, their little heads leaned gently on Yin Nuoxing's shoulder. Mei Mao closed her eyes slightly. After a while, she actually fell asleep. These 2 little girls, seeing Little Moon and Yuer fall asleep so quickly, Yin Nuoxing was also stunned. Then, She shook her head helplessly. They just said that they didn't need to rest. Now, they're asleep. They're actually forcing themselves to stay awake in front of me. Yun Nuoxing's lips curled into a gentle smile. Then, she closed her bright eyes. 6 colorful wings extended from her back and gently covered the 2 girls. She then looked at Zian, Lin Sheng, and Yi Qinglian, who were cultivating. When she saw that they were all fine, she slowly entered a meditative state. Chapter 655. In the soul world, Yun Nuoxing slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Ziyi and the others holding their cheeks and looking at him quietly, he couldn't help but be stunned. He asked doubtfully, "What are you doing?" However, what made him even more speechless was that Ziyi, Xiner, Feng, and Kaixia didn't say anything. They just held their cheeks and stared at him without even moving their eyes. Yin Nuoxing frowned, his face twitching. He sighed and didn't bother to care about them. With a wave of his hand, 9 scrolls appeared on the table. 9 different colors flowed on the surface of the scrolls. From time to time, a surge of energy would fly out from them, then turn into runes and retract back into the scrolls. These 9 scrolls were naturally the 9 scrolls of peerless profound techniques that Jin Huangzhu and the others gave to Yun Nuoxing. They were the prerequisites for the body of elements. Originally, he wanted to show them to Ziyi, but the 4 girls were like jade carvings staring at him. He didn't know what they were doing. Although it made him feel a little embarrassed, he didn't pay too much attention to it. He casually took a scroll and slowly spread it out, reading it seriously. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at Feng, and the others. Although they still didn't move, Yin Nuoxing could see that her eyes were moving, and there seemed to be a trace of a smile passing by. Sighing, he put down the scroll in his hand and took another one. He looked at it casually, then changed to another one. After casually reading the 9 scrolls, Yin Nuoxing's expression became serious. Although he didn't memorize all the information in his mind, he could feel that these scrolls were extraordinary just by looking at them. Peerless profound techniques, comparable to divine profound techniques. After reading it, Yin Nuoxing felt that this was the only suitable evaluation for these 9 scrolls. He couldn't help but smile. These 9 scrolls corresponded to 9 elements, and they analyzed the power of the 9 elements perfectly, as expected of a transcendental force that had been passed down from the ancient era and only studied a single element. In this world, if the 9 temples were ranked second in the understanding of the elements, there wouldn't be a first. His palm moved across the 9 scrolls, and Yin Nuoxing swallowed his saliva. He resisted the urge to slap all of them into his mind at once. He took the bright golden scroll and clenched it. A bright golden energy gushed out of the scroll and wrapped around his arm. Then, Yin Nuoxing's body suddenly stiffened. He immediately felt a huge amount of information rush into his mind. Buzz. When a large amount of information surged into Yin Nuoxing's mind, a faint buzzing sound was transmitted from his mind. His god-level soul was still slightly trembling when faced with such a large amount of cryptic information. In an instant, a muffled explosion resounded in his mind, and he almost fainted from the explosion. He shook his head in a daze, and when he opened his eyes again, Yin Nuoxing was shocked to see that his surroundings had changed. He wasn't in the soul world anymore. At that moment, he could see an incomparably bright starry sky when he raised his head, and it was an unfamiliar galaxy. He was sitting cross-legged on a bright golden planet, and a figure was sitting cross-legged in front of him. It was a slender figure that only had light around it, and it didn't have any facial features. It was just a figure emitting bright light. There was an obscure cross between the figure's eyebrows, and it looked like a star. He closed his eyes slightly and checked the ancient information that rushed into his mind. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and a bright golden light flashed past his eyes. He couldn't help but mutter, "Light divine art." It's also the 9 tribulations divine art, and because it's an elemental divine art, it's harder to cultivate compared to ordinary profound arts, and it's also the light element. Among the profound arts, there were also special profound arts. The 9 tribulations profound art meant that when cultivating this profound art, one would have to pass through 9 tribulations, and this would allow the profound art to advance and increase its power. However, there weren't only 9 tribulations profound arts. There were also 9 tribulations profound arts, and these were all determined by the quality of the profound art. As for the elemental divine art, it was a profound art that only focused on cultivating the elements. Similarly, there were other profound arts that focused on a single energy, such as the soul heart mantra, the spirit profound art, and the void mantra that Yin Nuashing cultivated was a spatial profound art that focused on cultivating the spatial energy. Generally speaking, a profound art that focused on a single energy was highly targeted, and the difficulty of cultivating it was also high. The comprehension and control of the energy had to reach a certain level before it could be cultivated well. As for the comprehension of energy, the divine physique of reception had already paved the way for him. This light divine art could be considered as one of the foundations of the Light God Palace. Furthermore, there weren't many people in the Light God Palace, so basically anyone could cultivate it. As for this profound light divine art, once it was successfully used, the light element in the area covered by one's power would be absorbed for one's own use. Any energy related to light would be within the range of one's control, including sunlight, moonlight, and even starlight that surge from tens of thousands of light years away. The stronger one's soul power, the further one could cover, and the more light element energy one could mobilize. And the higher one's attainment in cultivating the light element, the stronger one's control over the light element would be. It was the same for the other 8 divine arts. These 9 divine arts also had a more important factor, geographical advantage, or in other words, the concentration of elemental energy in the environment. In the desert, where the earth element was abnormally dense, the earth divine art could display its greatest effect, and all the earth element could be mobilized. In the forest, the power of the wood divine art would shock everyone. In the sea of lava, where flames were abundant, the fire divine art could also control all the flames in the world. From this point of view, the light divine art was probably the only one that didn't require a suitable location. In the world, apart from pure darkness, where would there be no light? Even the starlight millions of light years away was light. As long as it was light, it could be mobilized by the light divine art. If one used an unsuitable elemental divine art in an unsuitable environment, such as using the wood divine art in the desert, its power would be greatly reduced. However, the elemental energy in the world was balanced. The 9 types of elemental energy coexisted in harmony, unless there was an abnormal situation in a certain area. For example, in Yuyan City, the purple night flame's pure fire element broke the balance of the 9 elements, leaving only the fire element in the world, while the other 8 were pushed aside. As for other places, such as the desert, where the earth element was abundant, the forest, where the wood element was abundant, the sea was dominated by the water element, and the lava was dominated by the fire element. However, even in such an environment, there would still be a weak elemental balance, as long as it wasn't an extreme situation like that in Yuyan City. Borrowing the free elemental energy in the world could allow the divine art to display its great power in an unsuitable location. The elemental divine art itself would activate every trace of elemental energy to the maximum, and there wouldn't be a single bit of waste. When a god-level soul was fully activated, it could cover an area of more than 1,000,000 miles. Just imagine, if all the free elemental energy within 1,000,000 miles were mobilized, the abnormally large amount of elemental energy could even severely injure a primary-level god. I suddenly thought of the elemental conversion array. While Yin Nuashing was praising, he suddenly froze for a moment. He remembered a long time ago when he had created the elemental conversion array and merged it into the heaven refining array. Then, he had refined the latter into the 10,000 Daos destruction array. If all 9 types of elemental energy within 1,000,000 miles were converted into one type of elemental energy, then he would be able to use the divine art. I'm a little excited just thinking about it. Thinking of that scene, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but chuckle, and then he shook his head in self-mockery. The desire to destroy in his heart was too strong. No wonder I need a god-level soul before practicing. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but smack his lips. With the god-level soul's extremely wide coverage area, environmental factors were basically solved. As for the elemental energy in his body, it might be considered very large in the magic realm, but compared to the elemental energy required to use the elemental divine art, it paled in comparison. It would probably be squeezed dry before he could use it. 9 types of elemental divine arts, together with the elemental conversion array, can I be considered to be controlling 9 elements in a disguised way? Yin Nuashing couldn't help but smile. After taking a deep breath for a while, Yin Nuashing raised his head and looked at the radiant figure sitting in front of him. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but murmur, "The incarnation of light." In the message left behind, it seems to ask me to devour it. It can increase the degree of condensation and refinement of the elements. Forget it. Let's not bother about it for now. I'll ask Sister Jean when I see her. Anyway, my elemental energy is almost enough to condense an elemental crystal. I'll leave it for now. After glancing at the incarnation of light, Yin Nuashing shook his head and took a deep breath. He slowly immersed his mind. In the following time, he would slowly master these 9 divine arts. There was also the body of elements that he was very much looking forward to. The night was pleasant, and the clear blue moonlight descended from the sky. The golden trees and mountain peaks were facing the moonlight, but they restrained their own light and allowed the moonlight to shine on them, making them look like they were gilded in gold. Under the night sky, Ziyin knelt beside the blue stone. Her dark purple and resplendent long hair casually hung down behind her, and it was like the most glossy silk. Her slender and somewhat frail figure had a full, perfect, and moving arc due to her sitting posture, causing her to look exceptionally elegant. At this moment, strands of terrifying sword intent were circling around her body, and her murderous and cold arrogance made her seem like a goddess of war. This scene lasted for a long time. Suddenly, there was a strange energy fluctuation. Ziyin slowly exited her cultivation state and turned around. When she saw the 3 people leaning against each other, she couldn't help but be stunned. However, her attention was not on the 2 girls sleeping soundly beside Yin Nuashing. Instead, it was on him. There was a golden light surging from his body and wrapping around his body like a spiral. The strange fluctuation was emitted by the golden light. Ziyin and Mei Mao stared closely at Yin Nuashing. She didn't see any strange changes for a long time. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to enter her cultivation state again, she felt another fluctuation. She hurriedly turned her head. The source of the fluctuation was still on Yin Nuashing. At this moment, there were more fiery red energy lights on the latter's body. They intertwined with the golden light and spread throughout her body. With her intelligence, she naturally guessed that Yin Nuashing might be cultivating a very special Xian method or Xian formula. This made her frown slightly. Looking at Yi Qinglian and Lin Sheng, who were not very far away, a trace of vigilance surged in Mei Mao's heart. This idiot. She said that she wanted to hide her identity and not come into contact with others, but she casually exposed herself again. Ziyin sighed helplessly. Mei Mao's vigilance quickly dissipated. It was likely that the 2 of them wouldn't casually expose them. In any case, Yi Qinglian and Lin Sheng didn't know who they were. Sighing, Ziyin glanced at Little Moon and Yuer. She hesitated for a moment, but still stood up and carefully moved the 2 girls away from Yin Nuashing so that the latter wouldn't disturb them while she was cultivating. After doing this, Ziyin walked back to her original position and sat down. She placed the dragon cry sword on her lap and focused her mind, immersing her mind into her cultivation. Chapter 656. The next morning, the 2 lazy suns reluctantly climbed up from the horizon. They lazily stretched their round bodies and poured their warm and tranquil sunlight onto the entire god realm. The first glimmer of dawn was tranquil and peaceful. Bang! However, this tranquility did not last for long. On one of the Golden Mountain peaks, a fireball that was a mixture of heat and cold suddenly soared into the sky. It swept into the air and then suddenly exploded. The aura of frost and heat swept out. These 2 opposing energies did not repel each other. Instead, they coexisted harmoniously. The combination of the two energies caused the golden tree to slightly retract its branches. This huge explosion also alarmed the few people on the mountain peak. The beautiful blue figure slowly opened her eyes. Mei Mao turned around and saw that the ice wall beside her had unknowingly shattered. This made her slightly happy. As for the young man who was trapped in the ice cage, he stretched his back and lowered his head. He looked at his hands with surprise. The power of the attack just now had shocked even him. The result of cultivating for an entire day was extraordinary. It was all thanks to the ice and fire cage that he was able to comprehend the power of the fusion of frost and fire so quickly. Congratulations! Yi Qinglian could not help but smile when she saw him stretching his arms and legs in satisfaction. Lin Sheng, who was beside her, could not help but chuckle when he saw the young girl's graceful figure. He then directly pounced on her. As the young girl let out a cry of surprise, he tightly hugged her in his arms. "What are you doing?" Yi Qinglian's beautiful face was slightly red. Her jade-like arms gently wrapped around the young man's waist. She looked at the handsome face that was close to her and said in a low voice, "They are still here. Don't mess around." Lin Sheng chuckled softly. He raised his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing and Yi Qinglian, who were not far away. He then curled his lips and chuckled. He leaned close to Yi Qinglian's delicate ear and teased, "I'll spare you this time. We'll talk about it when we get back." Yi Qinglian's beautiful face immediately turned red when she heard his words. A trace of embarrassment and anger appeared on Mei Mao's transparent glass-like face. Her jade-like hand pinched his waist forcefully. Hiss! After being pinched, Lin Sheng sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly let go of the femme fatale in his arms. He could not help but smile bitterly. A woman's heart was truly the most poisonous. "Oh, you're done cultivating? One day is really slow." While the two of them were fooling around, a clear laughter that sounded like a woman's came from the side. Lin Sheng turned his head and saw Yun Nuoxing slowly walking over. Her right arm was entwined with a few different colored energies. Upon hearing that, Lin Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had finally managed to fuse the Frostfire Seal's energy with great difficulty. He had thought that it would be very fast, but Yun Nuoxing's words were like a sword stabbing into his chest, making him smile helplessly. "Chua!" Lin Sheng wanted to say something, but a hurried, rushing wind sound was suddenly heard from the horizon, causing the few of them to turn their heads. After which, they saw a figure hurriedly flying in their direction. Finally, the figure rushed into the Golden Mountain peak and landed in front of the few of them. It was Mu Qing. "Mu Qing, how did you find this place?" Lin Sheng raised his head and looked at Mu Qing in astonishment. At this moment, the latter's face was somewhat anxious. "Brother Lin, the badge you gave me can lead me to you. Have you forgotten?" Mu Qing bitterly smiled and hurriedly said, "Brother Lin, something happened. Today, we brought some people to the energy array at the mouth of the volcano to cultivate. We encountered a group of seniors that we didn't know. They knocked out a few of our Green Lotus Association members and chased us out. There's also this." Mu Qing took out a green invitation card from her bosom. Lin Sheng frowned and took it. There was only one huge word written on the card: battle. It seemed to be a challenge to Lin Sheng. Yun Nuoxing curiously stretched her neck and looked at the invitation. She muttered, "Bai Yuya, 25th on the devil ranking. 25th. What did you do to him?" Lin Sheng bitterly smiled. What could he do to a 25th on the devil ranking? It was already good that Bai Yuya didn't do anything to him. Shaking his head, Lin Sheng's gaze turned colder. He looked at Mu Qing and asked, "Is everyone from the Green Lotus Association fine?" No, they were only knocked out and chased out. The other party didn't seem to want to blow this matter up. Mu Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. This Bai Yuya is someone from the White Domain. There are many experts on the devil rankings in the White Domain. Just the top 50 alone, there are 4 of them. Including Bai Yuya, there are 5 of them. In the academy, they are considered one of the strongest societies. White Domain. Lin Sheng started when he heard this name. A trace of puzzlement flashed in his eyes. After that, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "In the White Domain, Is there a fellow called Bai Hong? He's the one who chased us out. Mu Qing hurriedly nodded. His eyes were filled with grievance and unwillingness. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't win and was stopped by someone, he would have already rushed up and attacked. That bastard! Lin Sheng's gaze turned cold. This Bai Hong, did he really think that he was a soft persimmon that was easy to bully? What's wrong? What happened? Yin Nuoxing leisurely held her head and softly asked. Lin Sheng bitterly smiled. After hesitating for a while, he still told her about the matter. Half a month after entering the academy, there was one time when I was cultivating in the magma below the volcano. I accidentally found a piece of fire rock jade. When I was retrieving it, I got mixed up with that Bai Hong. In the end, although I was the one who obtained the fire rock jade, after that, someone came knocking on our door. Yin Nuoxing nodded. The fire rock jade was a 5th rank material. It possessed extremely dense fire elemental energy. However, although Lin Sheng said that he got mixed up since the other party had come knocking on their door, the former also felt that the so-called mixed up might not be that simple. Big brother Yin, here are 2 of your battle invitations. I saw them here, so I'll pass them to you. Mu Qing bitterly smiled and took out 2 green battle invitations from his bosom, causing Yin Nuoxing to be startled. After a while, she took them over. The 4th Xian Yuan and the 15th Yin Mo. Could it be that I attract so much hatred? Forget about the wild beast at the back. I had already guessed it when I exchanged for the soul-tempering marrow-cleansing pill. However, I didn't provoke the 4th Xian Yuan, right? Yin Nuoxing looked at the 2 names with a dumbfounded expression. She felt that it was very strange. However, when she saw Xian Yuan outside the Spirit Light Tower, he seemed to have said that he would look for him to spar. Therefore, she sent a battle invitation. Didn't she know that he was a new student? A senior student sending a battle invitation to a new student. This. Who asked you to charge into the devil rankings? Seeing Yin Nuoxing's depressed appearance, Lin Sheng, Yi Qinglian, and Mu Qing could not help but curse in their hearts. Glancing at the battle invitation in a depressed manner, Yin Nuoxing did something that shocked everyone. He tore the 2 green battle invitations into pieces and even snapped his fingers to burn them. Only then did he clap his hands and said, "Boring. I won't accept it." Lin Sheng was speechless at Yin Nuoxing's actions. He also wanted to burn the battle invitation in his hands. However, there were still a few people from their Green Lotus Society being held captive. Although that Bai Yuya shouldn't be able to do anything in the High Light Academy, he would at most be tortured to vent his anger. There wouldn't be any danger to his life, and he would be released sooner or later. Therefore, it was understandable that Yin Nuoxing didn't accept the battle invitation. His actions clearly showed that he wanted to bully others. Could it be that Yin Nuoxing wanted to stretch out her face and ask him to hit her? However, if she really did that, the hearts of the people from the Green Lotus Society would probably scatter. It seemed like they had no choice but to accept this battle invitation, but Big Brother Yin, this battle invitation has already spread throughout the entire High Light Academy. If we don't accept it, Mu Qing bitterly smiled. However, it wasn't a big deal if they didn't accept the battle invitation. After all, they were new students. You, a senior student, wanted to challenge a new student. How could you reject the battle invitation? Yin Nuoxing was stunned as he stared blankly at the sky. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the Young Heroes competition that he had participated in. That day, he was also forced to go up on the stage in the High Light Academy. A few days had passed since the incident at the Spirit Light Pagoda. Once again, the main character of that incident didn't appear. This incident also slowly quieted down, allowing the Academy to return to its tranquil state. However, today, a storm-like news had spread, causing this tranquil pond to once again boil over. The 25th ranker of the Devil Rankings, Bai Yuya, sent a battle invitation to Lin Sheng. At the same time, the 4th ranker of the Devil Rankings, Xian Yuan, and the 15th ranker of the Devil Rankings, Yin Mo, also sent battle invitations to the 20th ranker of the Devil Rankings. These 3 pieces of news had spread throughout the entire High Light Academy in a short span of 2 hours. Not a single person was left out. Even the elders received this news. All the students who heard this news were stunned for a moment. After that, they slapped themselves, and after confirming that they weren't dreaming, they were all dumbfounded. The 3 senior students of the Devil Rankings issued a battle invitation to 2 new students. The 20th ranker of the Devil Rankings was still somewhat understandable. However, what was going on with Lin Sheng? Who was Bai Yuya? He was a lofty character in the top 50 of the Devil Rankings. Who was Lin Sheng? He was a new student who had just entered the academy for less than 2 months. The difference between them was like the heavens and the earth. Let alone 8 poles. Even 20 poles wouldn't be able to hit the same ground. Although Lin Sheng's fame had risen recently, it was still impossible to pull them together. Abruptly, everyone felt that something was wrong with their heads. Their worldview seemed to be shattering into pieces. First, there was a mysterious expert who broke through the 7th level of the Spirit Light Pagoda. After that, a senior student of the Devil Rankings issued a battle invitation to a new student. This could be considered one of the strangest things that happened in the High Light Academy in recent years. Although the new students were meant to be defeated by the seniors, wasn't this a little too exaggerated? There was a difference of 7 to 8 major levels between the new students and the seniors in the top 50 of the Devil Rankings. How could they fight? However, no matter how they racked their brains, they couldn't understand. Hence, they decided not to think about it. Since the news had already been released, no matter what, these 3 battle invitations would most probably be a boring farce. Other than the 2 battle invitations against Yun Nuoxing, everyone was still very interested in this new student who managed to break through to the 20th ranker of the Devil Rankings. It wasn't bad to be able to watch them fight. It would also be good to see what innate techniques this new student had. In a certain natural cultivation ground of the Northern Heavens Spiritual Academy, Yu Kun, who was ranked 55th on the Devil Rankings, was stunned for a moment when he heard the report. Shortly after, he couldn't help but burst out in laughter, causing the entire forest to tremble. The people behind him had blank expressions as they looked at him, not knowing what their boss was laughing about. Ha, tomorrow's Battle King stage, right? I got it. I'll go and watch the show tomorrow. Ha. Yu Kun was still laughing, causing the people behind him to have dumbfounded expressions. They didn't know where he had found the humor. In another mountain peak of the High Light Academy, there was a slender figure. Her fine black hair hung down like a waterfall, and her silver robes fluttered in the wind. At this moment, she was looking at the 2 green battle invitations in her hands, lost in thought. Her brows couldn't help slightly knitting together as her jade-like hand couldn't help knocking on a long blade that was stabbed into the ground. There were mysterious runes on the blade, with faint lightning sparks gushing out from them. Senior Sister Mingyu. A light voice came from behind her. She turned her head slightly, revealing a cold and beautiful face. She said softly, "Luo, you've come. Have you found a suitable candidate?" A beautiful figure walked out from the bamboo forest behind her. She wore a crown-like hair ornament and wore a snow-white robe. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail by a red hairband. The person who came was actually Jun Luo. Even though she had left the profound dragon continent, she was still dressed like a priestess. It seemed that she couldn't change it. I already have a suitable candidate. I'm afraid there's no one more suitable than him. Jun Luo lightly walked behind Ding Mingyu and lightly smiled. Oh, Ding Mingyu's eyebrows slightly raised. She raised her bright and clean chin, indicating for Jun Luo to continue. Jun Luo lightly smiled. Her jade-like hand lightly took the 2 battle invitations in her hands. Mei Mao slightly lowered her head, then waved the battle invitations in her hands and smiled at Ding Mingyu. Ding Mingyu stared blankly. It seemed that she didn't expect Jun Luo to give such an answer. For a moment, she didn't say anything. Her eyelids slightly lowered. Jun Luo didn't urge her either. She only slightly smiled and quietly waited for her answer. After a long time, Ding Mingyu pulled out the long blade in front of her and put it back into the scabbard. She raised Mei Mao, stared at Jun Luo and softly said, "Let's go take a look tomorrow." Chapter 657. This bastard is simply going too far. He's holding a member of our Green Lotus Society hostage before issuing a challenge. Isn't he forcing Brother Lin to accept the challenge? Brother Lin, if we don't accept the challenge, no one will say anything. Wu Tian and the rest will understand. If they knew, they wouldn't have allowed Brother Lin to take the risk. At this moment, a plaza in the freshman area was in an uproar. On the gigantic wall of the plaza, there was a gigantic green lotus emblem. On the emblem, there were two figures with their backs facing each other. This was the emblem of the Green Lotus Society. This plaza was also the territory of the Green Lotus Society. In the middle of the crowd, Lin Sheng's slender fingers held the challenge letter in his hand as he gently flipped it. His expression was somewhat gloomy. That day, Bai Hong had asked him to wait. Could it be that he was waiting for this? Brother Yin, what do you think? After a long while, Lin Sheng chuckled. He shifted his gaze and looked at the wall beside him. Yin Nuoxing was leaning there, her hands lazily hugging the back of her head. At the side, Xian, Little Moon, and Yuer were sitting in a corner. Their jade-like arms were hugging their knees as they basked in the sun. They looked very comfortable. Hearing the sound, Yin Nuoxing opened her eyes. She lazily glanced at him and softly said, "It'll be fine after you endure it." Since they've already invited an expert ranked 25th on the devil rankings, it means that they've determined that you definitely won't be able to deal with this problem. They're suppressing you, planning to crush your confidence and make you dispirited. The most serious consequence would be that you'll be stuck here forever. Yin Nuoxing faintly said. When Lin Sheng heard this, he frowned. Indeed, an expert ranked 25th on the devil rankings wasn't someone he could deal with right now. Even if he cultivated the heavenly fire god art, he still wouldn't be able to deal with it. But would he only be beaten if he accepted the challenge? Although he knew that even if he was defeated, he would not be dispirited and would only cultivate harder, he did not want to be beaten. However, if he did not go, how could he face the many members of the Green Lotus Society? Yi Qinglian bit her lips. Bai Yi was not Tang Yang. This kind of battle was not on the same level, and there was no fairness to speak of. However, when she looked into Lin Sheng's eyes, the latter's expression did not waver and was extremely serious. This caused Yi Qinglian to bitterly smile. It was impossible for her to make Lin Sheng change his answer. Of course, if you don't want to be beaten up and still want to fight back, I have a way. Yin Nuoxing crossed his arms with a devilish smile on his face, causing everyone to be stunned. You have a way? What way? Lin Sheng couldn't help but ask. Yin Nuoxing smiled and extended a slender jade finger. She said, "The first one is the rules of the battle. You are a new student, Bai Yuye is a senior. If you accept the challenge, he will let you decide the way to accept the challenge. However, this is also a possibility. If he doesn't accept the challenge, you will spread the news of them putting the members of the Green Lotus Society under house arrest. The so-called society forces care a lot about their face. If this news is spread, it will have a great impact on their reputation." Then, she extended a second slender finger. "Secondly, we are spirit array masters. The most effective way to defeat an enemy is through spirit arrays. However, it will take some time for you to set up a high-level spirit array. This is set in the rules. You attack, I defend, you defend, I attack, and so on." After thinking for a while, he stretched out a third finger and said mockingly, "The third one, I'll give you a high-grade weapon or a divine-level spell formation diagram. You just have to smash it into smithereens." When they heard the first two suggestions, it was still fine. However, when they heard the third suggestion, black lines appeared on everyone's face. This was truly violent, simple, and crude. The third one sounds very tempting. How high-grade is a high-grade weapon? If it's an ordinary demigod-grade weapon, I might not be able to defeat an 8th or 9th devil-grade expert. Lin Sheng helplessly smiled. He was only a half-devil. Even if he used a high-grade weapon, it would be very hard for him to display his strength. That's true. However, don't worry. Since I said that I can let you smash him into smithereens, I will definitely be able to smash him into smithereens. It will depend on how you choose. Do you want to be beaten up? Do you want to use tricks? Or do you want to use the most violent method? Yin Nuoxing mysteriously smiled. That appearance of hers made everyone curious. What was the origin of the number 1 student who had rushed into the top 20 of the devil rankings? Then, What about your own matters, Brother Yin? Lin Sheng smiled again. Me? Hearing that Lin Sheng was talking about her, Yin Nuoxing was slightly startled. She let out a long sigh and shook her head. Let's see how the situation goes. I don't have any reason to accept the challenge. But if I do, I will let them know what is the meaning of terror. Hearing this, Lin Sheng bitterly smiled and shook his head. A moment later, he retracted his expression and tapped his chin with 2 fingers. His gaze was fixated on Yin Nuoxing. After a long while, he took a deep breath and held the green battle invitation between his fingers. A green-blue flame rose up and burned the battle invitation into ashes. The matter of the 3 seniors issuing a challenge caused a huge commotion in the entire Farlight Academy. Not only the students, even the elders heard about it. Instantly, numerous aged gazes exchanged glances before sinister smiles appeared on their faces. Hey, this is the first real battle for the Godchild after coming to the Farlight Academy. When Yin Feng heard this news, he was still playing chess with Bing. When he heard this, he excitedly pushed the chessboard, causing the chess pieces on it to fall into chaos, causing Bing's face to twitch. Old fox, you're still messing around when you are about to lose. Bing glared at him and waved his hand to tidy up the chess pieces. Then, he stood up and looked at the academy not far away. An inexplicable look flashed across his eyes. Why do I feel that the Godchild will not accept the challenge? Hee, you're not as good as me in this aspect. I will bet a divinity elixir that the Godchild will participate. Yin Feng smiled. Bing looked at him silently and said indifferently, raise the stakes. A divinity elixir and a vast god elixir. The loser will give it to the Godchild. Hearing this, Yin Feng was stunned. He could not help but roll his eyes. Then he smiled and said, all right, a divinity elixir and a vast god elixir. The loser will give it to the Godchild. Let's wait and see. Bing smiled faintly. After the 2 of them finished their discussion, they waited quietly. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Yin Nuoxing and Lin Sheng's response. After anxiously waiting for half a day, a piece of news was finally transmitted from the freshman dormitory area. That news came as a great shock to the crowd. The 2 of them had accepted the challenge. Yin Nuoxing and Lin Sheng had both accepted the challenge. Hearing this response, countless students in the Farlight Academy were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. The atmosphere was so heated that it could flip the sky. Some people could understand why Yin Nuoxing had accepted the challenge. However, Lin Sheng had also accepted the challenge. They did not know if he was reckless or arrogant. With regard to Lin Sheng's response, those who did not know the inside story could not help but sneer. Most of them did not think highly of the outcome. However, there was also a portion of them who had the mentality of watching a show. They wanted to see what kind of means the number 1 person in the half-devil rank had to give him such confidence to accept Bai Yuya's challenge. As for the matter of Yin Nuoxing accepting the challenge, it had shocked quite a number of people. This freshman had managed to enter the top 20 of the devil rankings when he had just entered the academy. This had attracted the attention of quite a number of people. Although many people believed that he had cheated, those who had seen Yin Nuoxing during the freshman assessment knew that this fellow had truly obtained that position. It was so much so that if he wanted to, the position in front of him might even be moved. However, no matter what, these 2 matters had become an earth-shaking event in the Farlight Academy. Those students who were in closed-door cultivation could not hold back their curiosity. They put down their cultivation and came out to watch. In the previous 2 events in the Spirit Light Pagoda, they did not see the main character. However, the main character this time was very obvious. This might be one of the few battles in the Farlight Academy that had the greatest disparity in strength. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Old Bing, you've lost. Remember to give the vast divine pellet and divinity pellet to the little god. When Yin Feng heard the news, he laughed heartily and flipped the chessboard over. The pile of chess pieces fell on Bing, causing 2 veins to pop out on the latter's forehead. Seeing how Yin Feng was dancing with joy, Bing coldly glared at him and said, a petty person intoxicated by success. When he heard Yin Nuoxing accepting the challenge, he was very astonished because the temperament of the God's child was a little similar to his. Logically speaking, The god's child should have rejected the challenge. Old man, let's make another bet. This time, I'll bet a light origin pellet and 100 revolutions spiritual light pellet. How many rounds do you think Xian Yuan and Yin Mo can last in the hands of the god's child? Bing raised his head and glanced at Yin Feng. Oh, I'll raise the stakes. Light origin pellet, 100 revolutions spiritual light pellet, and divinity immortal pellet each. When Yin Feng heard this, he looked at Bing in astonishment. After pondering for a moment, he stretched out a finger and said, 1 round. Luckily, our viewpoints are different. Bing smiled faintly. After that, a trace of sharpness flashed through his eyes. I'll bet 5 rounds. 5 rounds? Are you out of your mind? With the god's child's abilities, he can easily kill a beginner god without using a weapon. You actually said 5 rounds? Yin Feng was stunned and looked at Bing with a strange gaze. Let's wait and see. Bing smiled mysteriously and did not give him an answer. As countless people waited anxiously, the day passed very quickly. It was as if it had passed in the blink of an eye. During this day, Lin Sheng had been staying in the secret room with Yin Nuoxing. They seemed to be preparing something. Yi Qinglian, Zian, and the others had been sitting in the courtyard outside the secret room. The two of them were probably preparing for the earth-shattering battle that was about to happen. Zian was not worried at all. She was very clear about Yin Nuoxing's abilities. Not to mention that he had opened up 2 big holes in the Source Peak region's territory. Just the divine level mystic technique that he had taught was enough to destroy the Longguang Academy. That kind of power could not be blocked unless one was a beginner god. However, Yi Qinglian was very worried. She had always believed in Lin Sheng. When she saw the confidence in his eyes, she would calm down. She also knew that he would never fight a battle that he would definitely lose. However, this battle was still too difficult. How long had Bai Yi been training in the Longguang Academy? He was already a demon level 8 or 9 seals expert. They had just entered the academy for less than 2 months. He was only a half-demon level 3 transformation expert. There was a difference of 8 or 9 realms between them. How could he make up for this gap? Qinglian, don't worry. Little Star said that there was a way for Lin Sheng to pass safely. There must be a way. Seeing the unconcealable worry on Yi Qinglian's face, Zian smiled and comforted her. Hearing this, Yi Qinglian originally wanted to retort. However, when she saw the moving smile on Zian's face, she didn't know why, but her heart gradually calmed down. The next day, when a morning light broke through the curtain of night, breaking the tranquility of the night and scattering its light on this vast land, the Longguang Academy also erupted with heaven-shaking vitality. From the numerous pavilions and palaces, countless figures rushed out, bringing with them ear-piercing sounds of breaking wind. Their goal was the same, the Battle King stage outside the Battle God Hall. That place was used by the Longguang Academy to test their strength. It was a gigantic battle stage used by students to spar. The largest Battle King stage was tens of thousands of feet long and wide. The battle between the seniors of the Devil rankings and the new students would also be held there. Originally, there were many people coming and going in and out of the Battle God Hall. But today it was completely deserted and desolate. Numerous figures sped past the Battle God Hall, flying towards the Battle King stage. Over there, it was already extremely lively, filled with a sea of people. The startling popularity caused the clouds to disperse, allowing the sunlight to cascade down. From high up in the air, one could only see a dense mass of people akin to an endless sea. It was unknown how many people were gathered here. In the middle of the sea of people, there were 2 vast battle platforms. One of them was thousands of feet long and wide, while the other was the largest battle platform, tens of thousands of feet long and wide. No one would care, even if the heavens and earth were to shatter on the battle platforms. The Battle King stage, the largest Battle King stage. How many years has it been since it was opened? It's sufficient to withstand an all-out attack from a godchild without being damaged in the slightest. Yu Kuan stared at the gigantic battle platform as he involuntarily clicked his tongue. Look at the popularity, look at the people who came. The number 3 ranker of the Devil rankings, Ding Mingyu, number 7 ranker Lin Gong, number 8 ranker Chuan Mu, number 10 ranker Zhong Songling, and number 14 ranker Guyu. TSK, all of them came. They're all here because they know the new student ranked number 20 on the devil rankings. The person who was listening at the side was speechless. Look behind senior sister Ding. That's the new student who came here 2 years ago. It said that she's also very outstanding, even surpassing Lin Sheng this year. In the seats closer to the battle platform, Ding Mingyu and Jun Luo sat together. The two women with different auras were extremely eye-catching. One was cold and arrogant, while the other was gentle and moving, truly a feast for the eyes of the spectators. Not far away from the two of them, there were 3 other people seated together. That young man with the largest stature was so sturdy that he resembled a small mountain. Beside him, there was another young man and a similarly beautiful woman. This place also attracted the attention of many. The faint smiles on the faces of the 2 young men caused many young ladies to sneak glances at them. That young woman also caused many young men to drool. These 3 were none other than Chuan Mu's group. Behind them, Mountain and the other 2 sat quietly as well. However, the expressions of the 3 of them were somewhat unsightly, as though they couldn't sit still. All right, stop being awkward. It's useless no matter how much you twist. If you're worried, why don't you go and fight on behalf of Junior Brother? Chuan Mu turned his head and couldn't help rolling his eyes when he saw the uneasy expressions of his 3 younger brothers. Brother, sister, this. Brother Yin is being challenged by 2 people on the devil rankings. Are you guys nervous? Mountain scratched his head in anxiety. Since Junior Brother accepted the challenge, he naturally has his reasons for doing so. Lin Mu turned his head and smiled. Moreover, Junior Brother isn't as weak as you guys think. If not, how could he be ranked number 20 on the devil rankings? But Brother Yun is only at the 1st rank of the devil rank. He's only at the 8th rank. He's only at the 8th rank. That Xian Yuan is already at the peak of the devil rank. That Yin Mo is also at the peak of the devil rank. With a difference of 8 realms, how can he fight? Lin Xen shook his head in distress, as though he was worried about Yin Nuashing. Hearing that, Chuan Mu and the other 2 silently glanced at each other before sighing in unison. They were worried about the intelligence of their 3 younger brothers. Swish! While the surroundings of the Battle King platform were in an uproar, 3 figures suddenly appeared on the Battle King platform. The 3 of them glanced at each other and placed their hands behind their backs. They took a deep breath with a calm expression. They're here! They're here! Xian Yuan, Yin Mo, Baiyuya, they're all here. Looking at the 3 figures that appeared, the surroundings of the Battle King platform instantly erupted in an uproar. Soon after, everyone's eyes were filled with madness. One of the main characters had appeared. Ding Mingyu, Chuan Mu, and the other 2 turned their gazes towards the Battle King platform, looking at Xian Yuan and Yin Mo. As for Bai Yuya, he was ignored by them. Only the 2 of them were able to attract their attention. When the 3 of them appeared, Bai Yuya cupped his hands toward the 2 of them before flying towards the Battle King platform that was several thousand feet wide. He wasn't affected by the sea of people that filled the mountain. The frenzied cries continued for a period of time before they weakened. Many people shouted until their throats became hoarse, and they immediately coughed twice. However, there was still a portion of people who were crazily shouting, as though they were the ones who went up to the Battle King platform to fight. Being able to step onto the Battle King platform was also a kind of honor. The 2 suns were still faintly flickering. When they rose to the sky and the sunlight was at its fiercest, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky outside of the Battle King platform. Everyone was startled as they turned their gazes towards the horizon. Soon after, they saw an incomparably brilliant starry sky floating in the sky. Under that starry sky, there were a few figures that were slowly walking over, as though they were gods that were walking amongst the stars. When they approached the Battle King platform, a few of the figures landed on the Battle King platform spectator seats. As for the remaining 2 figures, one of them, under countless gazes, brought along the starry sky and landed on the vast Battle King platform. As the slender youth's figure landed in the arena, the exclamations reached their peak. The youth's black eyes were calm as he raised his head slightly and looked at the figure opposite him. He cupped his hands and smiled. His calm voice was filled with a high fighting spirit as it slowly spread out. Senior Bayuya, Lin Sheng has come to accept your challenge. As for the remaining figure, under countless gazes, he also slowly landed on the 10,000 feet tall Battle King platform. The starry sky behind him was crazily expanding, as though it had covered the entire sky. His 6 large, colorful wings were flickering with resplendent light. The light from the star field set off his dreamlike appearance. His eyes were filled with starlight and burning with an inextinguishable will. At this moment, it was as though he was a god that was treading on the 9 heavens. I'm here. His indifferent tone, coupled with his dazzling entrance, caused the atmosphere to boil once again. Chapter 658. In the spectator stands of the 2 vast Battle King platforms, the atmosphere was already as hot as a volcano erupting, but after hearing those 2 words, it became even hotter. Countless curious, amazed, and astonished gazes were fixed on the 2 tall youths on the platform. Lin Sheng was handsome and had a natural smile on his face. His calm demeanor, neither servile nor overbearing, was rather surprising. No matter what, there was a great disparity in strength between the 2 battle platforms. The fact that he dared to come to this battle platform already meant something. On the other Battle King platform, a star domain spread out as if there were thousands of stars hanging high in the sky. Time seemed to have suddenly changed tonight. The resplendent starlight made the eyes of countless people twinkle. The figure under the starry sky had 6 colorful wings on his back. His colorful eyes were burning with inextinguishable starlight. His expression was calm, as if he was a god looking down on all living things. His temperament and aura made many girls cry out in surprise. Yin Nuoxing's grand entrance was simply for show. Junior Brother's entrance is so magnificent, so cool, so beautiful. I wonder how strong he is. Is such a flashy entrance a gimmick? Star Domain? Why do I think of that time in the spiritual light tower? This guy is wearing a mask again. He's dressed like a sissy. Many people were stunned when they saw the starry sky. At that time, the spiritual light tower had also rendered a star domain. It was when someone passed the 5th stage. A starry sky appeared under the dome of the sky, as if there were 2 starry skies. Slowly descending from the sky, Yin Nuoxing's feet gently touched the Battle King platform. He steadied himself and raised his colorful eyes to look at the 2 people in front of him. His hands were placed in front of his lower abdomen, and the star domain behind him slowly disappeared. His huge 6 wings were folded behind him like a screen. Junior Brother. The look in his eyes has changed. It makes one's heart palpitate. It's like an arrogant phoenix looking down on those who dare to challenge his majesty. Lin Rant's eyes widened slightly. The Yin Nuoxing who appeared now was serious in speech and manner. The smile on his face had completely disappeared, and the smile in his eyes had also disappeared. At this moment, he was like a king, looking down disdainfully on those who dared to challenge his authority. He was aloof and arrogant. 6-winged. 6-winged. It sounds familiar, but it's very unfamiliar. Do you guys think of anything? Chuan Mu frowned slightly. Humans could not grow 6 wings on their backs, unless they cultivated some special profound art. Hearing this, Lin Ran and Zhong Songling shook their heads. They were not sure. Is it this little guy who caused such a huge commotion? Half-devil rank 3rd transformation. He's a good seedling, but he still needs some time. In the air above the Battle King platform, a group of old men gathered together, looking down at the Battle King platform with faint smiles on their faces. Hee, this little guy is naturally one of the main characters, but I'm more concerned about another little guy. That little guy who came with the star field does have some skills. I can't see through his strength. I'm afraid there's something special in his body. Oh, but I'm more concerned about the other one. Did you notice that his energy is not devil chi? Not devil chi? This is star field energy. Compared to God origin energy, it's even purer and more powerful. The energy of the world's origin is second only to the pure energy of a God rank expert. TSK, this little guy is not simple. Old bastards, are you guys playing dumb or what? Star field energy. Star field energy. This old man said that this is star field energy. I've already said it 3 times. Do you still remember the spiritual light tower a few days ago? That star field that lit up the sky was formed by star field energy. Could it be that this little guy passed the 7th stage? Impossible. Only God rank experts can pass the 7th stage. In the entire Longguang Academy, have you seen a second person who has star field energy? No. If this little guy really passed the 7th stage, then at a little terrifying, a group of figures appeared at a corner of the Battle King stage. The person at the front had a calm expression, but his gaze was somewhat complicated when he looked at Lin Sheng. This person was Tang Yang. After being defeated by Lin Sheng in the 3rd freshman assessment, he had gone into seclusion for a long period of time. Now that he had come out and heard about the latter, he could not help but sigh softly. Lin Sheng, you're the one who defeated me. If you lose to that kind of trash, I'll kill you. Tang Yang tightly clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Unwillingness flashed across his eyes. However, at this moment, all of his attention was on the Battle King stage, and the emotions in his eyes were hidden. At this moment, all of the freshmen were paying attention to Lin Sheng, who had created many inconceivable things. When he faced Bai Yuya, would he be crushed, or would he risk his life to survive? They were all very curious. Everyone's gazes gathered on the 2 Battle King stages, their eyes filled with anticipation. Under the attentive gazes of countless people, Lin Sheng and Bai Yuya's gazes slowly came into contact with each other. The air seemed to have solidified at this moment. You did this to call me over, then crush me, humiliate me, and destroy my confidence. Is that it? Interesting? Lin Sheng took a deep breath and spoke in an extremely rude manner. Bai Yuya's eyes slightly narrowed, tightly staring at Lin Sheng as he said, Bai Hong's method was a little overboard. I've already taught him a lesson. As for your people, don't worry, I won't touch them. However, no matter how useless my idol brother is, he's still my brother. You've seriously injured him and nearly crippled him. This debt needs to be settled. Bai Yuya still had an indifferent expression. The gaze that he used to stare at Lin Sheng was devoid of joy or sorrow. Lin Sheng gave a non-committal smile. If Bai Hong had not been going all out to kill him that day, he would not have been so heavy-handed. He only had himself to blame. A trace of calmness flashed past his pitch-black eyes. Lin Sheng took a deep breath. His voice became slightly deeper as he slowly said, Senior Bai Yuya, please tell me the rules of this battle, or the method. Don't worry, the matter of challenging a new student is already embarrassing enough. However, this is also a promise to that useless fellow. I will give you a chance. You can set the rules. As long as it's fair, I will agree. Bai Yuya lightly nodded his head and said. Lin Sheng glanced at him in surprise. After that, he glanced at Yin Nuoxing, who was on another battle stage far away. This Bai Yuya really wanted him to set the rules. He felt that this fellow seemed to be able to predict everything. Bai Yuya also followed his gaze and looked at Yin Nuoxing. Looking at the latter's calm and reserved temperament, the aura that was like that of a king, he could not help but be stunned. He softly said, Did he give you confidence? Lin Sheng shrugged his shoulders. There was indeed a bit of this reason. If he had to fight against Bai Yuya alone, he would have a headache. The difference of 7 or 8 realms was not something that could be made up for by putting his life on the line. Before he met Yin Nuoxing, that was indeed what he thought. However, what happened yesterday had overturned his thoughts. Lin Sheng slowly raised his hand and slowly extended a finger. He faintly said, How about we decide the victor in one move? Bai Yuya was stunned for a moment. After that, he faintly shook his head. If he used all his strength, he could still block it. However, there was not much meaning in doing so. It would make this battle seem like a child's play. Seeing Bai Yuya shake his head, Lin Sheng was not surprised. It was just a casual suggestion. After a moment, he slightly restrained his expression and extended 3 slender fingers. His sharp eyes stared at Bai Yuya as he softly said, Round battle. 3 rounds. The 2 of us will choose the offensive and defensive positions. If you attack, I will defend. If I defend, you attack. How about it? In the spectators' stands, many people narrowed their eyes. 3 rounds of round battle. Basically, a crazy battle would be concentrated on these three attacks. Moreover, in the offensive and defensive positions, generally, the defensive side would have the advantage. When one sees the opponent's attack, one would be able to counter it. If they were Lin Sheng, they would at least fight for 2 defenses. If it was 3 defenses, it would be even better. If Baiyu defended 3 times, Lin Sheng would basically have no show to watch. His attack would be ruthlessly disintegrated. However, even if Baiyu defended 3 times, it would not be that easy to block. It was not that there were no people in the Farlight Academy who could block Baiyu's attack. However, Lin Sheng's name should not be among them. Even if his reputation was not weak, it was unlikely that he could block Baiyu's attack. Under the attentive gazes of countless people, Baiyu did not think much and nodded his head. After that, he slowly raised his head and glanced at Lin Sheng. He allowed a long breath and said, 2 attacks and 1 defense. If you block them all, it will be my loss. What do you think? All right. Lin Sheng silently nodded his head. He also tightly stared at Baiyu. A trace of sharp aura slowly circulated around his body. When the latter saw Lin Sheng's appearance, he could not help but sigh. After that, he transmitted his voice. No matter how this battle turns out, all grudges will be written off. I will also release the person in one piece. Lin Sheng's eyes slightly narrowed. He clenched his fists tightly. After that, he deeply inhaled a breath of air and heavily nodded his head. The half-immortal and half-devil aura within his body gushed out without any restraint. There was also a green-blue flame that slowly flowed out from his body. The surrounding air started to distort because of the flame. He raised his hand and said, "Senior, please enlighten me." These 3 rounds were the essence of thousands of rounds of battle. There was no warm-up, no preparation. Once they attacked, it would definitely be a storm of attacks. There was no luck in this round battle. On the 10,000 feet tall Battle King's platform, Yin Nuoxing slowly turned around and looked towards Lin Sheng. What surprised him was that Xin Yuan and Yin Mo had also sat down cross-legged and looked at the battle. It seemed like they did not intend to start so quickly. Yin Nuoxing also slowly knelt down. His colorful eyes calmly looked towards the battle and casually asked, "Which one of you will go first?" Don't worry, it won't be a round-robin battle. However, if you want to fight 1 against 2, it's not impossible. Yin Mo did not turn his head. He only glanced at Yin Nuoxing from the corner of his eyes. His hands were slightly clenched. The incident that happened in the Azure Cloud Pavilion that day still made him tremble in fear. However, he also believed that Yin Nuoxing was just lucky back then. This time, on the Battle King's platform, he would not be so lucky. You feel that it's inconceivable? Yin Nuoxing said indifferently, causing the 2 of them to be stunned. Their brows furrowed slightly. Then they heard him continue. That day, you exchanged 36 moves with me in the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Every move was blocked by me with just enough strength. At that time, you should have sensed something. Or is it that you find it inconceivable that a so-called new student can do this? Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. His colorful eyes were slightly cold. This so-called battle invitation was meaningless to Yin Nuoxing. When Yin Mo and the others were still fighting, he was already used to this scale of battle. At this moment, all the battle power he controlled could even blast a large crater in a large area. This was the power he risked his life to cultivate. It was the power he used to suppress powerful enemies. This kind of small battle was meaningless to him. Hearing Yin Nuoxing mention the Azure Cloud Pavilion, Yin Mo's expression turned slightly cold. However, before he could say anything, Yin Nuoxing spoke again indifferently. Your starting point is this Farlight Academy. You grew up steadily and peacefully in this tall, ivory tower. However, my footprints have already spread throughout the world. My battlefields are chaotic and terrifying. They are filled with destructive elements. I have never moved them into this academy. This is just a place for me to rest. There is no need for unnecessary battles. You don't understand it all. You don't understand anything. You just continue to walk down this path. You are arrogant. You look down on others. You think you are infallible, including myself. It is the same. Chapter 659. Under the scorching sun in the sky, the atmosphere in the noisy Battle King stage seemed to have frozen, especially those few indifferent words. It made the surrounding audience's voices become softer. Heh, just because you went out to see a little of the world, you think you're better than others and don't put others in your eyes? Yin Mo sneered. A sinister look flashed across his scarred face as he said indifferently, I've seen many people like you. In the end, they all became ghosts under the blade of others. In the end, they still held onto their self-righteous knowledge and died with grievances. You think you're better than others, right? Yin Nuashing smiled faintly and said, Perhaps this is also my original sin. You can think whatever you want. However, some people are indeed born high and mighty. The achievements that you've worked so hard for so long are easily obtained by others. As for the ranks of such people, I admit that I'm not one of them. The world is unfair. Everyone's vision is different. For example, you're using this place as a starting point to fight for a distant goal. But to me, this is just a small foothold. If it weren't for the spiritual light pagoda, I wouldn't even appear in front of you. Yenemo laughed loudly. His voice contained some coldness. You talk big. You think you're the godchild of some great force? You've been dreaming too much. Dreaming? I seem to be the godchild of the 9 deities' palace. Yin Nuashing tilted his head and said indifferently in his heart. Then he sighed. I've said before, you can think whatever you want. But now, you don't even know who your opponent is. You don't even understand your opponent, yet you rashly issued a challenge. You stubbornly believe that it's impossible for a freshman to be stronger than a senior. If this isn't arrogance, then what is? Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and slowly raised his head to look at the sun in the sky. He said indifferently, When the curtain falls, how are you going to clean up the mess? I've been cultivating in the Farlight Academy for 5 years, and I'm at the peak of the demon rank. I've completed a god rank mission alone, and I've even killed a demigod rank expert. You're just a new student, and you're at most a 4th seal of the demon rank. Do you think you have the power to fight a demigod rank expert? Yin Mo clenched his teeth tightly. Yin Nuashing's indifferent expression made him a little frustrated. Yin Nuashing didn't say anything. She just turned her head and glanced at him. Meaningless argument. After he finished speaking, he did not look at him again. He just stared at Lin Sheng in the distance and sighed. That look of disdain made the veins on Yin Mo's forehead bulge. The veins on his palm bulged like dragons, as if they were about to burst out with a great power. Xian Yuan stretched out his hand to block him. He frowned slightly and looked at Yin Nuashing. The feeling the latter gave him was completely different from the first time they met. It was as if he was a completely different person. If the first time they met, he was a sunny and cheerful youth who had stage fright. Then right now, he was like a sharp divine sword. That sharp sword light would bring about devastating damage to everyone. 6 colored wings? There doesn't seem to be such a person in the southern part of the Source Peak region, right? Could it be that he came from another region? Yin Nuashing's words just now made Xian Yuan a little suspicious. However, he couldn't think of a person with such a characteristic. He subconsciously thought that he came from another region. This should have been the most eye-catching battle stage, but at this moment, it was dead silent. However, everyone could feel the hostile atmosphere, which made the nearby spectators feel a little depressed. They quickly turned the atmosphere to the other battle stage. Senior, please enlighten me. When Lin Sheng's deep and solemn voice echoed throughout the Battle King platform, everyone could feel that the air in the Battle King platform had stopped flowing. The atmosphere had become extremely solemn, and even the noise in the surroundings had slowly died down. In the end, it had completely disappeared. Everyone's gaze was tightly fixed on the 2 slender figures in the arena. Baiyu took a deep breath and looked at the handsome youth in front of him who was ready to fight. His eyes were firm, and after a moment, he lightly nodded his head. He stabbed the long sword in his hand into the ground and slowly rolled up his sleeves. The slender hands hidden in his sleeves slowly slid out. It was a pair of wheat-colored hands. They were extremely slender, but they contained a shocking amount of power. I will use my full strength, Baiyu softly murmured. Soon after, blue veins suddenly appeared on his wheat-colored hands. Soon after, everyone could feel that the elemental energy and the world's energy in the surroundings had become chaotic. An astonishing energy fluctuation rushed towards his hands that were unceasingly moving. A demon-grade expert could borrow the world's energy and the elemental energy of the world. That kind of energy was unimaginably huge. Once it was used, it would tell the opponent that he was going to use his full strength. Compared to Baiyu Ye's unceasingly gushing aura, Lin Sheng appeared to be much calmer. He had even slowly closed his eyes as the scene from the day before in the cold ice prison kept replaying in his mind. A lump of frost aura also slowly surged into his palm as a green-blue flame continued to burn, completely wrapping around his body. No matter how strong the wind blew, he remained motionless. Gulp! The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard from the spectator's stand. Baiyu Ye's aura was a bit terrifying. They were also firmly staring at the two of them. The battle could be triggered in an instant. They might miss it if they blinked their eyes. Roar! Baiyu Ye took a heavy step forward, causing the entire Battle King stage to tremble. A deep roar resounded from his throat as a domineering aura soared to the heavens. That domineering aura caused everyone's breathing to turn sluggish. Both of his hands slowly froze. His two wheat-colored hands had actually turned a little earthy yellow at this moment. A surging aura that was as deep as the earth burst out from his body. This guy's tyrannical emperor's divine art is getting more and more terrifying. Guyu couldn't help knitting his brows when he saw the aura of a single person. He had also exchanged blows with Baiyu Ye and had seen the latter's tyrannical emperor's divine art. He was certain that it wasn't as terrifying as this. Baiyu Ye slowly exhaled a turbid yellow aura. The energy that filled the sky frantically surged into his hands and slowly condensed into a deep yellow seal. Like a crystal layer, it covered both of his hands. Within the crystal layer, there was a heart-palpitating energy that was slowly being emitted. Feeling the strength of that energy, some of the older students were alarmed. Their hearts trembled. This Baiyu Ye wasn't joking. He's going all out from the start. Tyrannical Emperor's divine art. Although it's only a low peak rank, Baiyu Ye has already cultivated it to perfection. It's also one of his killing moves. That domineering aura can fight against anything. Once it enters the body, the energy within the body will be disturbed by that energy. Thus, the energy within the body can't be used. Guyu looked at this scene and let out a long sigh. He stared at Lin Sheng, who was still calm. He sighed in his heart. How are you going to deal with it? When Deshawn and the others heard this, their faces sunk. Isn't that bullying? Stepping onto the Battle King stage is Baiyu Ye's recognition of Lin Sheng. If the battle on the Battle King stage is the same as usual, it'll be like child's play. There's no need for it to exist. If Baiyu Ye goes easy on Lin Sheng, it'll be looking down on him. Chuan Mu glanced at the three of them and said indifferently, "Over there, the atmosphere is so tense that it's about to collapse. Why aren't they making a move?" Lin Meng glanced at Yin Nuoxing and the other two who were sitting cross-legged inside. That place should be the most eye-catching place. However, there wasn't a single sound coming from it. They're waiting for junior brother Lin Sheng and the others to finish. Zhong Songling smiled. Her slender legs were crossed. Such an alluring scene attracted many gazes. Countless gazes were fixed on Lin Sheng, who was surrounded by the blue flames. They could feel the uniqueness of the flames. Its power shouldn't be comparable to ordinary flames. However, it hadn't reached the level of a divine flame. Perhaps it was some powerful spiritual flame. They didn't know how he was going to deal with that mountain-like pressure. Under the gazes of countless people, Lin Sheng's expression turned grave. The green-blue flames on his body slowly retracted into his palms. A faint chill churned in his black eyes as a fierce glint burst forth. Sky Tyrant's seal. In front of Lin Sheng, Baiyu Ye looked at Lin Sheng indifferently. Soon after, the energy between his hands, which had already solidified to the extreme, was suddenly pushed out by him. A low roar resounded across the Battle King stage like a whirlwind. Bang! The huge mysterious seal carried a terrifying and heavy power. It was like Mount Tai was pressing down on Yin Nuashing from all directions. It broke through the sound barrier in an instant and brought about a shockwave that caused the entire Battle King stage to tremble. Turbid yellow energy exploded. Soon after, 100 feet large dark yellow, transparent seal whizzed out. The terrifying pressure made Lin Sheng feel as if he was facing a mountain pressing down on him. The mysterious imprint swept past at a terrifying speed, bringing with it a series of sonic booms. Wherever it passed, the space trembled slightly. The whistling energy was reflected in Lin Sheng's eyes. The heavy pressure caused his robes to flutter, and a suffocating feeling came from all over his body. Huff! A ball of frostfire chi was slowly spat out from Lin Sheng's mouth. Then his eyes focused, and he suddenly took a step forward. His palms swiftly clapped together, and then he flew out like lightning. Waves of cold chi surged into his left hand, and on his right hand, a green-blue flame spread. The two types of repulsive energy rapidly condensed at the center of his palms. Unknowingly, the ground was covered with a thin layer of ice. However, under his feet, blazing green-blue flames were rolling. The layer of ice was not melted by the flames. This is... Outside the arena, Gu Yu and the rest were similarly astonished when they saw this scene. It's also a top-grade profound technique. Moreover, it seems to be a middle-grade one. It should have been obtained from the Sword God Pavilion. Lin Sheng looked at the frostfire energy that was continuously merging and could not help but laugh. Huh! A low shout came from Lin Sheng's throat. Lin Sheng's hands formed a seal as frost chi and blue flames covered the sky and earth as they gathered at the center of his palms. Soon after, everyone saw a blue hand seal that was dyed with frost chi slowly take shape. On the large hand seal, there were countless obscure pale white symbols. When the frostfire seal was formed, Lin Sheng also felt the energy in his body churning violently. The sharpness in his eyes also became increasingly intense. This was the result of his training the day before yesterday. It was also the first time he had truly used the frostfire seal. It was no longer a ball of chaotic energy, but a complete frostfire seal. Frostfire seal. A low roar suddenly resounded. Lin Sheng's right hand slightly retracted before he suddenly blasted out with his palm. The gigantic green-blue frost-fire palm instantly swept out like a green-blue comet streaking across the sky. It carried a long tail of ice fragments and blazing cold energy as it left a long trail of ice on the Battle King stage. Then, under countless nervous gazes, it heavily collided with the profound, deep yellow seal. Rumble. An earth-shaking collision sound rang out. The several thousand feet wide Battle King stage trembled as if there was an earthquake. The two extremely frightening energies were like ice and fire as they rapidly melted. The energy gales that were stirred up were like a storm as they swept out. Shock waves like ripples streaked across the sky, causing ripples to appear in the surrounding space. Feeling the enormous energy shock wave coming towards him, Baiyu Ye's eyes narrowed. He gently stomped his foot as the demonic chi within his body surged out like a tide, forming an extremely solid energy barrier in front of him. Bang! The energy shock wave violently collided with the energy barrier, causing ripples to rapidly form on it. The entire barrier violently trembled. A moment later, a crack suddenly exploded, causing shock to flash across Baiyu Ye's eyes. Just as he raised his head, he saw that the barrier had loudly shattered, turning into fragments that scattered in all directions. The remaining shock wave also landed on his body. Instantly, his feet brushed against the ground as he flew back, leaving behind 2 long marks on the ground. Crash! He's been forced back. Baiyu Ye has been forced back. Seeing that Baiyu Ye had been forced back by the shock wave, the surrounding spectators' stands burst into an uproar. On the other side, an even more terrifying energy shock wave roared as it charged towards Lin Sheng under the watchful eyes of countless people. Lin Sheng, who had already changed his hand seals, could not help but bite his lips when he saw this scene. A moment later, his hands suddenly pushed out as a loud shout came from his mouth. Imperial God Diagram. A golden array with mysterious runes suddenly appeared in front of Lin Sheng. However, there were many energy lines that were continuously wriggling and connecting on the array. Clearly, Lin Sheng did not have enough time to display it and was unable to display it perfectly. Just as the golden array appeared, the shock wave arrived unexpectedly and fiercely collided with the array. The frightening energy shook the golden light of the array to the point that it became slightly dimmer. Lin Sheng withstood the enormous energy of the shock wave and was forcefully pushed back. A muffled groan came from his throat. Even with the protection of the golden array, it was unable to completely block off the shock wave. Gotcha! A moment later, the constantly fluctuating golden array finally reached its limit. It shattered with a loud bang, turning into rays of golden light and dissipating. Lin Sheng's figure was completely exposed to the shockwave. Then, the shockwave, which contained a violent force, directly hit him. His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. It didn't block it. A series of earth-shattering cries erupted from the spectators' stands. Even this could not block it. At the edge, beside Zian, Yi Qinglian saw this scene and clenched her jade-like hands tightly. Mei Mao had a tinge of worry in her eyes. The Imperial God Diagram has shattered. Yin Nuoxing saw this scene and could not help but sigh. The Imperial God Diagram's rank was at the demigod rank. It was an array that could continuously increase its rank according to one's comprehension. However, the time given to Lin Sheng was too tight. There was not much time for him to completely comprehend the Imperial God Diagram. With Lin Sheng's strength, it was difficult for him to fully display its might. However, Yin Nuoxing was not very worried. Under the cloud of dust, there was still a figure standing there. It was not a big deal. Under the intense gazes of countless people, the cloud of dust slowly settled down. A slender figure slowly walked out. His clothes were slightly tattered, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, even though he had used the Imperial God Diagram to block off a large amount of energy, the final blow had still caused him some injuries. The gazes of the entire arena froze. Lin Sheng slowly raised his head and casually wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Then, he looked at Baiyuya opposite him and grinned brightly. Let's continue. Chapter 660. The slender figure slowly walked out of the dust-covered area. His clothes were torn and tattered, and he looked to be in a sorry state. However, he was not seriously injured. When a spectator saw him, they could not help but cry out in surprise. Many people had astonishment in their eyes. This little guy is not bad. Yuya's tyrannical emperor's divine technique defeated a demigod. That golden array is a Saint Art array. It's not a low grade, but this little guy can't unleash his full strength. Saint Art arrays can only be fully unleashed when one reaches the level of an array grandmaster. This little guy is only a demigod. It's good enough that he can barely unleash it. Why are you guys so demanding? Why? Are you tempted? Do you want to teach him? We'll see. If he wins today, it's not like I can't teach him a lesson. I'll remember this. If you go back on your word, I'll spread the news. Okay. I'll help you spread the news. You guys, in the sky, the elders were chattering away. If any of the students were to hear their conversation, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground in shock. The elders, who were usually so dignified, were actually fooling around like this. At the edge of the audience, Yi Qinglian's tightly clenched hands relaxed a little. She looked at the smiling young man in the arena and felt a little heartache. Beside her, Zian slowly turned his gaze. Mei Mao froze for a moment, then said softly, "Little Star is about to make his move." Hearing this, Yi Qinglian also turned her gaze and looked at the largest battle monarch platform. She was also curious about Yin Nuoxing. The Imperial God Diagram was given to Lin Sheng by the latter to deal with today's battle. Moreover, it was a rare Saint Art array. This made her even more surprised. How powerful was this guy who gave away a Saint Art array without batting an eye? After Lin Sheng took the first move and walked out, Yin Nuoxing stood up slowly and stretched her bones. Then, she took a deep breath and said softly, "Come on, let's begin." Seeing him stand up, Xin Yuan and Yin Mo also slowly stood up. The two of them glanced at each other. Then Xin Yuan slowly stepped back and walked to the edge of the battle monarch platform. Clearly, he was leaving the battle to Yin Mo and Yun Nuoxing. Yin Mo's blade-like gaze swept across Yun Nuoxing's body, and his expression slowly darkened. The latter's words and attitude had caused a nameless flame to rise in his heart. This was not the situation he wanted to see. Freshmen were supposed to be crushed by seniors. He should be begging for forgiveness. A mere freshman was actually arrogant to such an extent. Dong! Yin Mo's footsteps landed heavily on the ground, causing the entire Battle Monarch platform to tremble. Terrifying devil chi billowed out like black fog. The powerful devil chi pressure covered the sky and rushed towards Yun Nuoxing. Yin Mo's robes fluttered without wind. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were as ferocious as a wild beast. The devil chi that he gathered spread out like ripples, causing the elements in the heavens and earth to slowly fluctuate. Peak of the devil realm. This guy has indeed reached that level. He's not far from the demigod realm. Phew, what a terrifying aura. Senior Yin Mo is about to touch the demigod realm. Can junior brother handle it? In the spectator stands, countless people exclaimed. The commotion spread out like a whirlwind. With such strength, he was indeed able to fight for the top 10 spots on the devil rankings. However, Yin Mo had been busy with his mission and couldn't be bothered with these things. Bring out your full strength. If not, I don't mind letting you know how a freshman should behave in front of senior. Yin Mo's robes fluttered. His gaze was like a ferocious wolf staring at its prey as he stared at Yun Nuoxing. He lowered his head slightly and clenched his fists. He coldly smiled as he stared at Yun Nuoxing, killing intent surging in his eyes. If we were on the battlefield, you would already be dead. Yun Nuoxing faintly spoke. He didn't release any astral energy, but the light element was already circulating in his body. He didn't have any plans to continue the battle. In a battle of light elements, there would always be an indomitable attack. The clamor in the air suddenly quieted down because of this sentence. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at Yun Nuoxing. They couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After that, they turned their gazes over, and, as expected, Yin Mo's expression had already turned completely gloomy. They could even feel a heart-palpitating, killing intent condensing from the latter's body. The atmosphere was so tense that even the air seemed to have frozen. Ha! This year's freshmen are indeed arrogant beyond belief. After a long while, Yin Mo suddenly laughed out loud. His wolf-like eyes had now become much more sinister. Those who were familiar with him couldn't help but sigh. Even this lunatic was laughing out loud. That junior was probably in trouble. Just as he finished speaking, Yin Mo's smile suddenly disappeared. His figure moved and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Boundless demonic aura was like a black cloud that covered the sky and earth as it surged towards Yun Nuoxing. Within that demonic aura, there was a chilling, killing intent that caused people's hearts to palpitate. Seeing him rushing over like a wild beast and sensing the dense, killing intent from his body, Yun Nuoxing's eyes turned a little colder. The flowing light element suddenly sped up. After that, faint light particles rapidly appeared around his body and dissipated. Along with them, his figure also disappeared. Bang! Rumble! Suddenly, a dull, thunder-like collision sound rang out. The enormous force shook the Battle King's platform until it was on the verge of shattering. A wave of flames shot up into the sky like a volcanic eruption and engulfed the entire Battle King's platform. Under that fiery red sea of flames, the dense demonic aura was completely submerged in an instant. The terrifying temperature caused the temperature of the entire area to rise abruptly. As the waves of fire swept over, the surrounding students were sweating profusely. What happened? What happened? Junior brother is missing? At this moment, cries of surprise rang out from the audience. What happened in the short span of less than a second between Yin Mo charging out and the sea of flames erupting? That's light element. The elders in the sky widened their eyes in astonishment. Although they didn't clearly see what had just happened, they had been staring at Yin Nuashing the entire time. He had disappeared in an instant and then appeared in a sea of flames. Their eyes couldn't capture what had just happened. Furthermore, that kind of energy fluctuation that was as brilliant as sunlight. The monstrous sea of flames lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. In that fiery red area, a cloud of smoke slowly appeared, causing everyone to hurriedly turn their gazes over and look at the area where the smoke and dust had filled the air. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the smoke and dust slowly settled, and the scene inside appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After that, everyone suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the elders in the sky couldn't help but twitch their faces. The sea of flames dissipated, and within the smoke and dust, Yin Nuashing was half-squatting. One of his legs was still hanging behind him, and he was striding very far away. At this moment, his right hand was tightly grabbing Yin Mo's head and pressing him firmly onto the ground. The floor within a 10-foot radius around Yin Mo had cracks as thick as a thumb. That posture was as though Yin Nuashing was running quickly before suddenly stretching out a hand and slapping Yin Mo's face. After that, he fiercely pressed Yin Mo to the ground. Ugh! Yin Mo's face suddenly flushed red. Immediately, he couldn't help but wildly spit out a mouthful of fresh blood onto the slender hand that was grabbing his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't sense any signs of danger at all. There were no signs at all. In just an instant, he felt as though the world was spinning. After that, an intense pain came from his head and entire body. Who exactly are you? Yin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, the light in his eyes, which were as ferocious as a ferocious beast, had also dimmed. No matter how unwilling he was to admit that he had lost in the hands of a freshman, he knew that he had been utterly defeated. He didn't even know how Yin Nuashing had attacked. That's why I said that if we were on the battlefield, the one that would fall would be your head. Yin Nuashing sighed softly. The hand that was grabbing Yin Mo's face slowly loosened. He took out a towel from his pendant and gently wiped the blood on his hand. In a cold voice, he said, "I'm just a freshman who likes to drink tea and watch the sun. That's all." Ah, freshman. Hearing this answer, the corner of Yin Mo's mouth forcefully and stiffly curled up into an ugly smile. His eyes slowly closed in exhaustion. His 15th position on the devil rankings had been given to someone else. Furthermore, it was something that he couldn't wait to give up: silence. The clamor in the spectator stands froze in an instant. Everyone's faces were filled with fear and astonishment. Not a single one of them had seen how Yin Nuashing had attacked. All they saw was flames erupting and Yin Mo being instantly killed. Furthermore, it was a complete instant kill. Yin Mo wasn't even able to display his strength. Lin Sheng and Baiyuya, who were engaged in an intense battle by the side, had just finished their second move. When they saw this scene, both of them were stunned. The former also had an astonished look on his face. Although he felt that it wouldn't be too difficult for Yin Nuashing to deal with Yin Mo and Baiyuya, since he knew that Yin Mo had a divine-level soul, he had never imagined that it would be so easy. Could that be the light element? In the spectator's stands, Mei Mao's eyes narrowed as her sexy red lips trembled. Although she didn't see how Yin Nuashing had attacked, she was able to guess it. In that instant, she was certain that she didn't feel the fluctuation of an array. The only thing that could achieve such a feat was the fastest element in the world: light. Although she had guessed it, she didn't dare to say it out loud. In the spectator stands, there were also some people who had guessed it was the light element. However, they didn't dare to say it out loud, because in this world, there were too few people who possessed the light element. Almost all of them were gathered in the light temple of the 9 temples. But that sea of flame should be the fire element. Could it be that he had used an array and I didn't sense it? Mei Mao's eyes flickered. She didn't dare to believe that Yin Nuashing possessed the light element. Furthermore, he had used such a powerful fire element. Therefore, she could only think that he had used some powerful mystic technique to achieve such a feat. When Xian saw this scene, he could only laugh bitterly. It seemed that little star was annoyed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the light element. This was a complete suppression. Xian Yuan didn't have the time to care about the complicated feelings outside the arena. He could only feel a mountain-like pressure pressing down on his body. He couldn't even see how Yin and Mo had fallen. Not caring if anyone had guessed what kind of power he had used, Yin Nuoxing slowly raised his head. His slightly cold eyes had also returned to normal at this moment. Lightly inhaling a breath of air, he looked towards Xian Yuan and indifferently said, "Continue." Xian Yuan's face twitched. When he saw Yin Mo's miserable end, he couldn't help but mourn for him for 2 seconds. When he heard Yin Mo's words, he couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. He wanted to stop the fight, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. It was the two of them who had issued the challenge. Moreover, they were freshmen. If he were to say stop the fight now, he wouldn't be able to lose his face in the future. A senior at the peak of the demon rank was scared to the point that he lost all will to fight in front of a freshman and admitted defeat. Such words would probably spread out. If he were to continue the fight, would Yin Nuoxing deal with him like how he dealt with Yin Mo? Would he be instantly killed without even being able to see anything? This situation was really awkward after struggling for a long time. Xian Yuan took a deep breath and reluctantly walked forward. Then, he cupped his hands and cupped them towards Yin Nuoxing. He said in a deep voice, "Junior, please enlighten me." When they saw this, the audience burst into an uproar. Chapter 661. Just as Xian Yuan's voice fell, the elements between heaven and earth suddenly became chaotic. The power of heaven and earth whistled like a hurricane, bringing along a dull sound around Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan suddenly clapped his hands together. After a brief moment, a peculiar seal was rapidly changing. Following the execution of the seal, everyone could suddenly feel that the boundless energy of heaven and earth that had gathered in this world was violently boiling like boiling water at this moment, and poured into Xian Yuan's hands from all directions. Along with the terrifying amount of energy pouring in, Xian Yuan's hands suddenly flickered with a faint reddish-black radiance. A killing intent abruptly gushed out from his body. His pair of black eyes had completely turned black at this moment, as if they were pitch-black voids. Only the two pupils were scarlet in the color of blood. This is the Abyss Divine Art. Ding Mingyu's eyes slightly narrowed at this moment. The Abyss Divine Art was Xian Yuan's trump card. It was said that its grade was between top grade and immortal grade. Even if it was a demigod grade, it was also a profound art that he used to risk his life. It could harm himself by injuring 800 to injure 1,000 enemies. Perhaps others might not be able to see anything, but they could feel the energy that was rampaging from Xian Yuan's body. Soon after, their expressions became grave. This terrifying energy made everyone feel extremely pressured. Xian Yuan did not pay attention to those gazes and only used all his strength to execute this terrifying, profound art. The enormous pressure caused some cold sweat to appear on his forehead, and the reddish-black killing intent that was emitted from his body became even denser at this moment. When he saw that Yin Nuoxing did not rush over to interrupt him, he breathed a sigh of relief. If the latter were to interrupt him, he might even be seriously injured. Yin Nuoxing slightly raised her head, looked at Xian Yuan, who was like a spring that was constantly spewing reddish-black spring water, and lightly inhaled a breath of air. This tyrannical killing intent also existed in her body. Those were two ominous weapons. God knows how many people's blood they had drunk in order to leave such a dense killing intent on them. Now that she saw that Xian Yuan's profound art could also emit such a terrifying killing intent, she was also a little interested. "Senior, are you planning to go all out?" Yin Nuoxing crossed her hands in front of her and smiled faintly as she sensed the murderous aura brushing past her. Seeing him smile, Xian Yuan was also startled. From a moment Yin Nuoxing appeared until now, this was the first time he smiled. Just now, his expression was as if someone owed him money. His face was dark, but now that he saw that somewhat charming face smile, he actually felt a little stunned. But a moment later, she slapped herself in her heart. This was a man. I'm not an idiot like that. Regardless of whether it's a new student or a senior, those with strength are experts. Since you're able to stand at the top 20 of the devil rankings, it naturally proves that you're also an expert with strength. Moreover, you should be a fellow that's as strong as a monster. In that case, you also have the qualifications to make me go all out, and I have to go all out. Xian Yuan grinned, and the reddish-black light emitted from his body became increasingly dense. His hands danced, leaving behind afterimages. The energy that filled the sky was like a tidal wave that unceasingly gushed over, and finally, all of it gushed into his hands. As the energy in his hands condensed to the extreme, his hands also underwent a transformation. One of his hands was holding onto a fiery red energy, while the other hand was holding onto a black hole-like killing intent. The energy that was contained within made Ding Mingyu feel a great threat. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing faintly nodded her head. She slowly stretched out her right hand, and the energy of stars surged, gushing out from her palm. In just a short moment, it condensed into a gigantic sword made of stars. It was like a starry sky, and the 6 curled wings on her back that were like a screen also gradually spread out to a size of 10 feet. Lightly inhaling a breath of air, Yunuashing rotated her wrist and tightly grasped the gigantic sword in her hand. Her arm lightly trembled, and shortly after, the countless energy in the heavens and earth became chaotic. The people in the spectator stand were even shocked to discover that their connection with the energy of heaven and earth had been severed. No, it wasn't severed. It was that the energy of heaven and earth within the range that they could sense was being dominated by another person. It was as though a ferocious beast had opened its huge mouth, devouring all the energy. This destructive energy. How can a devil realm expert possess such strength? Ding Mingyu and Mei Mao stared at the gigantic sword made of stars in Yun Nuoxing's hand in astonishment. She was somewhat shocked in her heart. This energy had already exceeded the scope of a devil realm expert. This was absolutely not something that could be achieved by a so-called top-grade, profound technique. Thinking up to here, her beautiful eyes slightly widened. If a top-grade profound technique couldn't do it, then what about an immortal-grade profound technique? Seeing her astonished appearance, Jun Luo Yi's red lips also slightly curled up. Mei Mao was suffused with extraordinary splendor as she looked down at Yun Nuoxing, who was being closely watched by everyone. She had already seen the latter's strength in the mystic dragon continent. According to her thoughts, if it wasn't for him having misgivings about being in the academy and his own identity and being unable to use all of his strength, he should be the strongest person in the Far Light Academy. Xian Yuan's gaze also slightly trembled. He could feel that a portion of the energy of heaven and earth that he had mobilized had gone out of control and was being absorbed by Yun Nuoxing. He couldn't help but raise his head. Seeing the gigantic sword made of stars that was unceasingly condensing energy in Yun Nuoxing's hand, the corner of his eyes also slightly twitched. This energy, however, he recovered his calm in an instant. Soon after, under the attentive gazes of everyone, his palms that were joined together suddenly tore apart in front of him. Along with the movement of his hands, the space in front of him was suddenly torn apart, and a 10-meter-long spatial crack was suddenly torn open, just like the mouth of an abyss, tearing apart space. Xian Yuan is able to display an attack that's equivalent to an initial God Realm expert. Seeing that gigantic spatial crack, everyone fiercely sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Tearing apart space, that's a power that only an initial God Realm expert possessed. However, Xian Yuan was only at the peak of the Devil Realm. In other words, this attack of his was comparable to an attack of an initial God Realm expert. Abyssal God Technique, Abyssal Break. As Xian Yuan tore open the space, his face rapidly turned red. With a stern cry, his right hand suddenly slammed towards the huge spatial crack. Waves of ripples appeared in the empty space at this moment. The sky seemed to have turned into the surface of a calm lake as it continued to churn with waves. Bang! The surface of the water suddenly became violent, and that 10-meter-long spatial crack also expanded to a length of 10,000 meters under the astonished gazes of countless people. It tore apart the tranquil lake surface, and then shot out like an arrow, leaving a long and gigantic black crack in the space as it explosively rumbled towards Yunnuashing. Gigantic spatial cracks unceasingly opened up in the space, and it was as if a peerless sharp sword had cut through the space, rushing towards Yunnuashing. That enormous power made the entire Battle Monarch platform tremble violently, and even the ground cracked open. Seeing that the Battle Monarch platform couldn't withstand that power, everyone was even more certain that this attack had already reached the level of a Divine Sun expert. The Battle Monarch platform could withstand an all-out attack from a Divine Sun expert without shattering. But at this moment, cracks had appeared on it. The Battle Monarch platform was trembling, but Yunnuashing's figure didn't move at all. He slightly raised his head, looking at the abyssal crack that was rushing towards him, and lightly sucked in a breath of air. The gigantic sword that was constantly gathering energy in his hand also quietly froze. Both of his hands slowly grasped the gigantic sword, and then gently raised it above his head. At this moment, all of the energy in his body was poured into the starry sword without any reservation. Buzz! A destructive buzzing sound resounded throughout the Battle Monarch platform. Yunnuashing's multicolored eyes had a trace of a faint smile, but after a moment, it faintly condensed. At this moment, the starry sword also erupted with a terrifying aura that soared into the sky. It was as if a star field had bloomed in front of it, causing the sky and earth to darken. Netherworld ruins. Firmament slash. A low shout came out of Yunnuashing's mouth. Shortly after, he suddenly took a step forward, and the starry sword in his hand also violently slammed down at this moment. Rumble. The starry sword radiance that was tens of thousands of feet in size, with a trace of faint destructive energy, landed on the Battle Monarch platform. Then, it suddenly expanded to 100,000 feet in size. The earth-shattering sword aura and the wild and violent energy tore a huge crack in the Battle King platform. The entire Battle King platform began to crumble at this moment. Soon after, the sword aura charged forward in front of countless shocked gazes. It was accompanied by an energy that could destroy the world as it heavily collided with the huge crack that was charging towards it. At the moment of collision, the entire world seemed to have quieted down. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Before they could even blink, an extremely terrifying energy shock wave had already swept out like a storm. Swoosh! However, just as the energy storm was about to engulf the audience, over a dozen figures suddenly appeared at the edge of the Battle Monarch platform. Subsequently, they joined hands, and waves of vast and mighty energy gushed out. Together, they formed a huge energy barrier that enveloped the entire Battle Monarch platform. These dozen people were the elders who were watching from the sky. Rumble! An earth-shaking rumble suddenly sounded like a thunderstorm, and an extremely dazzling light suddenly blossomed on the Battle Monarch platform. Soon after, 100,000 feet large energy storm unfurled. It was accompanied by waves of wild and violent energy shock waves that swept out in all directions, violently smashing against the energy barrier, causing ripples to rapidly form on the barrier. However, no cracks appeared. From this, one could see how tough this barrier was. The energy storm lasted for a minute before slowly dissipating. After half a minute, the Battle Monarch platform finally quieted down. In the audience, everyone hurriedly stretched their necks and looked at the Battle Monarch platform that had been destroyed. They could not help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. The Battle Monarch platform has been shattered. Isn't it said to be able to withstand an all-out attack from a God's Son? Seeing the cracks spreading out like a spider web, the Battle Monarch platform that had caved in, and some of the floorboards that had been blown away and turned into dust, the audience could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Their gazes swept towards the slender black-clothed youth, and their cheeks twitched violently. In other words, the attacks of these two people had already reached the level of a God's Son. Or perhaps, the strength of that slender figure was already extraordinary. Where's Senior Xian Yuan? All of a sudden, a voice sounded from the audience. Soon after, everyone's gazes abruptly turned towards the place where the smoke and dust still lingered. As everyone focused their gazes, the smoke and dust in that area gradually dissipated. In the end, under everyone's gazes, Xian Yuan's figure gradually appeared. However, the current Xian Yuan did not seem to have suffered any injuries other than his slightly pale complexion. He was only coughing out mouthfuls of blood. That was the backlash from forcefully using the abyssal divine art. Seeing that Xian Yuan was safe and sound, a wave of astonished whispers sounded from the audience. That sword strike from before was able to sink the Battle Monarch platform. With Xian Yuan's strength, he shouldn't be unscathed. Just as everyone was puzzled, the smoke and dust in that area finally completely dissipated. As the smoke and dust settled, the figure of a young man appeared within the smoke and happened to be 3 feet in front of Xian Yuan. Elder Yanfeng. A series of exclamations sounded from the audience when they saw the young man. At this moment, Yanfeng maintained his posture where his hand was stretched out. From the huge sword pit in front of him, it seemed that the netherworld void slash had been blocked by him. No wonder Xian Yuan was not injured. That sword glow should have been enough to turn the latter into ashes. A gentle breeze blew over, causing his clothes to flutter. Only at this moment did Yanfeng retract his trembling hand. Some joy and astonishment flashed across his black eyes. After which, under everyone's gazes, he snorted softly. His gaze swept towards Yin Nuoxing, who was still maintaining her sword strike posture, as he softly scolded, "Stinking brat, do you want to destroy this place?" His long bangs blocked Yin Nuoxing's vision. However, from the way his body was trembling and his chest was rapidly rising and falling, it seemed that it was very strenuous for him. A moment later, the starlight sword in his hand slowly dissipated. His body knelt on the ground, with his hands gently supporting himself. It seemed that he had exhausted all his strength. The netherworld void slash would draw 90% of one's strength. Although he didn't use a divine artifact, it would still draw 90% of one's strength if there was no restriction. Therefore, he had used all his strength in this attack. While everyone was stunned by the shattered Battle King platform, a beautiful figure swiftly flew across the sky from the edge of the spectator stands. She swiftly landed in front of Yin Nuoxing like a fairy. She slowly squatted down and gently supported the ladder with her jade-like hands. "Are you all right?" Ziyin softly asked as she gently wrapped her jade-like hands around his waist and supported him. When she saw his exhausted appearance, some heartache flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yin Nuoxing hurriedly panted a few times. Then he bitterly smiled and shook his head. 90% of his strength had been drawn away. He couldn't even stand properly. How could he be all right? You reap what you sow. You're so serious, even in a small spar. Seeing this, Ziyin helplessly sighed. Then, she gently stood up and cupped her hands towards Yanfeng. She said, "Elder Yanfeng will be returning first." After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Yanfeng's reply. She wrapped her arms around Yin Nuoxing's legs and back and directly lifted him up. Then, she quickly flew towards the freshman area, leaving behind a bunch of envious and jealous gazes. Seeing this, Yanfeng couldn't help but smile. He felt that this scene wasn't too harmonious. A long while later, Xian Yuan finally returned to his senses and stood up with great difficulty. However, Yin Nuoxing's figure was no longer on the Battlemaster stage. He couldn't help but bitterly smile as he cupped his hands towards Yanfeng and said, "Thank you, Elder." Hearing this, Yanfeng casually waved his hand. Then, he turned his gaze towards the other Battlemaster stage. Over there, the battle between Lin Sheng and Baiyu had also ended. According to what was said earlier, the latter had 2 attacks and 1 defense. Lin Sheng had withstood all of them with great difficulty. Therefore, according to the rules, it was Lin Sheng's victory. After the battle ended, Yi Qinglian hurriedly got off the stage and hugged Lin Sheng. As she looked at his handsome and pale face, her heart ached. Then, she hugged him and turned into a ray of light. Under countless amazed gazes, She flew out of the Battlemaster stage and quickly disappeared. I've lost. How can there be such a powerful monster? Xian Yuan let out a long sigh. He looked at Yin Mo, who was lying beside him, and bitterly smiled. It's a lesson for me to teach you. However, it's also a good thing that you've admitted your loss. That brat is not simple. The Farlight Academy is not his stage. Due to some special reasons, he has come here. It's very normal for you to lose. In fact, it can't be any more normal. Why don't you say that I'm surprised that you've won? Yin Feng said with a smile. He even bluntly attacked Xian Yuan, causing the latter to bitterly smile even more. Chapter 662. The battle on the Battle King platform finally came to an end amidst the exclamations of shock and admiration. That heavily damaged platform seemed to be a perfect example of the destructive power of that battle. However, the battle on the platform could only be described with the word bitter. A total of 2 moves, one was heavily injured, one suffered a backlash, and one was completely exhausted. It felt as though they were fighting with their lives on the line. However, this also caused the voices that doubted Yin Nuoxing's strength to vanish. There were many people who watched the battle that day. That astral sword beam was sufficient to blast a low-level deity into smithereens. The destruction of the Battle King platform was a very good example, shocking many people. Even those famous characters on the devil rankings felt their hearts trembling. And on the other battle stage, Lin Sheng and Bai Yuya had only exchanged 3 blows, but it had quietly ended amidst the resounding cheers. From today onwards, perhaps Lin Sheng and that nameless new student would gradually enter the sights of everyone in the Farlight Academy. A half-devil could forcefully resist 2 attacks from Bai Yuya, who was on the 9 Seals Devil Path. In the end, he even unleashed a 9th-grade devil rank formation, causing both sides to be heavily injured, shocking everyone present. Such perverse strength caused everyone to silently applaud. For a half-devil to be able to achieve such a feat, it was truly inconceivable. With such strength, Bai Yuya could even contend for a spot on the devil rankings. Naturally, Bai Yuya was also a publicly acknowledged expert on the devil rankings. Although Lin Sheng did his best and caused both sides to be heavily injured, the former's strength was still stronger than the latter. There was no need to doubt this. However, Bai Yuya was a senior after all. He had already cultivated in the Farlight Academy for a total of 5 years. Who knew if Lin Sheng would be able to surpass him in 5 more years? The ending of the battle brought about a long-lasting effect, far more far-reaching than the new student examination. Just like what Ding Mengyu and Yin Nuoxing said back then, he could no longer be a transparent person. Also, his fame would be much greater because of this. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, everything that happened here had already been engraved in the minds of everyone. In that case, Godchild used 2 moves, not 1 or 5 moves. How should we calculate this? Under a pine tree on a mountain peak, 2 young men were playing chess on a chessboard. One of them thought of a bet and couldn't help but chuckle. He casually placed a chess piece and said, "Let's call a draw. Both of us will send a portion over." The other young man glanced at him and said, Yin Feng suddenly flipped the chessboard over, causing 2 more veins to pop out on Bing's forehead. After that, he laughed. Godchild is already ranked number 4 on the devil rankings. Shouldn't we do something as well? Express my gratitude? What did it mean? What was the reward? The Son of God's divine weapons are better than ours. Even if we sell those high-level ones, we won't be able to get the same price. However, I can give you pills and magic circles as you wish. Bing Qing looked up, tidying up the chessboard, and said, That's not it. Didn't you see that the Son of God became more active after the battle that day? In the past, he would hide in his palace and not go out. When he went out, he would run deep into the mountains and forests. Moreover, the moment he left the palace, he would put on a mask. Now, he doesn't even wear one anymore. It seems like he isn't hiding his identity anymore. Yin Feng smiled. The Son of God's identity was exposed once during the Taiyuan martial meeting. However, those who know about the Taiyuan martial meeting are all major powers and transcendental existences in the myriad gods world. How could those people send their disciples to this small divine great academy? Although some of the students in the academy have some background, they still won't be able to come in contact with people of that level. Perhaps they have heard of his name before, but they might not be able to recognize him. Bing rolled his eyes and then narrowed his eyes again. Speaking of which, what you said just now, is there any other meaning? Hey, his two younger sisters are here. The Son of God is running all over the place. Isn't it because of them? Do you think we should, Yin Feng blinked his eyes and smiled like an old fox. I asked around a little. I heard that he took a fancy to the Saint Devil chessboard. It's 23 million energy value. It's a strange item, Bing said indifferently. The fourth on the Devil ranking gives him 150,000 energy value every day. Those below 30 get 10,000 energy value. Even so, it will take a long time. That's why the Son of God has been busy these days. He entered the lava and went to do missions. The rank 9 war god order gave him a lot of space to do. Yin Feng sighed softly. After tidying up the chessboard, he began to play again. However, after 5 days, he only collected 3 million energy value. Some of the missions with high energy value are worth 1 million. With the Son of God's ability, it shouldn't be a problem for him to do 10 missions a day. Why? Bing was surprised. The method is wrong. Moreover, the missions with high energy value won't always be put out unless it's really difficult to complete. Yin Feng shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see. We can't interfere as we wish. Although half of this academy belongs to the 9 divine temples, it doesn't completely belong to the 9 divine temples." After placing down a chess piece, Bing turned his head to look at the sky and said softly, "In the days after the battle, Yin Nuoxing had been running outside with Xian and the 2 girls. He wasn't injured in the battle, but he was exhausted. With his body's condition, it would take less than half an hour to recover. Although he knew that this battle would cause a big commotion and his plan of being invisible would completely fail, Yer had taken a fancy to the Saint Devil chessboard. Therefore, no matter what the commotion was, he would go out and cause a ruckus. Compared to Yin Nuoxing's ruckus, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian were very well behaved and hid in their own attic. After recuperating, they didn't go out and cause trouble. They cultivated quietly, and their strength seemed to have improved. When they had nothing to do, they would go to the former's palace. However, it was rare to see them. I'm saving up energy value to buy something. No more, no less. It's exactly 23 million. I've already saved up to 5 million. During this hurried meeting, Yin Nuoxing chatted with Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian for a while. However, this sentence made the two of them a little speechless. However, they didn't ask what he wanted to buy. This amount of energy value was for beginner god level items. They just listened to him. We have 2 million here. Look, Lin Sheng took out his token. The 7-digit red number on it looked quite imposing. Yi Qinglian also hurriedly took out her token. Their tokens added up to nearly 3 million, but most of them were obtained during the freshman assessment. Lin Sheng had obtained a 9th grade magic array from Yin Nuoxing. He had also borrowed the demigod level energy array and various other things for a long time. He felt that he owed him a lot and hoped that he could be of some help at this time. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yin Nuoxing blinked. Then he looked at the 2 tokens with disdain and said disdainfully, 2 million energy value. You'll get it after doing a few missions. You can keep it to pay the rent. His current delicate appearance and actions made him look very playful. It made people unable to get angry. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian also looked at each other silently. They knew that Yin Nuoxing wouldn't want their energy value, nor did he need them to return the favor. However, even though they knew, they still felt a little apologetic. Keep it and cultivate slowly. I have to go somewhere. After chatting for a while, Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and smiled faintly at the 2 of them. Then, he left the palace with Xian and the other 2 girls and flew into the distance. This guy is also very busy. I suddenly have a very strong impulse. Looking in the direction Yin Nuoxing and the others disappeared, Lin Sheng sighed and couldn't help but laugh. Mei Mao raised her head slightly and glanced at him. She said mischievously, "What? Do you want to spar with him? Let me say this first. I won't help you heal. This, forget it. We'll talk about it later. I'm going out too." Lin Sheng's smile froze. After a while, He let out a dry laugh and waved at Yi Qinglian. Then, he quickly kissed her delicate face and rushed into the sky, leaving behind Yi Qinglian, who was stunned by his sneak attack. Scoundrel! Yi Qinglian's face was red with embarrassment. She couldn't help but caress her cheeks. Seeing him disappear from her sight, she sighed and slowly walked back to the pavilion. Outside a bamboo forest in the academy, Yin Nuoxing and the other three landed. Outside the bamboo forest, a slender and alluring figure had her back against the bamboo. Her jade-like legs were bent as she stepped on the bamboo behind her. Her bright eyes would sweep across her surroundings from time to time. When she saw them appear, the fairy-like girl suddenly smiled. She put down her jade-like legs without leaving a trace. Her jade-like hands were crossed in front of her as she stood gracefully. Luo, is something the matter? Yin Nuoxing looked at the girl who was as beautiful as a priestess and smiled faintly. The girl also smiled back at him. Jun Luo smiled sweetly and didn't say anything. Mei Mao paused on Yin Nuoxing for a while. Then, she turned around and walked into the bamboo forest. Although Yin Nuoxing was a little confused, she didn't ask anything. She waved her hand and led Xian and the others into the bamboo forest. They were very close to each other. It was the kind of distance between friends. They didn't have the slightest bit of defense. After walking for about 10 minutes in the quiet bamboo forest, a quiet house suddenly appeared. At this moment, there was a beautiful woman in a silver dress standing gracefully before the door to the house. Her ink-black hair fluttered with the wind, and her entire body emanated a chilly aura. She was like a snow lotus that stood proudly on a snowy mountain. Senior Sister Mingyu. Jun Luo, called out softly to the girl in the silver dress. After a long while, Jun Luo, called out again. Only then did the woman slowly turn around. Under her silver dress, she wrapped her exquisite and voluptuous body. Her pretty face that was dyed with frost was currently somewhat indifferent. Although this was not the first time Yin Nuoxing had seen her, every time he saw her, he felt that this girl was truly too cold. No, it should be said that she was too indifferent. There was a feeling that she did not care about anything, which made him feel a sense of familiarity. However, he felt that it wasn't wrong to be cold. If this face could often smile, it would charm countless people to death. However, this pretty face didn't seem to know what a smile was, but this also had her unique flavor. It was indeed extremely beautiful. Senior Sister Ding. Yin Nuoxing nodded towards the girl and said, I heard that you are accumulating energy values. I have a god-level mission here. After completing it, there will be 12 million energy values. I need some manpower. Are you interested? Ding Mingyu nodded indifferently and went straight to the point, as if she didn't even want to say anything. What mission? Yin Nuoxing was taken aback by this sudden serious talk, but he quickly composed himself. These past few days of crazily doing missions had given him some information. The Farlight Academy would release a large number of missions, so large that it was close to being endless. Every mission would be marked with a corresponding level of strength. Demigod level was a mission that required a demigod level expert or a demigod level expert to handle. If a demigod level expert wanted to accept a mission, they would basically need to form a team. As for god level, it required strength comparable to a demigod level expert. As for his rank 9 war god token, he could accept all kinds of missions. Even god level missions were no exception. Ding Mingyu cast her gaze towards Jun Luo. The latter was slightly taken aback, but soon after, she nodded and said softly, There is a huge underground maze under Sunrise City. It is said that this maze is endless and is as large as several cities. Moreover, its depth is immeasurable. There are also some terrifying things mixed within. The experts of Sunrise City and the surrounding cities have been exploring this underground maze for several tens of thousands of years without any clear progress. This god-level mission is to explore this underground maze. Yin Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and said, Exploration-type mission? I have never done it before. How can this mission be considered complete? You have to explore an unknown area or discover something new in a maze. Jun Luo smiled. Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself. An underground maze, it sounded a little strange. Especially now, he still had some lingering fear towards this underground thing. However, when he thought of the 12 million energy values, if he completed it together with Xian, that would be 24 million energy values. It was enough to buy the Saint demonic chessboard. 24 million energy values are equivalent to 40 advanced demonic level missions. A maze is a little traumatized. However, I have many ways to escape. A mission that can be done once and for all is not bad. Since that's the case, I don't care if it's the earth or the sky. Even if it's the void, I have to explore it. After pondering for a long time and pretending to count with his fingers, Yin Nuoxing raised his head and asked, "How many people do you need in total?" 8 people. Luo, Ei, and the 3 people you know, Lingong. One more will be here soon. There are only 2 spots left, Ding Mingyu said indifferently. The size of a small team. Yin Nuoxing calculated the number of people and nodded casually. Seeing him nod, Ding Mingyu also nodded slightly. Just as she was about to say something, a soft sound came from outside the bamboo forest, causing everyone to turn their heads. Then they saw a young man slowly walking in from outside the bamboo forest on bamboo leaves. When they saw the person who had come, Yin Nuoxing and Xian were slightly startled. Why was it him? The person who had just walked in was also stunned when he saw the few pairs of eyes looking at him. Why is it you guys? Chapter 663. The person who had arrived was a tall and slender young man with a head of black hair and 2 blue hair rings tied around his temples. He was a handsome young man. He looked like Lin Sheng, who had just parted with Yin Nuoxing and the others not long ago. Why are you guys here? Could it be? Lin Sheng looked at Ding Mingyu in surprise, then at Yin Nuoxing and the others. He let out a dry laugh. Ding Mingyu nodded slightly when she saw Lin Sheng. She then said softly, "I invited all of you here. It seems like you guys know each other. That's even more appropriate." Lin Sheng smiled bitterly when he saw this. Ding Mingyu had told him about the exploration mission not long after the battle. When he heard about the huge amount of energy required, he hesitated for a while before agreeing. Today, he had come to meet the other 2 people mentioned by Ding Mingyu. He hadn't expected it to be Yin Nuoxing and Xian. I didn't expect it to be the 2 of you. I thought it would be the other seniors. No, it's actually quite normal. Lin Sheng was stunned for a while. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. Yin Nuoxing shrugged helplessly. She then looked at Ding Mingyu and nodded. "Okay, when do we set off? Since you guys don't have any problems, it's decided. We'll set off tomorrow. We'll need 1 or 2 days to travel. The entrance is in the east of Xiaoguang City. We'll meet at the stone platform in front of the entrance." Ding Mingyu nodded gently. Yin Nuoxing, Lin Sheng, and the others nodded as well. This time, they had to leave the High Light Academy. Yin Nuoxing felt a little relaxed, but not by much because there were still people from the academy following them. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, was a little curious. Ever since he entered the High Light Academy, he had not left. He was very curious about what Xiaoguang City was like, and what was the difference between it and the small city back home. After chatting with Ding Mingyu for a while, other than the fact that Yin Nuoxing refused to say his name no matter what, they were more familiar with each other. This quiet bamboo forest seemed to be her private place, and a few of them could not stay for long. They cupped their hands and bid farewell, and Jun Luo also sent them to the door. Before leaving, Yin Nuoxing wrinkled her little nose, took a step forward, and pulled Jun Luo, saying softly, "We didn't tell anyone about my identity, right? Does Mr. Yin not trust this little girl?" Jun Luo smiled, quickly winking Mei Mao at him. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. However, this smart woman also knew what to say and what not to say. He was just asking as usual to reassure her. "So, I'm afraid the reason you're looking for us isn't just for the mission, right?" Yin Nuoxing asked. Hearing this, Jun Luo smiled sweetly. She put her hands behind her back, stood on her tiptoes, and drew a very slender curve with her delicate body. She moved closer to his ear and said with a smile, "It's because of the mission. Star Sovereign Nuoxing is very safe and reliable. Others may not know, but this little girl knows, Mr. Divine Physique." Yin Nuoxing's ears turned numb from the orchid fragrance. His body trembled slightly, and he rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but reach out and flick his finger on her smooth forehead. He snorted softly and said, "Stupid girl, if you dare to say it, I'll spank you." Mr. Yin really doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Jun Luo, he rubbed her forehead and said. Jun Luo, he rubbed her forehead and muttered. Her bright and beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness, causing Yun Nuoxing to laugh bitterly. Did this girl treat him as a protective talisman? Then it's settled. Mr. Yun, you have to protect us well. Jun Luo, he smiled sweetly. Her smile was somewhat gentle. It was completely different from the strong aura she had when Yun Nuoxing first met her. It seemed that after coming to this new world, they had also changed slightly. In the distance, Lin Sheng saw Yun Nuoxing and Jun Luo talking very intimately. He also looked at them in surprise. Then, he turned his head to look at Zian curiously. In the end, he only saw her looking at the former with a gentle expression. Her gentleness was like water. His heart was moved when he saw it. Wah, big brother is messing around again. Big sister Zian, aren't you going to go and take care of him? Little Yu Yu's hand hooked around Zian's arm as she raised her head with a grin. She looked at the latter and said. Hearing this, Zian gently smiled. Her jade-like hands rubbed Yun Nuoxing's head. Her beautiful eyes were still filled with tenderness and love as she looked at Yun Nuoxing. It was as if she did not care about his relationship with other girls. After a few minutes, Yun Nuoxing walked back. When he walked back, he was still muttering something. His expression was helpless and angry, as if he had been betrayed and was counting the money for him. Brother Yin, I'll go back first. I have to say goodbye to Qing Lian. See you tomorrow, Lin Sheng said with a smile. Lin Sheng said with a smile. When Yun Nuoxing also smiled and nodded, he quickly rushed towards the dormitory area. Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. He stomped his foot on the ground, and a formation suddenly opened. Then it disappeared. When they came back to their senses, the scene had changed. At this moment, they were already back in the palace. If he wasn't afraid of scaring Lin Sheng, he would have directly brought him back. Ewer, it's about time to tell us what the Saint Demonic chessboard is, right? After brewing a pot of tea, Yun Nuoxing gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Then, he could not help but ask. He had been on the move for the past few days and did not ask what the Saint Demonic chessboard, which was worth 23 million energy points, was. The Saint Demonic chessboard. It's the Saint Demonic chessboard. As for what it is, when Brother Yin gets his hands on it, Ewer will tell you in detail, because I'm not sure if the Saint Demonic chessboard is that thing. On the sofa, Ewer smiled gently. Then, she threw herself into Yun Nuoxing's arms and acted coquettishly. That soft and delicate body scurried around in Yun Nuoxing's arms, causing his eyes to flicker slightly. However, his mood did not change much. He was already used to it. At first, she was hugging little Ming, then Yi-Shi. Now, yes, she was already a big girl, but she still liked to hug him. Was he a doll? Then, you two will stay here obediently for the next few days. Or, do you want me to send you back to Big Sister Jean? Yin Nuoxing rubbed Ewer in her arms. Then, she looked up at Little Moon and smiled. Can't we go together? Little Moon winked at Mei Mao. Then, she smiled and sat down close to Yin Nuoxing. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and said, It's not that you can't. Although the mission is limited to 8 people, you and Ewer are not students of the academy. It's not a big deal for you to come along. Anyway, I can protect you. I'm just afraid that you two will be afraid of the underground or something. It's probably dark there. It's not fun, Yin Nuoxing said with a smile. Big brother is the sun. What's there to be afraid of? Little Moon chuckled and leaned her head on Yin Nuoxing's right shoulder. Zian also chuckled and sat down, leaning on Yun Nuoxing's left shoulder. Ewer curled up into a small ball and sat on Yun Nuoxing's lap. She chuckled at him. Say, what do you take me for? Seeing the 3 girls sitting in such a strange position, Yun Nuoxing's heartbeat quickened. She could not help but laugh bitterly. What was this? Were they trying to seduce him? Zian, Ewer, and Little Moon looked at each other. Then, they laughed in unison and said, Doll, very good. You won. I lost. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. At night, Yin Feng and Bing came to the palace and gave him a large pile of bottles. Inside the bottles were pills that were full of spirituality, and their grades were not low. At the very least, they were all above the immortal grade. The divinity elixir can help you increase the success rate of breaking through to the initial god level by 30%. The light source elixir can purify divinity. The 100 transformations spiritual light elixir can be used on elements and can give them a strong spirituality. As for what element it is, you have to choose it yourself. The vast divine elixir can be used to save a person's last breath. However, that being said, it probably doesn't have much of an effect on experts above the King of Hell. The extreme divine elixir can condense divinity. Yin Feng placed a bunch of things in Yun Nuoxing's hands. At the same time, he introduced them to her. Then he smiled and said, "Originally, we wanted to celebrate the Godchild's ranking as the 4th on the devil rankings. However, there's nothing to celebrate, so we found these things. Actually, these are the things that I lost to Bing in the bet." Ha ha ha. Hearing that laughter, Yin Nuoxing could not help but roll her eyes. After chatting for a while, Yin Feng also left something for Little Moon and Binger before leaving. The next day, Lin Sheng climbed out of bed at dawn. He quickly tidied himself up and stood at the top of the pavilion. Beside him, the girl was slim and elegant. Her clear eyes looked at him peacefully. Last night, Lin Sheng had already told Yi Qinglian that he was going to Dingmeng Yu and Yun Nuoxing to do the mission. Although Yi Qinglian knew, she was reluctant to part with them for a period of time. "I'm leaving. Wait for me at home obediently." Lin Sheng walked to the girl and gently stroked her hair with a smile. Yi Qinglian softly acknowledged. She reached out her hand and helped Lin Sheng tidy up his clothes. The girl was as gentle as a little wife, causing Lin Sheng's eyes to be filled with affection. "When I'm not around, remember to rest on time. Eat meat when you're hungry and wear more clothes when you're cold. Don't torture yourself." Lin Sheng reached out and scratched her little nose as he gently said, "I know. Stop being so wishy-washy." Yi Qinglian wrinkled her little nose and coquettishly complained. Seeing this, Lin Sheng smiled and did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, his figure flew towards the center of the High Light Academy under Yi Qinglian's gaze. The High Light Academy was very big. According to the speed of an ordinary devil class expert, it would take him half a day to fly out. Perhaps because of this factor, there were a few small teleportation doors in the center of the academy. One of them led to the huge stone platform at the entrance. However, it still took Lin Sheng 2 hours to fly from the dormitory to the center. At this time, the sky was already completely bright, and many people were slowly waking up from the night. After arriving at the center, Lin Sheng saw the teleportation doors. He took out his token and found the one at the entrance. He chuckled and walked in. When Lin Sheng entered the teleportation door and arrived at the 10,000 feet tall stone platform, Ding Mingyu and Jun Luo had already arrived. There were also 3 unfamiliar figures. These 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was abnormally strong. His body was as huge as a gorilla. Even his face was incomparably resolute. He had a sinister but bright smile on his face. There was also a scar on his right cheek. His short hair was like a hedgehog, and he looked very valiant. The other man, on the other hand, was gentle and elegant. His expression was calm, and there was a mysterious smile on his handsome face. There was a scholarly smell coming from him. If he wore a pair of glasses and held a book in his hand, Lin Sheng had no doubt that he would be a scholar. The woman was wearing a tight blue robe. She was tall, and her ink-black hair had a natural curve on her shoulders and fell to her waist. The ends of her hair were slightly curled to the sides. There was a hint of coldness in her clear and bright Mei Mao. Her thin lips were as delicate and alluring as soft petals. Different from Ding Mengyu's indifferent coldness, this woman's coldness belonged to the coldness on her face. Her clear Mei Mao contained a faint warmth. When Lin Sheng saw the 3 of them, he understood. They must be the other 3 people that Ding Mingyu had mentioned. Lin Ran, Chuan Mu, and Zhong Songling. When Ding Mingyu saw Lin Sheng, she nodded slightly and introduced the 2 parties. When he heard Lin Sheng's name, Chuan Mu could not help but laugh. It was as deafening as thunder. Fortunately, There was no one on the stone platform early in the morning. Otherwise, it would have attracted a lot of attention. Lin Sheng? Of course I've heard of you. I was watching on the Battle King platform the other day. The counterattack of the array at the end was really eye-opening. Well done. Chuanmu laughed and patted Lin Sheng on the shoulder. Lin Sheng liked his candid and natural personality. Hee, since you're a array master, there'll be many things that we can use you for along the way. We are companions for this mission. We must trust and help each other. Chuanmu put his arm around Lin Sheng's shoulder and said with a smile. Seeing the 2-meter-tall burly man holding him in his arms, Lin Sheng immediately felt that he was very small and exquisite. His cheeks could not help but twitch. He laughed dryly and said, Then I'll have to trouble Senior Chuanmu to take care of me. Generally speaking, he had a good impression of this burly man with a hedgehog head. He also knew that Chuanmu was once the 8th on the devil rankings. He was also at the peak of the devil rank. However, because of Yin Nuoxing's sudden rise, he was pushed to the 9th place. Zhong Songling also regretfully dropped out of the top 10. However, she did not particularly care. While the few of them were conversing, the space in front of them rippled again. Soon after, 4 figures appeared in unison. Lin Sheng smiled slightly when he saw the 2 people at the front. These 2 fellows were the last to arrive. Sorry. I slept late. A head of colorful hair fluttered in the wind, like the most mysterious color in the world. That pretty face that was prettier than a girl had a light and bright smile. A black windbreaker was tightly wrapped around his body. That appearance was naturally Yin Nuoxing. Behind him were Xian and the other 2. There's no hurry. The timing is just right. Jun Luo, he covered her mouth and smiled. After that, she looked behind him. Mei Mao's eyes flickered as she asked, Are you bringing along your 2 sisters? Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing shrugged and sighed. The 2 girls refused to stay behind no matter what. In any case, they are not students of the Farlight Academy. Moreover, they are only at the immortal rank. There won't be any problems with the rules. There won't be any problems on the journey. I'm here. Dingminyu looked at this scene. A faint smile flashed past Mei Mao's eyes. She nodded at him and then smiled at Little Moon, who was waving at her. I didn't expect that the last 2 would be the 2 of you. Hee, junior brother, your current devil rankings is even higher than ours. Chuanmu released Lin Sheng and walked towards Yin Nuoxing with a smile. His palm, which was the size of a praying mat, patted Yin Nuoxing's back and laughed. Yin Nuoxing bitterly smiled and shook his head. He clasped his hands and said, Senior brother, senior sister, I'm sorry. I pushed you guys down by 1. We don't mind. However, Song Ling has been mumbling for a long time. She seems to be a little resentful. Lin Sheng smiled. After that, he glanced at Zhong Songling, who was at the side. How can I be resentful? I'm not mumbling. If I'm pushed down, so be it. Who asked me to be weaker than them? Zhong Songling rolled her eyes at him. After that, she smiled at Yin Nuoxing and Xian. Compared to the coldness on her face, her smile was extremely beautiful. Even her willowy eyebrows were slightly raised. Dingminyu smiled faintly and said, All right, it's about time. Let's head out. We will talk about this mission in detail on the way. Yin Nuoxing, Lin Sheng, Chuanmu, and the others also nodded, indicating that they had no objections. Chapter 664. In the extreme northwest of Xiaoguang City stood the 2 supreme academies of the city. Although they had always stood quietly in a corner, ignoring the hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of Xiaoguang City, no one dared to underestimate the strength of these 2 academies, especially the Farlight Academy. In the beginning, only the Farlight Academy existed. Later on, a huge city slowly grew around the academy, which was Sunrise City. It was extremely famous in the southern region of the Taiyuan region. At this moment, on the Farlight Academy's stone platform, the space suddenly rippled like the surface of a lake. Then, one figure after another slowly walked out. When they saw the outside world, they couldn't help but gasp lightly. Yin Nuoxing turned around. Although she could still see the Farlight Academy, there was a strange barrier not far in front of her. The barrier seemed to have split the stone platform into 2 regions. The platform in the Farlight Academy was tens of thousands of meters tall, But when she walked out of that region and arrived at Sunrise City, the stone platform was only hundreds of meters tall. It was as if there was a gap in space. So this is Sunrise City. It's so big. Lin Sheng looked out from the platform. He could not help but sigh when he saw the boundless city that contained mountains, rivers, and rivers. It was like a miniature world. A city is a world. To ordinary people, a complete city is where they live for the rest of their lives. There are mountains and rivers. It's like a miniature world. Even cultivators with lower cultivation can cross 2 or 3 cities. The higher their cultivation, the greater the places they can reach. They can cross the Taiyuan region, the Divine Land, and even other places. Yin Nuoxing chuckled when she saw him sigh. There are also barren areas in the huge city. They're also split into 5 regions: east, west, north, south, and center. It's just like how the Taiyuan region is split into 9 regions. Isn't it very similar? Yin Nuoxing continued. The Farlight Academy is in the northwest of Sunrise City. The entrance to the labyrinth is in the east of Sunrise City. It'll take at least 2 days to cross it. If we get delayed on the way, it might take 4 or 5 days, Ding Mingyu said indifferently. She agreed with Yin Nuoxing's words. The Taiyuan region stage is too big. Setting us aside, even Sunrise City is extremely vast. Although our Farlight Academy and the Remote Ocean Academy are not located at the center, we're still the strongest forces in Sunrise City. Ding Mingyu's voice was very indifferent, but there was a special attraction to it. However, even if that's the case, the students who go out for training will not have a smooth journey. Our 2 factions are not the only factions in Shaoguang City. Junior brother Yun is right. A huge city is a miniature version of the world. Sunrise City is also filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Its territory spans hundreds of thousands of miles, and it has a population of several billion. The forces there are as many as the stars in the sky. There's a mix of good and bad. Who knows how many powerful characters there are? Even God-level powerhouses are not in the minority. The students who leave the Farlight Academy can only rely on themselves. Once a student dies, the Academy's elders will conduct a thorough investigation. If the culprit is found, they'll issue a hunting mission. Even so, the students who go out for training every year will meet with mishaps due to various reasons. The Farlight Academy might be able to avenge a portion of them, but the rest can only disappear in vain. At this point, Senior Ding's cold and pretty face fluctuated a little. Soon after, she sighed. Once we leave the academy, it will be a battlefield. The outside world is no longer our ivory tower. There are only cruel iron rules. No one will even remember the death of the weak. Everyone nodded slightly. Lin Sheng also sighed. Stepping out of the Farlight Academy meant that they would lose all their protection. There would no longer be the academy's rules that restricted the students. Instead, they would be replaced by the most primitive law of the jungle. If they wanted to survive, they could only become stronger. Everything depended on their own ability. What the academy could provide was a stable and quiet place to cultivate. Once they left the academy, what was left was a battlefield where they constantly rolled in iron and blood, where they were constantly being tempered. It was also like the path of cultivation. On this battlefield, only by advancing courageously and not retreating could one truly embark on the path of the strong. Lin Sheng exhaled softly in his heart. The ripples in his heart slowly subsided. The gentle smile on his handsome face disappeared and was replaced by a mountain-like calmness. It was as if he had become a different person. Even his temperament had changed. That feeling was as if the fangs that had been hidden for a long time had opened once again. Although this slight change was small, it was still noticed by Ding Mingyu, Lin Ran, Chuan Mu, and the others. Surprise flashed across their eyes. That blade-like gaze was like that of an assassin who had walked on the edge of a knife for many years. Then, they turned their heads and looked at Yin Nuoxing. Their gazes could not help but pause. At this moment, Yin Nuoxing had unbuttoned the tight buttons of her windbreaker. The wide black windbreaker fluttered in the wind. She looked very free and easy. There was a mysterious and arrogant smile on her delicate face. Her colorful eyes emitted an extremely terrifying sense of danger, causing people to tremble slightly when they looked at her. If Lin Sheng was an outstanding assassin, then Yin Nuoxing was a monster that had been released from a cage. That terrifying sense of oppression caused even their hearts to palpitate. These two juniors are quite powerful. Some thoughts flashed across their minds. Ding Mingyu regained her senses and looked into the distance. She said softly, "Let's go. Let's hurry to the east of Xiaoguang City." At this moment, they did not know that Yin Nuoxing's smile was because he was very excited. After leaving Longguang Academy, he felt as if he had escaped from a cage and was once again soaring under the completely free sky. He was like a light that had broken free from its shackles. He was like a ferocious beast that had been trapped for a long time that had finally broken free of its cage and released the little monster in its heart. In this world where it could freely soar, he could do whatever he wanted. The underground labyrinth was a vast world hidden under Xiaoguang City. It was said that it was as large as several cities and was filled with many strange things. There were strange formations and talismans that were unfolding. It was said that this was an underground world created by a high-level god, and that treasures were buried in the deepest part of the labyrinth. The first person to discover this underground labyrinth was an elder of Longguang Academy, who cultivated the earth element. It was said that when he broke through to the nether god realm, his mental strength and soul strength expanded and detected something strange underground. Then he spread the news of the underground world. It had been more than 100,000 years since then, and the exploration had been going on for tens of thousands of years. However, no one had completely explored this underground world. The unknown and curiosity were always the best motivators for people to move forward. In this underground labyrinth, who knew how many experts had lost their way because they could not find the right direction and ended up being trapped underground. However, this did not stop the footsteps of those who came after. Every year, there would still be many people exploring the underground labyrinth. Some of the luckier ones would find some strange things inside and think that it was an inheritance or an artifact left behind by the master of the underground labyrinth. This filled people with even more enthusiasm as they surged towards the underground labyrinth, treating it as the tomb of an ancient expert. As these matters spread, the underground labyrinth of Xiaoguang City became slightly more famous. Even some of the surrounding cities sent people to explore this place. Although it was not enough to shake the entire Sourcepeak region, it was still a very popular place. At this moment, several figures were rapidly flying through the sky in Xiaoguang City. They quickly streaked across the sky and flew towards a distant place, passing by countless houses along the way. This direction. Little Moon suddenly cried out in surprise as they flew towards a distant place, causing everyone to turn their heads and look at her curiously. Little Moon pulled her hand and smiled at Yin Nuoxing. "Big brother, if we fly in this direction for a while, we'll reach our residence in Xiaoguang City. Big sister Jean and the others are also there. You haven't been there yet." Yin Nuoxing was stunned and blinked. When he left, he did not look for a place to stay, so he did not know where Little Moon and the others lived. Thinking of this, he suddenly wanted to go and take a look. However, he cast his gaze towards Ding Mingyu, as if asking for her opinion. Ding Mingyu saw his gaze and pondered for a moment. Then, she nodded and said, "Go quickly and come back quickly." Yin Nuoxing also smiled brightly when he heard this. "Thank you." 10 minutes later, Little Moon pulled Yin Nuoxing to a stop. Everyone else also slowly stopped and lowered their heads. When they saw the enormous residence, they could not help but be stunned. However, Yin Nuoxing had already pulled the 3 girls down slowly. After descending to a certain point, a huge and extremely complicated formation suddenly rushed out of the void, startling Ding Mingyu and the others. However, Yin Nuoxing only smiled and waved his hand. Then, he pulled the 3 girls towards the formation and merged into it. This formation was clearly Yi Shi's masterpiece. He had seen it before and knew how to enter. Hence, it did not take much effort for him to enter. That formation, is definitely the undulations of a divine-level formation. When Lin Sheng saw the huge formation, a serious look appeared in his eyes. His gaze swept across the interior of the residence, and he thought to himself, as expected, they could not see anything inside from the outside. There was a huge high-level formation here that prevented outsiders from prying into it. Even mental energy and soul power could not penetrate it. Everyone also recognized that the formation was not simple. They looked at each other, but did not think much of it. They quietly floated in the sky and waited for Yun Nuoxing and the others to come out. In the courtyard of the residence, Princess Jean, who was reading in the pavilion, suddenly raised her head. Then, she saw a group of figures appear in the sky not far away. When she saw the leader, Mei Mao paused for a moment. When she saw them land in front of her, she could not help but smile faintly. She pulled Yun Nuoxing over and rubbed his head with her jade-like hands. "Why are you back?" Sister Jean. Caught off guard, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. When he returned to his senses, he felt a soft hand rubbing his head vigorously. He smiled bitterly and said, "Isn't there an underground labyrinth in the east of Xiaoguang City? The Academy has a mission to explore the labyrinth. I just happened to get bored of staying here, so I came out for a walk." "Oh," Princess Jean nodded. She had heard about the underground labyrinth during the past few days in Xiaoguang City, so she did not doubt him. A while later, Mei Mao paused. She held Yun Nuoxing's face with her jade-like hands. Mei Mao stared at him closely and asked in confusion, "Little star, how did you become a girl?" With that, Xian and Little Moon burst into laughter. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched violently. He smiled bitterly for a long time before telling them about the seven-color Aurora celestial pond. Princess Jean was also stunned. She did not expect him to encounter such a thing. "Is it your classmate? Looks like you've completed the mission I gave you." Princess Jean raised her head and saw Ding Mingyu and the others outside. She could not help but smile. "I'll give you a reward when you come back from the labyrinth." Speaking of rewards, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He had not even finished digesting the things he was given that day. What reward? After chatting and laughing for a while, the Golden Crown Princess seemed to have suddenly become naughty. She smiled slyly and took out a pair of purple gemstone earrings from her earrings. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and smiled mischievously. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Before he could react, Princess Jean suddenly pulled him into her embrace. At this moment, he felt extremely uneasy. But before he could struggle, Princess Jean held him down tightly. Her jade-like hands pinched the amethyst earrings and gently pinched them under his earlobe. "Damn, sister, what are you doing? This is better for Xian than for me. Why can't I take it off?" Yun Nuoxing's pretty face instantly flushed red after being pinched by the two strings of earrings. She hurriedly reached out to pull them away. However, the earrings that seemed to be gently pinching his earlobe seemed to be tightly clasped there, as if a needle had pierced through his earlobe and was hanging there, unable to be pulled out even if she wanted to. "Ha, not bad. They're pretty. All right, hurry up and get out. Don't let your classmate wait for too long." Princess Jean nodded in satisfaction when she saw his expression. She could not help but laugh. "But, Xian, drag him out. Don't dawdle." Yun Nuoxing wanted to say something, but Princess Jean snapped her fingers and looked at Xian. Xian also smiled sweetly. He and Little Moon each held one arm and flew up into the sky. Yun Nuoxing was so shocked that he screamed in fear. "How the hell am I supposed to meet people like this?" Chapter 665. Outside the barrier, Ding Mingyu and the others waited quietly for Yun Nuoxing and the others. However, not long after, the space started to wriggle again, and a magic array quietly appeared. Then, like a door opening, Yun Nuoxing and the others were released. Ding Mingyu and the others also turned their gazes, and they could not help but be stunned. The two purple gemstone pendants that the Golden Princess hung on Yun Nuoxing's earlobes were neither too small nor too big. It was just enough to be seen clearly without being too much of an eyesore. Therefore, Ding Mingyu and the others immediately saw the two beautiful pendants under his ears. Today's weather is not bad." Lin Sheng laughed dryly and quickly turned his gaze away. However, he still accidentally turned back to look at Yin Nuashing from time to time. He had completely turned into a girl. In the past, he could still comfort himself that he was a cute boy, but now, Chuan Mu and Lin Ran could not help but cover their eyes. This scene, the corners of Ding Mingyu's eyes twitched. Mei Mao looked curiously at Yin Nuashing. What happened in less than 10 minutes? I'm going to go back and fight with her. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, Yin Nuashing suddenly roared and turned to rush in. Xian saw this and quickly hugged him to stop. He smiled bitterly and said, "Little star, calm down. You can't beat Sister Jean either." "I can't beat her. I can't beat her. I can't beat her. Damn it." When Yin Nuashing heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he became angrier. After roaring for a while, he felt that it made sense. "I think it's quite nice. Sister Jean would not give you a pair of pendants for no reason. Perhaps it has some special use." Xian smiled and rubbed his head. Special use. Yin Nuashing's cheeks twitched. However, when he thought about it, the Golden Princess would not tease him for no reason. However, when he thought about her expression when she put the pendants on him, he kicked this thought out of his head. There was nothing but embarrassment and anger on his face. After a while, Yin Nuashing accepted this strange setting. He smiled bitterly and comforted himself. Forget it. Anyway, these two pendants do not look like ordinary items. Let's just treat them as special items. Let's go. Yin Nuashing's cheeks trembled. He shook his head helplessly and smiled at Ding Mingyu and the others. However, his smile was forced. Upon seeing this, Ding Mingyu indifferently glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. There seemed to be a trace of a smile in the depths of her eyes. Nodding her head, her delicate body moved and continued to fly towards the east. Behind her, Lin Sheng, Lin Ke, and the rest, who had been holding back their laughter, hurriedly chased after her. Yin Nuashing also followed with a bitter face. Time flew by quickly. Although Yin Nuashing could cover this distance very quickly with his speed, it was not convenient for him to tell Ding Mingyu and the others. He could only obediently follow behind them. With everyone's speed, 3 days was enough to cross a huge city. After passing through this desolate area, we'll arrive at a small city at the entrance of the maze. Although it's very far away, we're still in Xiaoguang City. The small city in the east seems to be called Maze City. This place is the center of the maze's entrance. Because there are too many experts, there aren't any powerful experts guarding this place. Thus, this place has always been ungoverned. If we were to walk around here, we might accidentally bump into a god expert. Even if you are an expert, you will encounter divine experts. A miniature of a small town rose from the horizon. The group sped toward the small city. Ding Mingyu's light voice also echoed in the ears of Yin Nuashing and the others. After muttering to herself for a while, Ding Mingyu said, "Let's settle down first and gather some information. We'll see how the underground labyrinth is recently and whether it's suitable for us to enter." Yin Nuashing and the others nodded. Ding Mingyu was the one who knew the most about the mission, so they naturally had no objections to her suggestion. Ding Mingyu gently nodded when she saw this. Her delicate figure moved, and she slowly descended towards the entrance of the small town. Yin Nuashing and the rest quickly followed. This small town was located in Xiaoguang City. It did not have any city walls, and was merely a small city that had been established in a relatively empty area. However, even though it was small, it still had everything it needed. At a glance, one could see that this small city was quite complete. As soon as they landed, Yin Nuashing's body trembled violently. The tremor was so great that even Ding Mingyu saw it. Then, she heard him open his mouth in astonishment, and his pupils slightly shrank. Yin Nuashing involuntarily clenched his fists. He had a slightly puzzled expression on his face. Several divine tools in his body were gently trembling, especially the divine radiance mirror. Xian smiled apologetically at Ding Mingyu and the others. Pulling Yin Nuashing to the side, he asked softly, "What's wrong?" "The divine radiance mirror is trembling. A few of my weapons also seem to have sensed something." Forcefully suppressing the trembling of the weapons in his body, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and exhaled. After a while, he said solemnly, "If I'm not wrong, there's something in the underground labyrinth." Raising his head to look at the entrance of the small town, he saw that it was bustling with activity. Even a small town in the east of Shaowang City couldn't stop countless people from gathering here. After taking a deep breath, Yin Nuoxing turned his head and smiled at Ding Mingyu and the others. "Let's go in as well. Are you all right?" Ding Mingyu's eyebrows twitched as she stared closely at Yin Nuoxing. They had all clearly seen the tremor just now. "I'm fine. If there's anything, it'll be in the underground labyrinth." Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly and waved his hand. The feeling of being filled with secrets made them feel helpless. However, they didn't ask too much. Who didn't have their own little secrets? Ding Mingyu nodded and waved her hand gently. She took the lead and walked into the small town. Yin Nuoxing and the others followed closely behind. After entering the small town in the east, they could feel the surging popularity. The noise made Yin Nuoxing feel as if the top of his head was about to be blown off by the loud noise. "Let's find a place to rest and recuperate first. Then we'll go to the places where people gather to gather information. Which one do you think is a good place?" Ding Mingyu turned his head and asked casually. Then he pointed at the places where people gathered. "Restaurants. There are many people there and many people chatting. You can also see some experts gathered there. You can come in contact with more superficial information. As for more in-depth information, even if it's somewhere else, it won't be revealed unless it's mentioned," Yin Nuoxing said faintly. Then he raised his hand at Lin Sheng and said, "Next." Lin Sheng was stunned. He smiled bitterly and nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, "Why don't we go to a place like the trading area? Information is most circulated there. If we need to purchase any exploration materials, we can also find the corresponding goods there." After saying that, he looked at Chuan Mu and the others and smiled. "Senior, it's your turn. If it's me, I'll go to the place where the missions are issued. If the missions are all related to the maze, I'll be able to find information about the maze from the missions." Chuan Mu scratched his head and smiled honestly, making his scarred face look even more ferocious. Ding Mingyu nodded slightly and thought for a while. After a while, she said, "Let's go to all three places. First, we'll rest in the restaurant. Then, we'll go to the trading area in the city and see if there's anything we need to prepare. Finally, we'll go to the place where the missions are issued. If there are no accidents, we'll enter the maze tomorrow." Yin Nuoxing shrugged and expressed that he had no objections. Lin Sheng and the others also nodded. When Ding Mingyu saw this, she led Yin Nuoxing and the others to walk around the city. They found a restaurant that looked pretty good. As soon as they entered, they were met with all kinds of gazes. Yin Nuoxing and the others' hearts skipped a beat. Moreover, he felt that many of these gazes were on him and the girls beside him. Lin Sheng also looked at Yin Nuoxing helplessly. These gazes had nothing to do with him and Chuan Mu. They were completely attracted by the faces of Ding Mingyu, Jun Luo Yi, Zian, and Little Moon. However, this also seemed to include Yin Nuoxing. After all, at first glance, no one would think that Yin Nuoxing was a man. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. He had felt such gazes countless times. He never thought that one day, such gazes would also land on him. He casually took out a gold card from his ring and handed it to the waitress. Then, he found an extra-large seat on the 4th floor of the restaurant and sat down. This seat was well hidden. There was an empty space in the middle of the floor. From the 4th floor, one could see what was happening on the ground floor. At a glance, one could see the situation below. As soon as Little Moon sat down, Mei Mao flapped her wings and looked down. Her soul power wanted to come out from between her eyebrows. However, Yin Nuoxing, who was the closest to her, pressed her little head with his hand before her soul power could come out. He said softly, "There are many experts in the restaurant. From what I can sense, there are at least 10 middle-level god experts. One is on our floor, 5 are on the 3rd floor, 3 are on the 2nd floor, and 1 is playing the guqin over there." Yin Nuoxing pointed to a high platform on the 1st floor. There were green screens with pictures of mountains and rivers. They were all about 10 feet high and surrounded the platform tightly. However, the sound of guqin could be heard. It was ethereal and untouchable. It was as if it was close at hand, but also as far away as the horizon. He could open his evil spirit eye and see the situation inside clearly. However, he did not act rashly. It would not be fun if he stirred up a hornet's nest. In this restaurant, there were high-level gods. Hearing his words, Ding Meng Yu and the others looked at him in surprise. They did not expect him to be able to sense the presence of god experts. Moreover, he could recognize which level they were at. Yin Nuoxing stretched his ears to listen to what was happening in the restaurant. He heard something that had happened some time ago. He could not help but be curious. He looked at Ding Mingyu and the others and asked, "Did you all participate in the Taiyuan Grand Meeting?" Everyone had also heard the people downstairs talking about the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. However, they did not expect him to ask such a question. They all shook their heads. "I know about the Taiyuan Grand Meeting, but we do not have the qualifications to participate. Those who went were all transcendental forces and famous forces in the God world. Although our academy is a God-grade academy, we can't even pass the threshold of the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. However, the upper house of Yuanguang Academy, 9 Deity Temple, will definitely be able to participate," Chuan Mu said softly. Among the people who went, there were also powerful disciples from those big forces. Gods and goddesses will definitely be there. Those people are probably the strongest of the younger generation in the God world, Lin Kuang said. Strong of the younger generation. When Lin Sheng heard this, his heart surged. Although he had not participated in the Taiyuan Grand Meeting, he had heard some rumors. He also knew that on the day of the Taiyuan Grand Meeting, the scene would be unprecedentedly grand. Countless strong experts and gods would gather, which made him yearn for it. Spirit receiving godly body. Suddenly, a voice came from downstairs. Yin Nuoxing, Zian, Little Moon, and you are all shuddered violently. They quickly turned their gazes and scanned their surroundings in a panic. However, they did not meet anyone's gaze. After listening calmly for a while, they realized that the person had unintentionally mentioned the spirit receiving godly body that had appeared at the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. Ding Mingyu and the others seemed to have heard these words as well. Their eyes flashed with amazement. Spirit receiving godly body? He is recognized as a monstrous expert of the younger generation. It is said that he is tall and strong, with broad shoulders and a round waist. He is like a humanoid monster. His entire body emits an evil and dark aura. He controls the light element and countless divine weapons. I wonder if he is ugly. I really want to see him. Chuan Mu suddenly smacked his lips and chuckled. There was a hint of battle intent in his eyes. It seemed that he wanted to fight with the legendary divine physique of receiving spirit. When Yin Nuoxing, Ziyin, and the other 2 women heard this, they were speechless. The 3 women looked at him with their beautiful eyes and looked him up and down. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. How did such a beautiful blue boy become a dark monster that was neither human nor ghost? Who made up the rumor? Tell me, and I will definitely applaud. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and transmitted a message to the 3 girls. This rumor was too ridiculous. However, this was also good. He could avoid being recognized.